Sweat rolled down his neck as the tension reached a boiling point in the air. Kishimoto Rika sat there with a heavy blush on her face and confessed her love for manga. She looked like a classic heroine straight out of a romance series. Our protagonist could hardly believe the words coming out of her mouth. Then there was Tojo, smiling warmly like she was hiding a sweet secret of her own. He looks down at a girl sitting on the floor, who looks back up at him with a serious expression and a hand on her hip. Fuma Yukika appeared next, dressed in beautiful traditional attire that glowed in the light. She looked toward him with a gentle expression that felt almost too perfect to be real. This whole scene felt like something out of a dream. A girl with long light blue hair and a school uniform joined the group with a confident grin. She crossed her arms and looked like she was ready for any challenge that came her way. The air around her was filled with a bright, energetic light. Suddenly, a finger pressed down hard, breaking the spell of the perfect moment. He clutches his head in absolute agony as the reality of his situation starts to sink in. The physical pain is overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for him to focus on anything else. Everything was a blur of light and shadow as his senses slowly return to his body. One eye snaps open as his consciousness slowly fights its way back from the darkness. He can hear voices calling out for a teacher, signaling that he isn't alone in this strange place. Kim Yu-sung wakes up in a hospital bed with bandages covering his face and neck, looking completely lost. He stares at the ceiling and wonders where on earth he actually is right now. A voice echoed through the dark room, asking if the student could actually hear them. Memories flooded back of a massive fire in a lab where he was a grad student. He reached out for his hard drive, desperate to save his research data from the flames. This was the end of his old life, and he knew it. He tried to save his work, but he could not get out in time and blacked out. Waking up in a hospital was the last thing he expected after that laboratory disaster. He caught his reflection in a glass bottle on the bedside table and froze in shock. The person staring back was a complete stranger with a face he did not recognize at all. This was the moment he realized he was not himself anymore. Later, he sat in a car, staring out the window as the city buildings whipped past him. The face staring back at him from the car window was youthful and completely unfamiliar. He realized that his old identity was gone, replaced by this high schooler with messy dark hair. It was a bizarre new reality he had to accept. He learned the body belonged to Kim Yu-sung, who was a totally average second-year high schooler. His new mother, Shin Won-ya, handled the paperwork at the hospital nurses' station. It turns out the original owner of this body was involved in a brutal car accident over the weekend. The blinding lights of the vehicle were the last thing he saw before everything changed forever. Now his soul was trapped in this teenage body, far from his previous life as a student. He realized this meant he finally escaped that hellish grad school grind forever. Honestly, dying to escape grad school is a big mood. Still, he knew he should not jump to conclusions before seeing his new life for himself. But things were about to get a lot more complicated than he had originally anticipated. The car pulled up to a quiet suburban house that looked perfectly normal from the outside. His mother tells him to get plenty of rest as he slowly makes his way up the stairs to his room. He gives a tired response, still trying to process the fact that he has a family in this world. He stood in front of his bedroom door, his heart racing with a strange, nervous energy. He slowly pushed the door open and peeked inside with a worried and suspicious look. His brain completely short-circuited the moment he saw what was hidden inside the dark room. Shelves upon shelves were packed tight with what looked like a massive collection of books. Colorful posters of magical girls and anime characters covered every single inch of the walls. He was a total closet otaku. He begged his own mind not to believe the evidence that was right in front of him. Several anime figures of girls in various poses are displayed prominently on a shelf. The realization hit him like a truck as he stared at his shocking new reality. He peeks further into the room and sees even more merchandise, including large character cushions and posters on the back of the door. There was absolutely no doubt about it now. He had ended up in the body of a hardcore bottom-tier otaku whose life revolved entirely around 2D girls and manga collection. Kim Yu-sung stared blankly into the distance as his brain tried to process the sheer amount of merchandise surrounding him. He looked like he had just seen a ghost. The messy bedhead on this new body is a dead giveaway that the original owner spent way more time on forums than in the sun. He literally collapsed right there on the floor. The weight of his new reality started to sink in, and he wondered if he could actually survive living as this person. Classic isekai setup, but with 0 cool points so far. A cheerleader figurine on the desk seemed to be mockingly cheering for his downfall with a bright smile. It was high quality and clearly expensive, making the situation even worse. He caught his reflection in a mirror propped up against the wall. Next to it was a poster of a character that looked suspiciously like a cooler version of himself. The guy in the poster was doing a cheesy finger gun pose with one eye covered by his hair. It was so cringe that Yu-sung could practically feel the second-hand embarrassment. He scrambled back in horror as he realized just how deep this obsession went. Every corner of the room was a tribute to some fictional world he knew nothing about. Looking closer at the poster, he saw the main character was surrounded by various magical girls. The realization that this was a harem series made him groan in frustration. He glanced down at the red bracelet on his wrist and prayed that this wasn't some twisted trap. He really didn't want to be stuck in this body forever. Hoping to find some clues, he started digging through the massive bookshelf. It was packed with everything from fighting manga to cooking series and action fantasies. He pulled out a novel titled My Secret OP Weapon and felt a physical wave of cringe. The cover featured a winking elf girl, and he couldn't help but judge the previous owner's terrible taste. He flipped through a few more pages, looking for anything that might explain his current situation. His expression was a mix of intense focus and pure exhaustion. As he moved deeper into the shelf, he found a title that seemed to be the holy grail of the previous owner's collection. He found a popular shounen series called Scramble Love. The cover showed a blonde guy being fought over by a group of girls with very distinct personalities. The manga was filled with classic tropes like beach episodes and accidental encounters. He realized he was looking at a very faithful adaptation of a generic romance story. Then he reached the final volume where a wedding was taking place. Akashi, the girl with the green headband, actually ended up winning the main character's heart. Man, childhood friend endings are so rare. In the final volume of the story, a beautiful bride stands holding a bouquet of pink roses during her wedding. This moment was so controversial that the entire online fandom absolutely exploded with rage. Apparently, the fans absolutely lost their minds when the childhood friend actually won. Online forums were filled with people complaining that the ending made no sense and was total madness. He remembered seeing these exact arguments online before. People were furious that their favorite girl, Maya, got sidelined for a safer ending. It was a legendary flame war. Yu-sung sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping through the pages as everything started to click. He wasn't just in a random body. He was inside the world of this manga. The existential dread hit him like a galactic supernova. He was a background character in a world where the laws of physics were dictated by a mangaka's whims. He continued to flip through the pages in silence, trying to process the sheer weight of this discovery. He let out a huge yawn, realizing that all this research was making him hungry. It was time to stop worrying and find something to eat. A bit later, he found himself at a meat restaurant, sitting alone at a small table. To his surprise, the food was actually amazing, and he started to enjoy himself for once. The restaurant owner approached him and showed him something on her phone. She seemed to be scolding him for something, but her tone was relatively lighthearted. He just nodded along, internally calling her his creator since she was essentially his mother in this world. It was a weird thought, but he rolled with it. He figured that since he was the son of a restaurant owner, at least he would never have to worry about his protein intake. That was one win for him. He put on an apron and prepared to help out with the customers. Just as he was getting settled, the bell above the door rang, signaling a new arrival. Our protagonist looked up to greet the guest, but his voice died in his throat. He recognized the person walking through the door immediately. It was Kishimoto Rika, the blonde girl with the fangs, and she was clinging tightly to a blonde guy. She told him to stop complaining and just follow her lead. Rika was beaming with excitement, telling the guy that she was going to feed him so much today that he wouldn't be able to escape. She looked completely obsessed. The guy, who she called Ryoji, looked absolutely worried and exhausted by her energy. He was clearly being dragged along against his will. This is where things get really complicated. Yu-sung stared in absolute horror as the pieces fell into place. He wasn't just in a story, he was face to face with the main cast. Watch this come back to bite him soon. Our boy was having a normal day until he realized the person standing right in front of him was none other than Sakamoto Ryuji. This is the main lead of Scramble Love, and seeing him in the flesh made Yu-sung's brain short-circuit because everything he knew about reality was clearly a lie. Suddenly, the realization hits him like a freight train, and he needs a moment to catch his breath. Everything was suddenly very still as he watched the blonde guy and the girl from a distance. To everyone else, they were just customers, but to him, they were the main cast. Cold sweat started pouring down his face as the gravity of the situation set in. Being an extra is fine until you are forced into the orbit of the main characters where everything turns chaotic. He could feel the pressure of the plot closing in, and he was definitely not ready for the drama. He tells himself that he needs to stop and organize his thoughts before he completely loses his mind. It all goes back to when he was just an ordinary college student who got caught in a fire and lost consciousness. When he finally opened his eyes, he was no longer in his own world. Classic isekai move right here. He realized he had been reborn as Kim Yu-sung, a nameless extra in a manga called Scramble Love. In the original story, he was just a background character while the blonde lead and his girls dealt with all the drama. Seeing them in person made the danger of his situation feel terrifyingly real. He vividly remembered the masterpiece. He stayed up all night reading, which was actually a different series entirely. Here is the massive problem: he never actually reads Scramble Love beforehand. Most people in this trope get a cheat sheet by knowing the plot, but our guy is flying completely blind. All he knew was that the story was a chaotic mess of romance where girls were constantly fighting over the lead guy. Watching them interact in real life was even more exhausting than reading about them on a screen. There was literally no upside to this, since being involved with them meant his life was over. He watched from the sidelines as the blonde guy laughed while the girls clung to his arms and demanded attention. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion, and our boy wanted absolutely no part of it. He decided right then and there that he would stay as far away from the main plot as humanly possible. His vision started to blur as he felt a deep sense of dread watching the protagonist enjoy his harem lifestyle. The goal was simple: as long as he did not get involved with the protagonist Sakamoto Ryuji, he could live a peaceful life. He begged the universe to just let him stay a background extra without any of the main cast noticing he even existed. A quiet and boring life was the ultimate dream for someone who wanted to stay alive. To make sure he stayed out of trouble, he got insanely busy living the life of Kim Yu-sung. He finished every single book in his room and applied to a private high school that was far away from the original story district. He even managed to enroll as the top student and secured a full scholarship while he was at it. He spent his days working hard in the student council office alongside Yukika, who was always focused on her duties. They took things slow and prepared for the future while staying away from anything that looked like a romantic plot point. If you have read this far, you know what is coming. After all that studying and council work, he would often collapse at his desk feeling completely drained. He even started keeping track of his expenses and taxes to make sure his finances were as stable as his social life. But then he realized that brain power was not enough to survive in a world that could get dangerous. He came to the conclusion that stamina is national power, and he needed to get himself in peak physical shape. Our boy hit the gym and started running on the treadmill until his legs felt like they were going to fall off. He moved on to push-ups and struggled through every single rep while the regular gym rats looked on in confusion. His body was weak, but his resolve to stay alive and healthy was stronger than ever. He pushed himself to the limit with the bench press while a muscular, bald man watched over him and encouraged him to do one more rep. Working out was pure agony, but he knew that a strong body was the only way to endure the long hours of studying and work he had planned. He was determined to transform himself. His face turned bright red as he poured every last bit of energy into his final sets at the gym. The bald trainer gave him a big thumbs up as he flexed his muscles and showed our boy how it is done. And just like that, time began to pass as he settled into his new routine of constant self-improvement. The seasons shifted, and soon the cherry blossoms were blooming all over the school campus as a new year began. Students walked through the gate excitedly chatting about their new classes, while the pink petals drifted through the air. Our protagonist walked onto the grounds looking like a completely different person than the scrawny kid he used to be. He headed straight for the bulletin board to check which class he had been assigned to for the upcoming semester. A confident smirk played on his lips because he felt like he finally had everything under his control. He turns around with a cheerful smile, thinking everything is finally going his way. Little does he know that a massive figure is standing right behind him, ready to ruin his good mood. That was when he came face to face with a massive student who looked more like a professional fighter than a high schooler. This was the real Ryoji, who had messy black hair and a distinct scar across the bridge of his nose. Our boy was absolutely dwarfed by the guy, and he realized that all his working out was nothing. Ryoji stared back with an intense and intimidating gaze that made our protagonist wonder if his plan to avoid the main cast was already failing. This is the second time fate has tried to screw him over. Kim Yoo-sung is back on campus as a second-year student under the bright morning sun. He watches the cherry blossom petals drift through the air while contemplating how much time has already passed. He walks toward the school building while blending in with the rest of the students in the morning sun. Our boy looks pretty intense for a normal school day, though. He has a look in his eyes like he is ready for war. Over the last few months, he has been hitting the gym harder than a professional bodybuilder. He pushed his body to the absolute limit and bulked up like crazy because he knows what is coming for him in the near future. Every protagonist needs a training arc to prepare for the chaos. His eyes are full of determination. This is not about vanity because it is actually about survival in a world that is about to change. He spent his nights reading up on every trope imaginable from aliens to ghosts while ignoring his homework. He knows he has to prepare for an uncertain future that nobody else in this city sees coming. It has been way too long since things were normal. He feels the power of magic flowing through him as he clenches his fist in anticipation. Back in the present, he walks down the hallway with his bag slung over his shoulder and a heavy heart. He arrives at class to be ready for whatever the school day throws at him next. As soon as he walks in, Akashi greets him with a massive smile. She looks energetic with her green headband and shoulder-length brown hair. Then he sees Sakamoto Ryoji sitting there with that same shocked expression on his face. This blonde kid is the last person he wanted to see. Yoo-sung slumps into his seat and realizes his plan has already failed. This is bad. Worst luck ever award goes to this guy. He actually picked a school far away just to avoid this specific guy. He is wondering if he should have just stayed closer to home instead. His dreams of a nice and easy school life are basically going up in smoke before the first bell even rings. He glares over at Sakamoto and Akashi while they chat like nothing is wrong. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open with a loud bang that startles the entire room. The teacher walks in and the whole room goes quiet. Even Akashi and Sakamoto turn around to see what is happening at the front. The teacher has a huge grin on his face, like he has got a big surprise for the class today. Everyone starts whispering and wondering if a new student is about to join their class in the middle of the term. The teacher looks toward the door and tells the newcomer to come in and introduce themselves. A glimpse of some wavy blonde hair appears at the entrance and catches the sunlight. In walks Kishimoto Rika, and she is absolutely glowing under the classroom lights. With her wavy blonde hair in a high ponytail and those cute fangs, she instantly captures the attention of every guy in the room. She seems super bubbly and excited to start her new life here. The class starts buzzing immediately. Some of the students are even asking if she is from another country because of her striking looks. Rika stands next to the teacher, looking like the perfect transfer student with a polite smile. She introduces herself and tells everyone she just moved here from Shizuoka and hopes to make lots of friends. She starts listing off her hobbies like how she loves cats and sweets and taking long naps. Yoo-sung just watches from the back while the rest of the class goes wild over the new girl. He looks closely at her face, and his expression turns dead serious as a memory flashes in his mind. He pulls out his phone and looks at a picture of a group of girls in white dresses. He realizes Rika is one of them. He is playing a different game than everyone else. He tries to act casual while sitting at his desk, but his mind is racing with the implications of her appearance. The blonde kid suddenly points across the room with a look of pure shock on his face. Ryoji looks completely baffled and wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him. He shouts out that she is the violent girl who caused a massive scene earlier this morning. Rika is not having it and points right back at him with an angry look on her face while shouting back. Rika was absolutely fuming because she realized this was the exact same guy she crashed into earlier that morning. She started shouting at him while flashes of her embarrassing tumble played back in her head. Honestly, her reaction was totally over the top for a simple accident. The teacher just chuckled at the display and assumed the two of them were already old friends. He had no idea he was witnessing the start of a legendary rivalry. Rika could hardly contain her frustration as she stomped over to her seat. She kept muttering about his nerve under her breath while the rest of the class watched in silence. She plopped down right next to Ryuji and gave him the deadliest side-eye in history. He just sat there looking completely stunned by her sudden burst of aggression. With a final dramatic huff, she turned her head away and refused to acknowledge his existence. Classic tsundere behavior right here. Our protagonist felt sweat roll down his face as he realized how much trouble he was in. The tension in class was thick. Class finally started, but neither of them could focus on the lesson at hand. While Rika stared blankly ahead, Kim Yoo-sung was busy trying to figure out his next move. He maintained a stoic expression, but inside his head, he was analyzing every detail of the situation. Meanwhile, Rika was still visibly flushed from her earlier outburst. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the morning session dragged on. The thick, awkward silence made every passing second feel like a lifetime for everyone in the room. During a break, a classmate noticed Kim Yoo-sung holding a book and asked if he could take a look at it. Our boy just held onto it firmly without saying much. He wasn't actually aiming for a typical high school romance for himself. He had a much more specific goal in mind that required him to stay on the sidelines. In his mind, he was navigating the complex laws of rom-com logic that governed this world. He believed that if he understood the patterns, he could predict exactly what would happen. The problem was that these rom-com stories never played out the way a normal person would expect. He thought back to all the different heroine archetypes he had studied over the years. From the bubbly girl next door to the stoic class president, he knew them all. He regularly checked the latest magazines to keep his knowledge of rom-com plot patterns up to date. He saw himself as an expert observer of the genre, even if he didn't want to be the main character himself. It was all about staying one step ahead of the narrative tropes. Suddenly, a tall boy with blonde hair approached Rika and grabbed her hands with an intense look. He asked her if she could step outside with him for a bit. He watched closely, focusing on the blonde guy's determined expression. He knew this was a classic plot development happening right before him. The guy leaned in close, his voice dropping to a serious whisper as he prepared to deliver some big news. Rika's eyes went wide with shock as she listened to whatever he was saying. This was getting interesting. Her jaw nearly hit the floor as the situation unfolded. Whatever he told her clearly caught her completely off guard. The two of them walked out of the classroom together, leaving Kim Yoo-sung and the rest of the students behind. Our boy watched them go with a curious expression. He wondered if there was actually something romantic going on between those two already. It fit the pattern of childhood friend or rival love interest perfectly. If that was the case, he realized he might have to adjust his predictions for how the semester would play out. As he stood in the hallway, he noticed other students whispering and looking in his direction. Something felt off about the way they were reacting to his presence. He reached out and slid the classroom door open, but the sound seemed to echo much louder than it should have. Kim Yoo-sung walked into the room with a dark aura seemingly radiating from his body. Without even trying, he looked like the most dangerous person in the entire school. Every step he took seemed to make the air itself feel heavy and suffocating for everyone else. His aura was so thick it felt like he was physically crushing the very air in the room. This wasn't just an entrance. It was a total takeover of the atmosphere. The other students practically jumped out of their skins, staring at him with pure terror in their eyes. They looked like they had just seen a monster. Someone whispered his name, Kim Yoo-sung, with a trembling voice as if even saying it was a massive risk. They began questioning if he was even a real high schooler at all. To them, he looked like a seasoned professional who had seen way too much combat. Wild rumors started flying around the room about him being high-level assassin from some secret death agency. His intense look was definitely doing him no favors here. Another student added that they heard he was actually the boss's favorite intellectual yakuza. People will really believe anything these days. Kim Yoo-sung sighed to himself, feeling frustrated that he was once again being treated like a magnet for trouble. All he wanted was to observe a peaceful rom-com. He knew that if he wanted his predictions to hit the mark, he needed to see these events in person and analyze them. It was time to get his hands dirty. He leaned back and placed a hand on his chin, deeply lost in thought about the strange turn his school life had taken. Our boy is locked in. He's watching closely, eyes narrowed as he focuses on the scene. This is his chance to see if his predictions actually work. Classic high school observer trope right here. The stage was perfectly set with a sparkly atmosphere fit for a high-budget romance. Honestly, the lighting was doing a lot of heavy lifting to make this confession feel important. Rika played the part of a nervous heroine to perfection as she stood before the blonde guy. Our boy watched this unfold, knowing full well how much trouble this classic setup could cause later. It is happening right at the back of the school. If you have read this far, you know what is coming. These events are getting predictable. This blonde kid is literally putting his soul into a deep bend like his life depends on it. Our protagonist is watching this from the sidelines, thinking it is the most dramatic apology ever. The force of his hands coming together in a clap creates a visual impact that highlights just how desperate he is for forgiveness. Kim Yoo-sung is peeking out from the bushes looking completely unimpressed. He recognizes this instantly as the infamous apology trap, and honestly his face says it all. Watching them from a distance, our boy just cannot wrap his head around how cringy this whole scene is. It is a classic rom-com trope, and he is just waiting for the punchline. Kishimoto Rika stands there with her arms crossed looking down at the blonde boy with a totally blank expression. She has got that high ponytail and green eyes that make her look like she is judging his entire existence. Suddenly she puffs out her cheeks like she is trying to hold back a massive reaction. You can practically see the internal struggle before the dam finally breaks. Rika absolutely loses it and starts laughing her head off while the poor guy just freezes in shock. This is the second time she has done this. Pattern anyone. She leans in with a mischievous grin, showing off those cute little fangs of hers. It turns out she was not even actually mad about whatever happened earlier that morning. Rika tells him to relax because what happened this morning was just an accident. She claims she is not the type of girl to stay petty over something so small. Yoo-sung watches as she admits she was only acting because his shocked face was too funny to pass up. Our boy is just thinking this girl is a straight-up menace. Meet Kishimoto Rika, the girl with the bright personality, who holds the #1 spot in every popularity poll. She is basically the queen of the school, and she knows it. This moment marks her very first encounter event with the story male lead. Yoo-sung is still lurking in the shadows, observing how the plot is starting to move. While our boy is busy playing secret agent in the bushes, someone starts creeping up behind him. He is so focused on the main characters that he does not even notice the shadow looming. A soft voice calls out his name, and he nearly jumps out of his skin. A fan unfurls gracefully as a girl asks what a future student council secretary is doing crouching on the ground. The atmosphere shifts instantly into something way more elegant and flowery. If you have read this far, you know what is coming next. It is Fuma Yukika, looking as refined as ever with her long, dark blue hair and purple eyes. She is hiding half her face behind that red fan while giving him a sharp look. She stands there glowing with an aura of sophistication that just screams high class. Yukika is the type of girl who commands the room just by breathing. Our protagonist realizes she is your classic villainous type character. She has got the look, the attitude, and the dramatic timing down to a science. Yoo-sung knows that even a side heroine is still a heroine, which means he cannot let her get romantically involved with the protagonist. Classic isekai move right here. In a hilarious twist, Yukika decides to join him in his stakeout by holding up a tiny bush to hide her face. She is trying so hard to be stealthy, but it is just adorable. Yoo-sung holds his own bush up and reminds himself that to live a peaceful life, as an extra, he has to act like a perfectly ordinary guy. Easier said than done when you are hiding in flora. Yukika is peeking over her bush and fan looking a bit flustered. She is clearly not used to this whole undercover thing, but she is sticking with him anyway. Our rich girl Yukika is definitely feeling the heat as she sneaks a bashful glance at her companion. She can hardly contain her embarrassment while trying to keep her cool behind that fan of hers. Her hand tentatively reaches out toward him as they sit there in the greenery. It is a quiet moment in the middle of all the school chaos. Kim Yoo-sung looks down with a pretty confused expression as he tries to figure out what is going on with this girl. He can tell she is acting weird, but he just can't put his finger on why she is so flustered. She looks away quickly while fidgeting with the leaves of her little bush. Her face is dusting with a light blush that she definitely does not want him to see. Our protagonist lets out a quiet sigh as he watches the main event wrap up. He is just trying to navigate this crazy world without getting caught in the crossfire. Yukika stares at his back with a look of pure longing. She is clearly following him for a reason, and it is not just to practice her bush camouflage skills. She hides her smile behind her fan once more and looks genuinely happy just to be near him. Her icy exterior is starting to melt just a little bit. The two of them start walking together through the school grounds. Even though he is an extra, they look like the ones who should be the main characters. As they walk, their hands brush against each other in a brief moment of unintended contact. The proximity is enough to make any side character nervous. Yukika stops for a second looking thoughtful. She has this way of looking into the distance that makes her seem like she is in her own world. She turns back toward him with a knowing smirk. She is clearly about to drop a memory or a comment that is going to catch him off guard. She brings up that pork stir-fry rice bowl they had at the staff restaurant together. She tells him she actually had no problem with it at all. Yukika claims she is not narrow-minded enough to reject commoner dishes just because they are simple. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. Fuma Yukika was sitting there eating a high-end meal while acting like she was above everyone else. Kim Yoo-sung could practically feel her judgmental aura radiating across the room as she picked at her steak. Our boy was not even remotely impressed by the display. He knew she spent her days doing absolutely nothing but cutting into Wagyu steak inside the student council room. He casually brought up how the school cafeteria does not even serve the commoner pork stir-fry rice bowls she claimed to enjoy. This girl really had no shame in her game. Yukika froze mid-sentence and hid her face behind her red fan. She was clearly caught off guard by him calling out her blatant bluff about the stir-fry. She snapped back and told him that the name of that dish just sounded completely wrong. The tension between these two was getting weirdly personal for a simple lunch conversation. Our main girl looked genuinely distressed as she tried to defend her refined tastes. She wondered if he really had to be that blunt about such a simple meal. Yukika starts walking away while emitting a literal aura of depression after her refined tastes were questioned. Kim Yoo-sung watches her retreat, wondering if he accidentally broke her spirit with his blunt honesty. He wondered if she was just bragging about being different from the ignorant masses. Classic rich girl trope right here. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a new face stepped into the picture. This was Akaki Shinjiro, the student council vice president, and he looked like he meant business. He adjusted his glasses with a sharp glint that signaled trouble for anyone in his way. Both of them turned around in surprise as the vice president loomed over them. Yoo-sung's internal radar was already screaming that this guy was going to be a massive headache. Shinjiro adjusted his glasses with a sharp glint reflecting off the lenses. This guy definitely enjoyed the sound of his own voice way too much. He immediately started pointing fingers and making a scene in the middle of the schoolyard. He was clearly looking for any excuse to throw his weight around as a student council member. Yukika suddenly turned bright red as her heart started racing for some reason. The shift in her mood was so fast it was enough to give anyone whiplash. Yoo-sung tilts his head in total confusion as he listens to the girl go on another one of her strange tangents. He really has no idea how to react to her sudden mood swings and dramatic declarations. Yoo-sung was too busy trying to process the craziness to notice the girl's face was literally steaming. These two were operating on a completely different frequency. Yukika buried her face in a bunch of leaves she was holding to hide her embarrassment. It was honestly a pretty pathetic attempt at a disguise, but it was all she had. Shinjiro gave our boy a deadly glare like he had just committed a crime against the school. This dude is taking his job way too seriously. Yukika suddenly grabbed Shinjiro by the arm and started hauling him away from the scene. She looked like she was about to explode from the sheer awkwardness of the situation. Shinjiro called out that they would have to postpone their meal for another time. Our protagonist could only watch as the chaotic duo disappeared into the distance. Yu-sung had reached his limit with the craziness of the day. He thought to himself that he had no idea what was even happening anymore. He just stood there with a blank expression while his brain tried to process the nonsense. It was a lot to take in for someone just trying to survive high school. As the school day finally comes to an end, students begin streaming out of the gates into the blossom-filled afternoon. The campus is buzzing with chatter as everyone heads home to prepare for whatever happens next. After school, he made his way down to the subway station to head home. The crowd was thick with students and commuters, but our boy stood out easily. Standing in the middle of the platform, Yu-sung looked like an absolute unit compared to everyone else. His physical transformation was really paying off in the intimidation department. Another student walked up and asked him if he was done with that manga magazine yet. It seemed like his reputation as a quiet, tough guy was starting to take hold. Yu-sung thought about Ryuji, the actual protagonist of this world. He figured that as long as he kept his head down and focused on his gains, they would never have to cross paths. Guess size really is king in this world. A can of orange soda clattered down into the bin of the vending machine. Small victories like a cold drink were the only things keeping him sane at this point. He popped the tab and took a moment to enjoy the silence. Working out was definitely the right call, even if it made him target for some people. Just as he was about to take a sip, someone grabbed the back of his jacket with a tight grip. His peaceful afternoon was officially over before it even started. Our boy froze as he felt a presence right behind him. He did not even have to look to know that trouble had found him once again. Kishimoto Rika popped up with a huge smile and her signature fangs on full display. She introduced herself as the transfer student and seemed way too excited to see him. Yu-sung's face instantly dropped into an expression of pure dread. This girl was the last person he wanted to deal with after the day he just had. Kishimoto Rika beamed, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she clutched her phone with a massive grin. She looked like the happiest girl on campus. She skipped right up to our boy, Kim Yu-sung, and shoved her phone toward him while he stood there looking completely caught off guard. He finds himself completely cornered by her sudden proximity, feeling the weight of her intense gaze as he struggles to find a way out. Turns out she spotted his name tag. It was a simple slip-up that gave away his identity before he could even introduce himself. She leans into her playful side, taking absolute joy in the fact that she's found his weakness so early into their acquaintance. Yu-sung stood by the vending machine and realized he completely forgot he was even wearing the tag. Talk about a rookie mistake. She's definitely enjoying having the upper hand, and her playful attitude suggests she's already planned out their entire future together. She told him straight up that he was a genuinely good guy, and she knew she was right about him all along. Our protagonist looked away, his mind racing. He could not believe she actually thought highly of a guy like him. He was totally lost. He wondered what on earth she was even talking about because none of this made any sense to him. He is completely lost and wonders if they are even speaking the same language, given how bizarre her conclusions about him are. He starts feeling the heat as he realizes this interaction isn't ending soon, and his social battery is already hitting 0. His internal alarm bells are screaming as he wonders how an airhead like her could possibly see through his carefully crafted persona. This is the last thing he wanted to happen on his first day. She remembered seeing him in class, radiating this weird energy that made him impossible to ignore while everyone else stayed away. She completely ignores the dark aura he was projecting and treats him with genuine warmth, catching him off guard with her sincere kindness. He can't help but feel a bit insulted that she's painted him as some generic hero when he's worked so hard to be the ultimate shadowy extra. She clearly has no idea who she's dealing with. He knew right then that she had made a massive mistake in her assessment of who he really was beneath the surface. He realized he just got tangled up with one of the two main heroines. No wonder she was ranked first in the popularity polls with that kind of kindness. As his mental recovery skill leveled up, he wondered if he should just act like a creep to scare her away before things got more complicated. Yu-sung snapped out of his thoughts, staring back at her with a blank expression that hid his internal panic from the blonde girl. She hates being ignored and tries to guilt-trip him with her signature, frustrated look. determined to break through his cold and stoic exterior. Finally, he managed to mutter out a thanks for the compliment, though it sounded more like a confused question than a statement. She takes his reluctant response as a total victory, convinced that she's finally breaking through the walls he's built around himself. Yoo-sung watched her closely, still trying to read between the lines. He knew exactly how these story tropes usually worked out. They stood there in the quiet hallway by the coffee machine, a weird tension hanging between the loner and the school idol. She declared that until things changed, she would be his friend, her face practically glowing with sheer positivity and excitement. She asked him to take good care of her from now on, sealing their new and very unexpected bond right then and there. Our boy looked serious. He knew that having a main heroine around was going to make his life a lot more difficult. He thought back to the game settings, picturing his character with his odd hobbies, while Rika acted like a cheerful cat girl. A dark aura flared up around him as he resolved to keep his ordinary extra act going no matter what happened. He looked her dead in the eye and told her he would count on her too, playing along for now. This is a dangerous game he is playing. The dark tension he was projecting evaporates instantly as her cheerful energy proves to be too much for his gloom to handle. Rika laughed happily, showing off those fangs again. She was clearly over the moon about making a new friend in the class. His plan worked for the moment. He figured she was free to delude herself about his true nature as long as it kept him safe. Yoo-sung checked his phone while a tiny version of Rika whined in the background. She was a lot more high maintenance than she looked. He looked out over a neighborhood of luxury houses and realized Rika even had the rich girl setting to go along with her popularity. Rika pumped her fists with excitement, ready to take on the world with her new friend. I bet she regrets this in 10 chapters. Rika's eyes widen as she notices a detail she completely missed before, her pupils narrowing like a cat's in surprise. The blonde girl is stunned as she looks at Yoo-sung, her mouth agape in disbelief while he holds a small card out to her. Rika quickly regains her cheerful composure, clasping her hands and beaming at him while she talks about how fated their meeting feels. Yoo-sung pauses to process the situation, a sharp glint in his eyes as he considers how to handle the chaos that Rika always brings with her. Rika stands confidently with her arms crossed, looking pleased with herself while a small diagram in the background notes her status as the original heroine. Yoo-sung's aura takes a sudden and terrifying turn as he prepares to unleash a level of intensity that no ordinary high schooler should ever possess. Suddenly, a wicked smirk spreads across Kim Yoo-sung's face as he realizes the situation is turning into a classic comedy trope. He decides to lean into the role of the protagonist who gets help from a classmate just to show off his true skills later. He turns back to the blonde girl who is still waiting for a response. He is looking at her differently now, like she is a tool for his next big move in this game. Even the vending machine is weird, offering up bizarre drinks like Boss and generic vitamin C, while the tension between them continues to simmer and grow. Rika grabs a can of cola and starts chugging it like her life depends on it. She really does have that high-maintenance rich girl energy we were warned about earlier. She lets out a satisfied sigh and declares that nothing beats a cold soda after a long day of school. Her face is flushed with joy, and she looks completely at peace with her drink in hand. Even someone as intense as Yoo-sung has to admit she is kind of adorable when she is not being a headache. Rika doesn't have a single care in the world as she grins at him with those fangs showing, totally ignoring the storm of complicated thoughts currently brewing inside Kim's head. She gives him this knowing look that suggests she has a secret up her sleeve. She is definitely more than just a popular transfer student with a pretty face. She pulls out her phone and reveals a photo of herself in a totally different outfit. She is rocking a dark crop top and a punk aesthetic that is a far cry from her school uniform. This girl has layers, and she is clearly proud of her secret persona. The secret identity trope never fails. Yoo-sung stares at the screen, trying to process how this energetic girl fits into that edgy look. She just grins back at him, enjoying his stunned silence for once. He says something that clearly rubs her the wrong way because she starts barking back at him immediately. Her temper is just as short as her ponytail is high. The station is quiet for a moment as the sound of footsteps echoes across the platform, the intensity of their previous argument still lingering in the air. The green subway train roars into the station with a blur of light and speed. This is their ride out of here, but the conversation is far from over. Other commuters start to notice the commotion and turn their heads to see what all the noise is about. They probably think this is just couple having a lover's spat. Once they are on the train, the whispering continues as people judge the tall guy and the loud blonde girl. Rika seems completely oblivious to the attention, while Yoo-sung just stands there. She giggles and tells him that riding with him actually helped her find a shortcut. Yoo-sung is thinking that this is less of a shortcut and more of a full-on route hijack. She's absolutely convinced that she's found the ultimate shortcut on this giant, multicolored mess of a subway map, even though it looks like a complete death trap to anyone else. Yoo-sung starts giving her rapid-fire directions on which way to go. Rika gets those dizzy spirals in her eyes because she cannot keep up with his fast pace. He steps onto the train and leaves her standing there for a split second. She panics and asks if he is actually ditching her right now. Honestly, she deserves a little scare. They finally make it to the station, and she realizes it is time for them to part ways. She thanks him for everything today with a much softer tone. Yoo-sung looks back over his shoulder as he prepares to head home. He probably thought this would be the end of his troubles for the night. Her voice echoes in his mind as she tells him she will be counting on him tomorrow too. She is definitely not letting him go that easily. The train doors start to slide shut, and she gives him a massive smile and a wave. She looks genuinely happy to have spent the afternoon with our boy, even if it was chaotic. The flowers and sparkles around her really sell that pure high school crush vibe. She is falling hard and fast. He stands alone on the platform, watching the train pull away into the dark tunnel. He repeats her words in his head and realizes his peaceful life is officially over. A single word hangs in the silence of the station, a question that seems to carry more weight than anything else they've discussed today. Our protagonist stands there with his bag over his shoulder, looking like he just survived hurricane. He has no idea what he is in for when school starts again. Yoo-sung clenches his fist in frustration as he repeats the shocking question back to himself, his mind racing to understand why he's being singled out for whatever she has planned next. Our story picks up in a quiet corner of the school parking lot near the recycling bins. A lone figure sits under a small gazebo, trying to enjoy some peace and quiet during his lunch break. He opens up a wooden lunchbox filled with perfectly prepared kimbap. Every piece looks like it was made by a professional chef and arranged with extreme care. Just as he is about to take his first bite, a sudden shout breaks the silence and stops him mid-motion before the food can reach his mouth. Someone is screaming the name Kim at the top of their lungs from across the lot, shattering the peaceful atmosphere he was trying to enjoy. Our protagonist, Kim Yoo-sung, looks up with a confused expression, wondering who would be looking for him way out here. He just wanted to eat his lunch in peace. Standing there is Kishimoto Rika, looking absolutely devastated with tears welling up in her green eyes. She is trembling while holding her heart-patterned pouch, making a scene right in front of the cars. That is one hell of an entrance for a lunch break. She starts sobbing, her small fangs visible as she tries to find the words to explain why she is so upset. The poor girl looks like her world is ending over a simple lunch encounter. Rika explains that eating alone in the classroom makes everyone else feel uncomfortable, so she thought eating alone out here would be easier. Still, she insists that Kim should not have to eat by himself. Kim just stares at her, totally unfazed by the sudden emotional outburst while he holds his lunch box. He is clearly used to this kind of drama and just wants to finish his meal. Despite her own tears, she tells him that even though he is alone, he does not actually look lonely. She is blushing like crazy while trying to compose herself, which is honestly a bit much for a simple parking lot meeting. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as she notices something interesting inside the box he is holding. She gets a clear look at the kimbap Kim is eating, and the quality is way higher than any standard school lunch. Just like that, her sadness completely vanishes, and she lights up with pure excitement. She is practically vibrating with joy now, completely forgetting her earlier breakdown. Kim watches the shift in her mood with a skeptical look. He thinks to himself that she can cry on command way too fast. She's definitely a professional at manipulation if she wants to be. Rika is all smiles now, her fangs peeking out as she beams at him with pure happiness. The atmosphere has shifted from a tragedy to a rom-com in less than 30 seconds. She suddenly snaps into a pouty, cat-like anger, barking at him as if she is offended by something he said. Talk about a total mood swing within a single conversation. She decides to help herself and reaches in with her chopsticks to snag a piece of his food before he can protest. Rika takes a big bite and starts chewing happily, her eyes closed in anticipation of the flavor. Her face explodes with happiness as the flavor hits her. Sparkles and flowers practically surround her as she realizes just how delicious the food actually is. This girl really wears her heart on her sleeve. She asks him if his family really does run a Korean restaurant, since the cooking is so incredible. The two of them sit together on the bench, and Kim tells her thanks for enjoying it. Honestly, this is actually kind of wholesome. It looks like he finally has some company for his meal. Kim watches her talk with a tiny hint of interest, even if he is still acting his usual stoic self toward her energy. Now it is his turn to try some of her food. She offers him her lunchbox, which is filled with rolled omelets, tomatoes, and fried shrimp. Kim takes a piece and starts chewing, expecting a normal homemade meal from his new lunch companion. His eyes bulge out and he freezes in place. The intensity of the flavor is so strong that it sends a literal shock through his system and leaves him speechless. In his mind, he imagines a chef aggressively sprinkling sugar over everything like a madman. The legendary sugar sprinkling technique in action. It is a total sugar overload. He thinks to himself that the food is way too sweet even for him. He wonders if she based her recipe on some kind of sugar, obsessed story, or if she just lost her sense of taste. Kim looks over at Rika, who is still happily munching away, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her food is basically a pile of candy in disguise. A literal fire ignites in Kim's eyes as he gets serious. He tells her that eating only sweets will absolutely ruin her health. He looks like a man on a mission to save her taste buds. He promises her that for her own good, he's going to show her what a real zero-sugar K-style omelet tastes like next time they meet. Rika just laughs, completely charmed by his sudden passion for her health. She seems more than happy to have him cook for her again soon. Their peaceful moment is shattered by the deafening sound of a whistle blowing nearby. Both of them jump in surprise and look toward the source of the noise. Standing in the distance are two students watching them. One is a guy with glasses and the other is Yukika, who looks extremely displeased with what she sees. Yukika is shaking with rage, her dark blue hair and red ribbons trembling as she stares them down with intense disapproval. She puts the silver whistle to her lips and blows another sharp blast, her eyes narrowed in fury. Someone is about to get a detention for having fun. Pattern anyone, the peaceful atmosphere of the academy grounds was about to be shattered by some seriously high-stakes drama. Kim Yoo-sung and Kishimoto Rika are startled as a red wooden sword suddenly drops down right between them, ending their mealtime chat abruptly. The peaceful atmosphere of the academy grounds is about to be shattered by some seriously high-stakes drama and an intense aura of pure rage. Someone is absolutely losing their mind over what they call improper relationships between students. The air vibrates as this angry individual begins a massive lecture. The rant continues as a dark silhouette trembles with fury. Apparently heaven might forgive such things, but this self-appointed morality police definitely won't. But just as the tension reached a breaking point, she stepped forward to make her presence known to everyone on the rooftop. It was Fuma Yukika, the legendary student council president herself. She stood tall with her long, dark blue hair flowing and that signature red ribbon in her ponytail. She looked ready to hand out a lifetime of detentions for even the slightest rule violation. Kim Yoo-sung just stared at her with a look of pure confusion. He honestly had no idea why this girl was acting like she just caught them committing a crime. Heavy footsteps approached from behind the furious president. It sounded like she brought some backup to handle this supposed delinquency. A guy with glasses and a very stiff uniform stepped into the light. He looked like the type of student who follows the handbook word for word every single day. Our boy let out a small sigh as he tried to process this ridiculous situation. These student council types were always so extra for no reason. Rika, on the other hand, was just happily munching on her lunch while staring at Yukika. She didn't look intimidated in the slightest by the president's intense glare. Yukika hid her face behind a red fan and demanded to know if Rika had something to say. She was trying so hard to maintain her cool and authoritative aura. Suddenly, Rika snapped her fingers with a huge grin as she finally recognized her. She shouted out that she remembered who this was, the Dark Student Council president. Rika continued her cheerful assault, saying that seeing her in person totally made the nickname make sense. She was being so friendly, it was actually kind of terrifying. Yukika started screaming in frustration as Rika just stood there with a blank expression. Tsundere vibes are off the charts with this one. Rika told her she should just own the look since everyone calls it cosplay anyway. This completely broke the president's brain and sent a wave of embarrassment straight to her face. She was blushing so hard she looked like she might actually explode from the shame. Seeing the president trembling with shame, Rika held out a piece of egg bread as a peace offering. It was a classic move to disarm an angry opponent with carbs. Rika looked genuinely confused when her offer for food didn't immediately solve the problem. She just wanted everyone to be happy and fed. Yukika turned tail and started running while screaming that she would let it slide today. She warned them to mark her words because this wasn't over yet. Her voice trailed off in the distance as she made her hasty escape. She was definitely not prepared for a social interaction that she couldn't control with rules. She ran away while swearing revenge for the humiliation she just suffered. Her glasses-wearing lackey was left scrambling to keep up with his milady. Kim Yoo-sung and Rika just watched them go with totally blank stares. That was probably the weirdest encounter they had all week. A little later, our boy was sitting in class with his arms crossed while the other students chatted away. He seemed to be deep in thought about something. He sensed a presence approaching his desk and looked up to see who was bothering him now. Hopefully, it wasn't another student council member. Of course, it was Rika walking in with her usual boundless energy and a bag over her shoulder. She was always ready for the next adventure. She placed a booklet on his desk that was the official Ikigo Academy Club guide. It encouraged students to find a club and enjoy school to the fullest. Rika giggled and looked at him with those bright green eyes. She was clearly hinting that they should find a club to join together. Kim Yoo-sung looked down at the paper and let out a thoughtful hum. He was weighing his options in this new school environment. He asked her if she wanted to start right away as he prepared to stand up. He wasn't one to waste time once he made a decision. Yoo-sung's sudden motivation catches Rika completely off guard as he towers over her. He looks totally unfazed while she jumps back in surprise from his intense and sudden movement. He is finally ready to take action. The atmosphere in the room begins to shift as his motivation changes rapidly. He is clearly done playing it safe and is ready to unleash. Our boy got a sharp glint in his eyes and a small smirk played on his lips. This was the face of someone who was about to cause some trouble. He stated that he was curious, while a massive surge of purple energy began to erupt from his body. The calm student was gone, and the powerhouse was back. He cracked his knuckles as the purple aura swirled around him with intense power. Whatever club they were joining was about to get a lot more interesting. Kim Yoo-sung decided that hiding his power was no longer an option as his aura exploded. He was done playing the quiet student. Classic power-up move right here. Our boy wanted to see exactly how far this raw strength could take him. He was ready to crush anyone standing in his way. Honestly fair. Watch this come back to bite him later. Someone sends a soccer ball flying with a powerful kick across the school grounds. You can practically feel the impact from the speed of the shot. But despite all that power, the ball sails high and wide of the goalpost. It is a total miss that ends up way out of bounds. The goalie stands there looking completely unimpressed while watching the ball disappear. He cannot believe how terrible their aim is today. A pair of delinquents standing nearby start laughing their heads off at the display. They mock the players for missing 5 shots in a row without scoring once. Bullies in these stories never know when to shut up. The soccer players are fuming because they were actually using the field first. The guy with the glasses looks especially worried about the confrontation. One of the delinquents with messy gray hair starts to turn around with a smug look. He is clearly looking for more trouble to stir up. The duo gets aggressive and demands to know who the players think they are talking to. They brag about being the school's top striker duo like they own the place. Suddenly, a tall guy with spiky reddish hair and a serious expression steps forward. He does not look like he is in the mood for games. The delinquents freeze the moment they see the number 10 on his white jersey. That number carries a lot of weight on this field. This is Zero-Back Ryohei, the third-year captain of the soccer club. He coldly tells them that his team needs the field and asks if they mind clearing out immediately. The two bullies are suddenly shaking in their boots and gulping hard. That was a quick 180. The gray-haired delinquent immediately loses all his bravado and starts scratching his head nervously. He forces a fake smile and tries to laugh off the tension. Ryohei watches them leave with a bored expression while his teammate beams with pride. His friend thinks the captain is the coolest guy in school for handling that so easily. But Ryohei is not interested in the praise and admits that no one has really caught his eye yet. He is looking for real talent, not just fanboys, building up the sports arc before the real chaos hits. Ryohei looks out over the field with a heavy heart because he is desperate to win nationals this year. It is his final season, and the pressure is starting to mount. He worries that the club simply does not have enough raw talent to make it to the top. Without a miracle, their dreams of winning are dead in the water. The sun beats down on the campus as the school day continues. Everything seems peaceful on the surface, but the atmosphere is about to shift. The white walls of the school building stand tall under the clear blue sky. It looks like a normal day for everyone except our main characters. Someone is clenching their teeth so hard you can almost hear them grinding. Pure frustration is radiating off this person in waves. The delinquent with the blonde undercut is still complaining to his friend as they walk away. He is clearly annoyed that they had to back down from the captain. He tells his buddy to handle things himself if he wants because he is done with the drama. He just wants to get away from the field. The gray-haired guy looks confused and tries to keep up with his friend's angry pace. They are so busy arguing that they are not even looking where they are going. The blonde delinquent accidentally bumps right into someone with a solid thud. He does not realize he just made the biggest mistake of his life. He spins around and starts screaming at the person, asking if they are blind. He is looking to take out his frustration on an easy target. A single word rings out in the silence as the tension reaches a breaking point. The air gets heavy as the stranger finally looks up. It is our boy Kim Yoo-sung, looking more menacing than ever with his dark hair and piercing gaze. He stands there like an immovable wall of pure intimidation. The bullies recognize him instantly, and their faces turn pale as ghosts. They scream that it is the heir of the mad dog Fist Kim and tell each other to run if they want to live. His reputation is basically a cheat code at this point. They really ran for their lives. Yoo-sung stands there looking completely confused by their sudden panic. Next to him, Kishimoto Rika looks up from her book with a dazed expression. Students in the background start whispering and pointing as news of his arrival spreads. They are all terrified of what the mad dog might do next. Rika gets a bit annoyed and mentions how they just talked to him and then bolted. She wonders why everyone treats him like a monster. Back on the soccer field, a player with the number 5 on his jersey is busy gathering the scattered balls. He is just trying to finish his chores. He stops in his tracks when he hears strange noise coming from the entrance. He looks over his shoulder with a curious expression. Yoo-sung and Rika walk onto the field while a heavy wind seems to follow them. The students watching from the sidelines are losing their minds wondering why he is here. Rika suggests they start their search with the soccer club. The atmosphere turns dark and purple as the players imagine the worst. They wonder if he is here for revenge and realize no one can stop him if he goes off. A firm hand suddenly reaches out and grips the shoulder of a trembling student. It is a gesture meant to steady someone who is about to collapse from fear. Captain Ryohei stands tall behind his teammate, looking directly toward the new arrivals. He is the only one who does not seem intimidated by Yoo-sung's presence. A student is sweating and looking nervous. Something big is about to happen on the field, and everyone can feel the tension. Ryohei locks his gaze onto the legendary transfer student to see if those rumors about his power are actually true. Ryohei smirks, clearly interested in what he is seeing from the mysterious transfer student. Kim Yoo-sung stands there looking absolutely menacing. The onlookers think that with a body like that, he must be some nationally ranked delinquent. He definitely has a plan in mind for this club tryout today. Our boy takes a firm step onto the dirt. The impact is heavy and sends a small cloud of dust into the air. Yoo-sung looks back with a calm but piercing gaze. He's not intimidated by the soccer club members at all. Captain Ryohei crosses his arms and welcomes him to the club. He wants to see what this guy can actually do on the pitch. As Yoo-sung walks past, the captain flinches. The sheer pressure coming off our boy is definitely no joke. Ryohei is internally screaming because even though Yoosung is only a bit taller, he feels like a total dwarf standing next to him. That aura is just different. He's never felt pressure like this before from a high schooler. Even through his clothes, Yoosung's muscles are clearly visible and bulging. Ryohei realizes this guy is a physical monster and wonders what happens if he actually joins the team. He might be the key to everything they need. Suddenly, the captain starts daydreaming about winning the championship trophy. This guy is already counting his chickens before they hatch. Winning nationals this year isn't just a dream anymore if they have a physical beast like this leading the charge. Yoosung remains stoic, focused on the task at hand. He's not here for the trophies or the glory. Ryohei asks him what's with that intense look. Our boy is ready to show them a little something special. He places his foot right next to the ball. Everything goes quiet on the field for a single heartbeat. Standing alone in front of the goal, Yoosung prepares for the shot. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. He thinks to himself that with his current strength level, he only has one real chance to get this right without destroying the whole field. He needs to focus his energy perfectly. Purple energy starts radiating from his body as he taps into his hidden power. This is about to get crazy. He clenches his fists and steadies his breathing. He's deciding how much force to actually unleash here. If he's going to do this, he's going all out. No half measures for our protagonist today. His legs glow with an intense purple aura as he builds up massive pressure. Power reporting indeed. He drops into a low squat to generate maximum torque from his powerful core muscles. Kim Yoosung focuses all his momentum as a massive shock wave of energy begins to coil around him. He's about to unleash a devastating strike that carries the weight of a freight train. 300 kilograms of pure concentrated power are funneled into his kicking leg. With a ferocious expression, he prepares to unleash the beast. That look says it all. Yoosung swings his leg in a massive arc, trailing purple flames through the air. Classic over-the-top sports move right here. The impact creates a massive shock wave as his foot connects with the ball. It looks more like cannon fire than a soccer kick. The air around him ripples from the sheer force of the blow. That ball had no chance of survival. The teammates are blown back by the wind pressure, eyes wide in absolute terror and confusion. They can't even track the movement with their eyes. The ball has basically vanished into thin air. The goal is wide open, but there is no ball to be seen in the net or anywhere else. Ryohei is shaking because the ball didn't actually go into the goal. It literally exploded and popped on the spot from the insane pressure of the kick. Talk about an expensive tryout. Our boy just deleted that ball from existence. Yoosung casually walks away while Kishimoto Rika checks her notes. She seems totally unfazed by the total destruction of school property. Rika giggles, saying this feels like they are just going around breaking different stages in a game. Ryohei is just left standing there in shock, wondering what he just witnessed. The school bells ring as word starts to spread about the monster, who just wrecked the soccer team with a single kick. Students are rushing to see the commotion. Meanwhile, Yukika watches from the shadows with a serious expression, knowing things are getting very interesting. Yukika watches with interest now that Kim Yoosung has finally decided to make his move. She clearly knows more about his secret than she lets on, and seeing his power in action only deepens her curiosity. Our boy has officially put the school on notice that he is done playing nice. Kim Yoosung is tearing through the sports clubs like a one-man wrecking crew. He shatters a basketball backboard, then nearly kills the baseball team before leaving a literal crater in the tennis court. The regular students are shaking in their boots after seeing this monster in action. Looking at her club checklist, it seems soccer, baseball, and tennis are already crossed off with little pink hearts. She is moving fast through this list. Kishimoto Rika is hyped up because he managed to clear those clubs in record time with just one hit each. Our protagonist just stands there looking like this is a normal Tuesday for him. He looks down at her wondering why she is so excited about him destroying school property. She looks back with a sparkle in her eye. Rika is clearly cooking up a devious scheme as she checks her tablet with a mischievous grin. Those little fangs of hers definitely mean trouble for our protagonist as they head into the next trial. Suddenly she pulls out a pair of red glasses from thin air like she is about to get serious. The energy in the room just shifted. She puts them on and strikes a professional pose, looking like a world-class manager ready to take on any challenge. She really knows how to make an entrance. Kim Yoo-sung has no idea what is going on with this sudden personality shift and just looks confused. He is definitely not used to this energy. She starts explaining that the track and field club is the perfect place for building up his stamina and focus for future battles. Chibai Rika is absolutely dusting the competition on the track like she is some kind of elite Olympian. This little version of her is honestly the best thing about this entire series so far. Then she imagines herself hitting the pool for 10 laps of swimming like a pro athlete. She even has cat ears on her swimming cap. Even in kendo, she is just dominating everyone and whacking people over the head without mercy. She is a natural-born athlete in her own mind. She pushes her red glasses up to her face and concludes that there are only 3 sports clubs left for them to trial today. She is taking this whole manager role way too seriously. Taking the glasses off, she turns back to him with that bright smile of hers. She is clearly enjoying her time as his personal talent scout. But then her face turns bright red, and she looks like she just realized something incredibly embarrassing. Her confidence just vanished in a second. She starts sweating bullets and looks like she is about to short-circuit right there in the hallway. Our protagonist just watches her meltdown with a blank stare. She starts nervously twirling her hair while her hands shake from the sheer awkwardness of the situation. She is really struggling to stay cool. Poor Rika is looking like a ripe tomato at this point and cannot even make eye contact anymore. This is a massive change from her professional manager persona. Kim Yoo-sung narrows his eyes because he can tell something weird is brewing in that head of hers. He knows a trap when he sees one. He wonders if she is actually embarrassed or if he is about to get hit with some weird genre-breaking plot twist. Our boy is way too self-aware for an MC. Rika manages to calm herself down for a second and looks up at him with those big green eyes. She is trying her best to recover. Rika is not playing around anymore and suddenly grabs Yoo-sung by the arm to make sure he stays put. She is taking full control of the situation and refuses to let him wander off alone. She starts dragging him along toward their next destination like he does not have a choice in the matter. She is back to her energetic self. He decides it is probably best not to ask why she was so flustered since she clearly won't answer anyway. Some secrets are better left alone. The two of them head deeper into the school grounds together as the sun begins to set over the horizon. The real test is about to begin. They arrive to find a massive crowd of students gathered in front of a pair of large double doors. Everyone seems to be waiting for someone. One of the students with a phone notices them approaching and shouts out that he has finally arrived. The news is spreading fast. Kim Yoo-sung puts on his game face and looks ready for whatever challenge is waiting behind those heavy doors. He is not backing down. Rika walks beside him with a smug little cat smile, like she is the one who did all the hard work to get him here. The crowd starts whispering as the main attraction makes his way through the middle of the hallway. You can feel the tension rising. The student reporters and club leaders are already swarming the scene, and they seem both terrified and annoyed by the chaos he created. The school news is about to blow up. Chibai Rika puts her glasses back on and acts like she is his high-powered agent dealing with the pushy press. She loves the attention. The training hall doors finally slide open as a blinding light spills out to reveal the final hurdle of the day. This is the moment of truth everyone was waiting for. Yoo-sung stops in his tracks with a puzzled expression as he hears a strange noise coming from the training hall. He wonders what kind of intense practice could be happening behind those closed doors. A mysterious girl with long, dark hair walks through the corridor, her presence drawing everyone's attention as she approaches the scene. Yoo-sung looks on with a calm, stoic expression as the new challenger finally makes her presence known, holding what appears to be a wrapped weapon. The girl, Yukika, stares him down with sharp purple eyes and a determined expression. She looks ready to put an end to the day's events right then and there. Without saying a word, she raises her wrapped sword and points it directly at Yoo-sung's chest, a clear declaration of a challenge in front of the entire student crowd. Yoo-sung remains unfazed by the sudden confrontation, staring back at her with a look of mild curiosity rather than intimidation. Yukika's gaze hardens as she assesses the boy standing before her. She doesn't seem pleased by his lack of reaction to her challenge. She shifts her weight and tosses the heavy sword bag over her shoulder with a sharp movement. It's clear she is ready to back up her talk with some serious action. Standing tall in her school uniform, she looks every bit the part of a disciplined warrior. She is not here to play games, and she wants Yusung to know it. One of the guys in the background is absolutely losing his mind. This is the kind of drama school kids live for, especially when the top students start clashing. Everyone pulls out their phones to record the showdown. They are hooting and hollering like they are at a championship match instead of a school hallway. Yusung turns to Rika and mutters that these people are treating him like some final boss villain. Rika just giggles, clearly enjoying the chaos. Classic anime protagonist problems right here. Suddenly, a thunderous shout of silence rings through the corridor. Yukika has had enough of the peanut gallery and lets out a roar that stops everyone in their tracks. The crowd instantly freezes. You could hear a pin drop as the students realize they might have pushed the Kendo Club star a little too far. She stares them down with an intensity that could melt lead. Her focus returns to Yusung, and the temperature in the room feels like it just dropped 10 degrees. Yukika focuses all her killing intent on Yusung, her purple eyes glowing with terrifying intensity. She is clearly out for blood and ready to crush anyone who dares to challenge her authority in the Kendo Club. The spectators look like they are about to faint from the sheer pressure. Even the most annoying classmates have finally realized they should probably start backing away slowly. Yusung senses the shift in the atmosphere and his posture sharpens. Even Rika has stopped laughing and is looking at the blue-haired girl with genuine concern. Yusung realizes the pressure Yukika is giving off is the real deal as a massive spectral snake manifests behind her. This girl is a total monster, and her killing intent is unlike anything he has faced so far in this world. Knowing things are about to get messy, Yusung tells Rika to stay put and wait for him outside. He doesn't want her getting caught in the crossfire of whatever is about to happen. Rika decides to stay behind since she knows she would only get yelled at for intruding on the club space. She wishes Yusung luck as he prepares to walk into what is surely going to be a massive headache. They move the confrontation into the kendo practice room where the air is thick with the scent of old wood and discipline. This is Yukika's home turf, and the atmosphere instantly feels much heavier than it did in the hallway. Yukika stands in the center of the dojo, already holding a wooden shinai. She looks perfectly at home in this environment, her long ponytail draped over her shoulder as she prepares for combat. Yusung picks up his own wooden sword and faces her across the polished floor. The distance between them feels like a physical barrier as they size each other up. Our boy tightens his grip on the hilt. He can feel the focus radiating off her, and he knows he can't afford to hold back against an opponent this dedicated. Yukika immediately drops into an aggressive stance that proves she is a natural-born predator in this arena. She is not holding anything back, and Yusung better realize that this match is about to get very serious. She tells him straight up that he won't even come close to touching her uniform. That is some top-tier trash talk for a kendo master, and she sounds like she means it. Yukika locks her unwavering gaze onto his every movement as she prepares her next strike. She is waiting for the slightest opening or a single flinch that will allow her to end this duel with one decisive blow. She tells him to prepare himself, and just like that, the real battle is about to begin. Yusung better hope his skills are up to the task because Yukika is playing for keeps. The training hall was quiet, but the air felt heavy with tension before the storm broke. Suddenly the silence shattered as our boy Kim Yusung clashed wooden blades with Yukika in a fierce exchange. Yukika moved with terrifying speed, her strikes coming in a relentless barrage that forced him across the wooden floor. She mocked him, claiming he was just some regular guy who worked out a bit and was way out of his league. Kim Yusung keeps his cool as he stoically blocks every strike during this heated kendo duel. He doesn't even flinch at her speed, waiting for the perfect opening to turn her aggressive momentum against her and end this. His grip tightened on the bamboo sword as he prepared to turn the tide of this lopsided battle. With a sudden and calculated strike, Yukika sent his weapon flying high into the air and out of his reach. Even without a weapon, our protagonist did not show a hint of fear as he stared her down. Yukika laughed while calling him a foolish boy for thinking he stood a chance against her skills. She boasted that he could not even break through a simple magic circle, while looking down on him with absolute confidence. She lunged forward to finish him off, but Yu-sung reached out his hand as if to catch the very air around them. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and the shadows in the room seemed to dance at his command. Something was about to change in a big way, and Yukiko was not prepared for the shift in power. Our boy flashed this terrifying grin, and you just knew he was about to end her whole career. Yukiko froze in her tracks, because her warrior instincts were screaming that something was horribly wrong. In the blink of an eye, he reclaimed his weapon and stood his ground with newfound intensity. She quickly backed away and lowered her stance, because her confidence was suddenly replaced by a cold sweat. She wondered if he had spared her on purpose, or if this was all part of some deeper plan to break her spirit. Yu-sung knew that if he had been even a moment slower, that duel could have ended very badly for him. She realized that dragging the fight out would only put her at a disadvantage against this mysterious opponent. Desperate to end it once, and for all, she summoned the spiritual aura of a massive and terrifying serpent. The blue energy swirled around her like a living nightmare, filling the hall with a suffocating pressure. This escalated quickly as she prepares to erase him from existence with her clan's deadly spiritual energy. She prepared to unleash the most forbidden secret technique of her clan to slay the wicked and end the fight. She charged forward with a fierce roar, pouring every single ounce of her spirit and mana into this final attack. The ground cracked beneath her feet as she moved with a speed that defied the laws of physics. Every drop of her clan training was behind this strike, making it the ultimate test. She shouted that this was the end for Kim Yu-sung as she prepared to unleash the full power of her art. The tension in the air reaches a breaking point as she prepares to strike him down with everything she has. There's no turning back now, and the entire room is about to be consumed by her spirit. The entire hall is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy as the blue serpent collides with Yu-sung. The sheer force of the impact shakes the room to its core in a terrifying display of pure martial skill. Yu-sung takes the direct hit from the secret technique, but the strike seems to vanish against his body in a flash of light. Yukiko is frozen in disbelief that her clan's most powerful secret art didn't even leave a scratch on her opponent. She struggles to comprehend how someone could withstand the technique, as the realization that she has lost begins to set in. With one final arrogant cry, she stakes everything on this finishing blow to prove her superiority over the transfer student. She is convinced that this strike will end the fight and put him in his place once and for all, ending the kendo club's embarrassment. The wind is knocked right out of her as the invisible pressure of the attack lands a direct hit. She never expected him to be able to counter her ultimate move with such devastating efficiency. The girl is completely blindsided as an invisible impact hammers into her chest, shattering her confidence instantly. She never even saw the counter coming. As she falls to the floor, she looks at her broken weapon and realizes she couldn't even sense the speed of his strike. The gap in their power is so massive that she didn't even see the move that finished her off. A terrifying thought crosses her mind as she realizes the person she was just fighting is a complete monster. This realization leaves her trembling with fear. Kim Yu-sung notices his muscle enhancement system has reached level 4, explaining why that legendary strike felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. The gossip was spreading faster than a wildfire through the hallways. Everyone was convinced that after that display, Kim was the new king of the school hierarchy. Inside the classroom, the girls are whispering about the incredible rumors regarding the new power dynamic at school. Yu-sung sits silently as the surrounding students point and gossip about his victory over the Fuma clan heir. An empty desk remains a silent witness to the shift in the school's hierarchy following the previous day's duel. Yu-sung can't help but feel the weight of the stairs, realizing his attempt to stay under the radar has completely failed. He wonders if his sudden growth is a permanent change or just a temporary buff, but he knows things are about to get complicated. A blonde guy tries to play it cool while his classmates tease him about his new connection to the strongest guy in school. It seems like everyone is trying to figure out where they stand now that the power dynamic has shifted. Rika skips over with her usual high energy and that signature fang to tease him about his new fame. She seems much more interested in his secret than the rest of the student body. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered when a red-haired girl kicks the door open and screams for Sakamoto Ryuji to get out here. She looks like she's on a warpath, and is not taking no for an answer. The students are completely caught off guard, wondering who this girl is and why she's making such a massive scene. She stands there like a final boss ready to settle a score. Sakamoto Ryuji looks like he wants to crawl into a hole as the entire class turns to look at him. He definitely wasn't expecting to be called out so aggressively today. Tojo wastes no time in getting right in his face, looking for an explanation for what happened earlier. She's tiny, but her aura is absolutely terrifying to everyone watching. She accuses him of beating up her underlings, refusing to accept any excuses or talk of a misunderstanding. Even in chibai form, her anger is radiating through the entire classroom. Yusung and Rika can only watch the chaos from the back, wondering how things escalated so quickly. Rika seems intrigued, while Yusung just looks tired of the constant drama. Akashi doesn't hesitate to jump into the middle of the confrontation, surprising both Sakamoto and the angry newcomer. She is the only one brave enough to interrupt this explosive situation before things get physical. Akashi stands her ground, staring Tojo down with an intensity that matches her own. The two of them are locked in a silent battle of wills before Akashi delivers her final piece of evidence. The red-haired girl stares in shock, her aggressive momentum coming to a grinding halt. It seems Akashi's interruption and the weight of the new information have finally forced her to pause and think. Akashi finally jumps in to defend him, asking Tojo if she still thinks Ryuji is to blame after hearing the real story. She isn't going to let a false accusation stand. Tojo turns away with a huff, her face heating up as she tries to process her own feelings. The aggressive front is crumbling, replaced by a flustered energy that even she doesn't seem to understand. Akashi watches with a confused expression, sensing that the vibe has shifted from a fight to something far more dangerous. She has no idea what kind of madness is about to come out of Tojo's mouth. Tojo decides that if he wasn't actually trying to start a fight, then there is only one logical conclusion to reach. She prepares to drop a bombshell that no one is ready for. She draws in a huge breath and lets out a deafening shout that echoes through the halls. This isn't a declaration of war. It's something much more chaotic for Sakamoto's social life. The entire room freezes as the red-haired girl points a finger and demands that he becomes her man right then and there. It is the most aggressive and unexpected public confession anyone has ever seen. Sakamoto stands there with a completely hollow expression, his brain failing to process the words he just heard. He was prepared for a brawl, but a public confession was never on the menu. Tojo keeps her finger pointed right at his chest, making sure there is absolutely no confusion about who she's talking to. She's dead serious about this sudden change of heart, and she wants an answer. Akashi is left completely speechless, her mind short-circuiting as she tries to make sense of the situation. She was just trying to win an argument, not lose her friend to a surprise confession. Tojo refuses to let him escape, physically holding him in place while the rest of the students watch in stunned silence. The atmosphere in the room has officially turned into a soap opera. Akashi finally finds her voice and screams in total denial, unable to accept this insane turn of events. She is not about to let a random girl walk in and claim her friend like that. Kim Yusung is sweating bullets as he realizes he has walked right into a classic rom-com heroine trap. He knows this kind of public pressure is a total nightmare to deal with in front of his whole class. A blonde girl with a fang watches the drama unfold with stars in her eyes and a huge blush on her face. She seems to be loving every second of this chaotic romantic development. The red-haired girl keeps her eyes locked on him, waiting for an answer while looking surprisingly cute despite her aggressive entrance. Will this wild confession actually work? Or is the school about to get even crazier? Class starts with the usual buzzing of rumors among the students. They are all discussing the complicated love lives of their peers. Gossip is the main event here. The boys are debating who the best girl in school is, and one thinks Akashi is the safest bet. She just sits there looking adorable and completely unaware of the conversation. One student claims the real prize is the fierce girl who snarls at everyone. He imagines Tojo turning into a puppy for her man. That is a bold take. Tojo steps up and points right at Sakamoto. She shouts for him to be her man without any hesitation. Our boy and Rika watch the madness unfold. Rika turns to our protagonist and asks for his opinion on the situation. Kim Yoo-sung is caught off guard. He just wants to survive the school day. Kim Yoo-sung thinks back to how the story was supposed to go originally. In the manga, Sakamoto is meant to end up with Maya for a happy ending. Honestly, that is a vibe if things actually stayed on track. Rika winks and mentions how Sakamoto is supposed to be dating Tojo in this version. She seems to know a lot about these social circles and the local drama. She brags about being the one who gives Tojo love advice. Rika looks proud while our boy is annoyed. Her confidence is louder than her personality. Our protagonist questions how she can be so sure about her skills. Rika does not miss a beat and confirms she is an expert at matchmaking. She insists she is good at this while pumping her fists. Kim Yoo-sung thinks she is just a meddler. He is definitely not convinced. A close-up shows Kim Yoo-sung struggling to find a response. He is clearly not buying Rika's claims. Sometimes it is better to just stay quiet. Later, he spots Tojo sitting alone on top of a desk. She looks surprisingly melancholy compared to her usual self. He wonders what she is doing there. The class is whispering about why Tojo is hanging out in their room. Rumors say she is pestering Sakamoto non-stop for a weekend date. She apparently wants to buy him a meal as an apology. Tojo just stares off into space, looking completely detached from the students talking behind her back. Our protagonist freezes when he hears the term big shot. He realizes there is more to Tojo than a short temper. He is connecting the dots. This red-haired girl isn't just some random student, because she's actually the daughter of the legendary boss of the Isekai. The intimidating man with glasses looming behind her makes it clear that her family ties are as dangerous as they come. People whisper about her father leading a massive Yakuza group. Yoo-sung watches as his classmate confirms the scary truth. Things just got a lot more dangerous. Despite the heavy news, our boy maintains a deadpan expression. He looks like this is just another Tuesday in his chaotic life. It takes a lot to rattle him. The classmate tells Yoo-sung he feels like calling him boss now. That face is actually terrifying. The school hierarchy is shifting in some very weird directions. Kim Yoo-sung reflects on the fact that they are inside a manga world. Tropes and plot points are literally dictating their lives. That is a heavy thought. Tojo suddenly stands up from her desk with an intense glare and shouts Sakamoto's name. She looks ready to settle some business, and the sheer force of her voice startles everyone nearby. Tojo corners Sakamoto in the hallway, loudly insisting on giving him a proper apology. While Sakamoto looks flustered, Yoo-sung watches from a distance, thinking to himself that this protagonist drama doesn't concern him. Tojo turns and snaps that this has nothing to do with him. She has a fierce look that would make anyone run. She is focused on Sakamoto. She sprints out of the room and slams the door open. The teacher and the rest of the class can only watch her disappear in silence. Tojo bursts into the locker room and finds Sakamoto changing clothes. He looks absolutely horrified by the intrusion. The other students nearby are just as shocked. The chase continues through the hallways with Sakamoto running for his life. Tojo is hot on his heels. It looks like a scene from a comedy. Poor Sakamoto is literally crying and begging for mercy while he tries to escape. He has completely given up on his dignity. Being targeted is tough. In the cafeteria, Yoo-sung and Rika are carrying their lunch trays. They have moved on from the earlier drama to focus on food. Rika is chatting away. A close-up shows the delicious tonkatsu curry and a bowl of hot udon. This is the calm before the next social storm hits the school. Rika asks if he wants to come over to her place if he has time. Yoo-sung is so shocked he nearly drops his tray in surprise. Our protagonist looks at her with wide eyes and a blank expression. He was not expecting an invitation like that during lunch. His brain is racing. Rika explains she wants to show him her massive manga collection. She gestures toward a shelf while acting out her excitement. Yoo-sung breathes a sigh of relief. They sit down to eat, and the conversation returns to normal. Rika looks thoughtful as she picks at her food while our boy tries to recover. Rika gives him a cheeky look and mentions a peculiar problem with her diet. She looks satisfied as she prepares her punchline. Our boy is clueless. She casually claims that everything she eats goes straight to her chest. Yoo-sung's brain short-circuits as he tries to process that. He is frozen in shock. Rika calls him out for staring and laughs at his reaction. She definitely knew exactly what she was doing. Our boy realizes he walked into a trap. A close-up of Rika's face shows her looking down with a small, mischievous smile. She seems to be enjoying the effect her teasing has on Yu-sung, her green eyes full of playful energy. Suddenly, Rika lets out a loud shout that echoes through the whole cafeteria. Everyone turns to look as she screams about Tokyo at the top of her lungs, catching the attention of the red-haired student sitting nearby. She realizes this is her big moment to shine and gets this mischievous glint in her eyes. Yu-sung is just in the corner, hoping the floor opens up and swallows him whole before things get even weirder. Tojo looks over from her meal with a confused expression, wondering why this blonde girl is making such a scene. She is clearly trying to figure out if she has seen this loudmouth somewhere before. Recognition hits Tojo like a truck as she points a finger in total disbelief. She finally realizes this is the infamous Kishimoto girl that everyone has been gossiping about lately. Rika leans in with a smug little grin, enjoying the attention while Tojo starts sweating bullets. She is clearly not used to dealing with someone this intense and unpredictable. Tojo blurts out that Rika is supposed to be some kind of legendary master at love counseling. She just leaked her supposed secret talent in front of the entire room. That catches Rika completely off guard, and her smug face disappears in an instant. She has no idea where Tojo got that information from or why she thinks she is an expert. Panicked, Tojo dives forward and clamps her hand over Rika's mouth to stop her from saying anything else. She begs her to stay quiet before even more people hear the commotion. She is blushing harder than a tomato now, totally overwhelmed by the situation and their proximity. This is a classic rom-com misunderstanding in the making right here. Later that evening, Yu-sung walks home alone, reflecting on the absolute circus he witnessed at lunch. Kishimoto seems to be having the time of her life, but our boy is just exhausted from the drama. He trudges across the bridge as the sun begins to set. He thinks about meeting up with the group after school tomorrow for a serious talk. Things are moving way faster than he originally anticipated. Everyone agrees that it sounds like a plan as the day finally comes to an end. The sky is painted in deep shades of orange and pink. Our protagonist stops in front of a local gym, his mind drifting to how the original story was supposed to go. It should have been a simple rivalry centered around Sakamoto, but now that Rika is involved and helping everyone, the whole plot is spiraling out of control. Something about her eagerness just doesn't sit right with him. Yu-sung decides it is finally time to get serious about his training and heads straight to the local gym to build some muscle. He watches as a group of jacked guys push their bodies to the absolute limit with heavy weights and intense floor exercises. Just as he gets settled, he senses someone standing right behind him. He turns around, a bead of sweat dripping down his face from the sudden tension in the room. A familiar voice greets him, catching him completely off guard. He looks like he just saw a ghost. It turns out Yukika is right there, sporting a casual denim jacket rather than workout gear. Her dark blue hair is tied up in her signature ponytail with a red ribbon. Talk about a small world, catching her here of all places. Yu-sung is at the gym when he spots a familiar face. Yukika is there in her workout gear, looking ready for a serious training session. Our girl looks a bit surprised herself. Those purple eyes are fixed right on our protagonist as she processes seeing him here. The gym is packed with guys pushing their limits. Yu-sung is right in the thick of it, working up a serious sweat while others flex around him. Yukika takes a moment to survey the equipment and the busy room. She wonders where she should even start her routine for the day. Our boy strikes up a conversation to break the ice. He mentions that he just moved into the area recently, explaining his sudden appearance. Yukika is completely caught off guard by his explanation. She can't believe he just casually moved into the neighborhood, and our protagonist is left wondering why she's making such a big deal out of it. Out of nowhere, we get an introduction to the big boss of the facility. Nakayama Yujiro, the gym director, makes a grand entrance. This guy is the definition of a gym bro. He is huge, has a classic mustache, and radiates pure energy with a wide grin. He wastes no time getting friendly and throws an arm around Yu-sung. He starts teasing him about Yukika coming all this way just for him. The director is absolutely convinced she is into him. He tells our boy to make the most of this golden opportunity. He leans in close to whisper some secret advice. Yu-sung looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole from the embarrassment. Our protagonist scratches the back of his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Yukika just watches from a distance with a neutral and somewhat suspicious expression. The atmosphere in the gym shifts as Yusung prepares to show off his real power. The director and Yukika watch with bated breath, knowing that whatever lift he's about to attempt is going to be legendary. Yukika looks a bit worried now. She is clearly not expecting what is about to happen next as the director laughs in the foreground. Our boy gets into position at the squat rack. He has this focused, intense look that tells us things are about to get very serious. He grips the cold steel bar and braces his legs with massive strength. You can practically feel the tension in the air as his muscles coil like springs for the lift. The director is all smiles until Yusung actually moves the weight. He powers through the rep with such ease that Yukika is left completely speechless and gasping in shock. Yusung casually asks if that was enough weight for a warm-up. The director is just standing there with a plate, trying to process that raw power. Yukika is literally questioning her own eyes. She wonders if she is hallucinating or if he really just lifted that much weight. Honestly, fair. The director explains that this isn't just normal strength. He realizes our boy has insane core stability and muscle density that defies human limits. Our girl is taking this very seriously. She stares at him with an intense gaze, her mind racing to connect the dots regarding his true nature. It becomes crystal clear that our protagonist is the bearer of the legendary extreme yang body. A massive surge of purple energy erupts from him, confirming he possesses a physical constitution that is beyond human logic. Purple energy swirls around him as the weight of that realization hits. This is why he is so naturally and effortlessly overpowered compared to everyone else. Ancient records describe this specific physical constitution as a divine blessing rarely seen in the mortal world. It is the kind of raw power that shifts the very balance of nature wherever it goes. Having the yang energy of 100 men since birth makes him a freak of nature in the best way possible. This is the exact same power that once belonged to the most famous heroes and mythical giants of history. Glimpses of mythical figures who once possessed this same divine power. They were giants among men who could wrestle beasts with their bare hands. Yukiko reflects on when she tested him before. This is a recurring pattern for her. She realizes now that his strength could never come from just training hard. This is a major discovery for her mission. She knows she has to report this vital information back to her organization as soon as possible. A peaceful traditional house under the bright sun. It looks like a quiet place, but things are about to get very loud inside. Yusung arrives home with Karen and Kishimoto Rika in tow. He is greeted by a very chaotic atmosphere. Yeah, that hit different. Our boy starts reflecting on the strange rules of this world. He wonders why Rika is not being summoned, and how some things here never stop feeling strange. A man with a scarred face looks like he has just seen a ghost. He is sweating and looks absolutely terrified as Yusung enters the room. A scarred man watches from the sidelines and is absolutely horrified by the overwhelming pressure Kim Yusung is radiating. He can barely believe the sheer size of the aura coming off this guy as the ground begins to tremble. A scarred man points an accusing finger at Yusung. He is absolutely certain that our protagonist is a dangerous undercover agent from a rival organization. Karen tries to defend our boy, but the bodyguard refuses to believe someone with that build is just a high schooler. He continues to scream and point as the tension rises. Kim Yusung stands there looking absolutely drained by the drama. He's surrounded by weird pressure and can't believe he's being targeted by such wild accusations. The kitchen of the traditional house. The atmosphere finally begins to calm down as an apology is offered for the earlier behavior of the men. Now wearing an apron, Yusung scratches his head and offers a sincere apology to Tojo. He feels bad about the chaotic scene he inadvertently caused earlier. Rika is already back to her usual chaotic self and starts bossing Tojo around in the kitchen. She's convinced that Tojo needs a male perspective if she ever hopes to land her crush, and she's not taking no for an answer. Tojo looks down at her ingredients and wonders if a simple meal can actually win over a guy like Sakamoto. Rika is way too confident in her love guru status, but at least the mood is finally lighthearted again. Kishimoto begins her lecture on the romantic power of a home-cooked meal. She is absolutely convinced that the fastest way to any man's heart is through his stomach. He thinks to himself that calling yourself a love guru out loud without any shame is a whole different level of confidence. Bro is actually dying inside, and I love it. Yoo-soon gets a literal chill down his spine watching this performance. He cannot believe the levels of cringe happening right in front of him in his own home. He thinks to himself that calling yourself a love guru out loud without any shame is a whole different level of confidence. Bro is actually dying inside. With the training out of the way, the group decides it is finally time to start their big cooking session. Everyone is hyped up and ready to see if their culinary skills are as sharp as their combat moves. They throw their hands up in a cheer and officially kick off the cooking session. The energy is high, but the actual skill level is still a mystery. After what feels like an eternity of chaos in the kitchen, the time finally runs out. It remains to be seen if they actually managed to produce something edible. The red-haired girl screams in triumph because she actually managed to finish her dish without burning the whole kitchen down. She is blushing from the effort, feeling a huge wave of relief that the hard part is over. Tojo presents the bento box, and it actually looks incredible. The rice and little octopus sausages are glowing like a legendary loot drop from a high-level dungeon. Rika is super impressed that her student actually pulled it off. She gives her a round of applause while Tojo looks proud of her culinary masterpiece. Flashback to the cooking process reveals that it was a total disaster behind the scenes, with food literally turning into ghosts. Kim Yoo-soon watches the chaos with a sweat drop, realizing that rom-com heroine cooking is a dangerous hobby. Kim Yoo-soon finally steps in and offers to show them how it is really done. He cannot just sit back and watch them struggle with the basics any longer. The girls look surprised but intrigued as he prepares to take over. They had no idea that their roommate was secretly a master of the culinary arts. The heat goes up and the wok starts singing under his command. He is handling the fire like a professional chef, and the smell is probably insane. Rika and Tojo can only watch in total awe as he flips the rice with expert precision. They did not expect him to be this smooth in the kitchen. He announces that dinner is finally ready for them to try. The kitchen is filled with a delicious aroma that makes everyone's mouth water in anticipation. He serves up a plate of perfectly golden fried rice that looks like a work of art. You can tell every grain is seasoned to absolute perfection. The girls dig in, and their faces immediately light up with joy. They admit that it is absolutely delicious and way better than anything they could make. Yoo-soon watches them eat with a satisfied look on his face. He is glad his cooking actually lived up to the massive hype he created for himself. As he watches them, his mind drifts back to his mother. He remembers her waking up at dawn every single day just to pack his lunch box. Seeing how tired she always was made him feel terrible back then. That is why he learned to cook so well to help lighten her load. Rika cheers with a peace sign while our boy wonders if he was flexing too hard. If you got it, you might as well flaunt it. Rika suddenly remembers that she has a little something for Tojo. The atmosphere shifts to a more personal and friendly vibe between the two new friends. She pulls out a brown paper gift bag tied with a pretty pink bow. It is a sweet gesture that catches Tojo completely off guard tonight. The blonde girl happily hands over a small gift bag to the red-haired girl as a token of their friendship. It is a wholesome moment that shows how much they have bonded despite all the previous cooking mishaps. Rika suggests they go buy some more clothes together soon. She mentions that our boy needs some new threads since his fashion sense is lacking. Tojo starts to get nervous as Rika ramps up the intensity of the fashion talk. She realizes that a shopping trip with Rika might be a challenge. She gets flustered when they joke about our protagonist looking like an uncle in his current outfit. She clutches her chest like the words actually hurt. Yoo-soon just smirks and thinks to himself that he will stop anything truly awful before it happens. He is fine with the harmless chaos of this household. Rika ends the night with a bright, happy expression and her signature fangs showing. It looks like things might finally be calming down for at least one night. Rika points her finger right at Kim Yoo-soon and gives him a serious piece of her mind. She is not holding back tonight and has quite a lot to say. Rika excitedly leads Tojo away to get ready for their evening. Tojo looks a bit overwhelmed by the sudden burst of energy as they leave our protagonist behind. As the city lights flicker in the night sky, our protagonist admits to himself that the evening was actually a lot of fun despite all the chaos. Walking side by side through the quiet streets, The atmosphere between Kim Yoo-sung and Rika feels surprisingly peaceful. He really hopes that date goes well for Tojo. They arrive at a brightly lit shop, and Kim Yoo-sung stops to take a look. It seems like the night isn't quite over yet as they explore the city together. He reaches out to grab a colorful manga magazine from the shelf to inspect it. The cover art features some goofy characters on a very bright background. Rika's heart starts racing as she replays her own words about manga lovers being good people. She realizes that she basically just called him a good person to his face, and her brain completely short-circuits. Her blush intensifies until she looks like she is about to overheat. Classic tsundere realization moment right here. The two of them stand there for a moment, completely absorbed in the pages. It is a rare moment of peace and shared interest between the roommates. Rika's heart starts racing as she realizes she basically just called him a good person. Her blush intensifies until she looks like she is about to overheat. They both stand there in silence, wondering why things suddenly got so awkward. The air in the shop feels heavy with unsaid words and strange energy. Rika can't help but blush as she thinks about how Kim Yoo-sung is actually a good person. This is a side of her we haven't seen before, and the sudden shift in her feelings is making her incredibly flustered. She starts walking like a broken robot because she's so nervous just being near him. Yoo-sung just watches her with a confused look, wondering why she's suddenly acting so stiff and weird after their long day together. Kim Yoo-sung keeps his cool as he looks on with a calm but focused expression. He is waiting to see what kind of curveball the world is going to throw at him next after such a long day. The next morning arrives at school, and the peaceful atmosphere is about to be shattered by a massive rumor. Something big is going down in the classroom, and every student in the building is already whispering about the drama. Word travels fast through the hallways as a crowd of students gathers to witness a total shocker. The gossip mill is working overtime because no one expected this specific girl to make such a bold move in front of everyone. Tojo stands in the middle of the classroom, her face partially obscured as she gathers her courage. She looks far more determined than the shy girl we saw earlier, but you can tell she's still feeling the pressure of the moment. She tries to maintain her cool, but the atmosphere in the room is making it difficult. The sparkles highlight her internal turmoil as she prepares to do something that will definitely have the whole school talking by the end of the day. The red-haired girl suddenly slams a formal, wax-sealed envelope down with a dramatic flair that catches everyone off guard. This is not just a regular letter. It looks like a high-stakes challenge or an official invitation. She stands over the blonde-haired boy at his desk and demands that he accompany her somewhere special this coming weekend. He looks completely stunned by her boldness, while everyone else wonders if a duel is brewing. The red-haired girl gets super flustered and tries to hide her embarrassment after making such a public scene. Her face is glowing red as she realizes everyone in the room is staring directly at her. She snaps at the blonde student to stop staring at her so intensely, trying to regain some of her dignity. The atmosphere is thick with tension as she waits for his final answer to her sudden weekend request. Everything seemed peaceful as we looked over the sunny city plaza. Little did anyone know how much drama was about to unfold in this shopping district. Kim Yoo-sung walked behind the girls while Kishimoto Rika hyped up Karen for her insane performance at school. Rika was practically buzzing with energy while talking about Karen's raw power. Our boy just stared ahead with a blank expression while the girls stayed in their own world. He did not seem nearly as excited as the blonde girl and her fanged smile. Kim Yoo-sung thought to himself that he never expected to spend his life at a place like this. Classic slice-of-life detour right here. Rika puffed up her chest and declared that they were friends who always stuck together. She was not about to let our protagonist wander off on his own while they were out. Suddenly, Rika spotted something in the window of a boutique called Marionette. She pointed at a specific outfit and shouted that it was absolutely cute. Rika did not even wait for an answer before grabbing Karen's hand and dragging her toward the store. She was determined to make her friend try on some new clothes. Inside the shop, Rika started tossing various outfits at Karen, while Kim Yoo-sung watched in total shock. It was like a clothing tornado had just hit the dressing room area. Karen tried to tell her to wait, but Rika was already pushing her toward the curtain. The blonde girl was way too focused on her fashion mission to listen to any protests. Rika let out a mischievous giggle while her eyes sparkled with a plan. She was clearly up to something, and our boy could only watch from the sidelines. Rika got right in Karen's face with an intense look as she prepared for the transformation. Karen looked completely flustered and sweaty while being cornered by her energetic friend. Kim Yusung stood outside the dressing room, hearing all sorts of rustling sounds coming from within. He looked completely confused about what was actually happening behind that curtain. A pair of nervous hands gripped the edge of a frilly black skirt as the changing continued. Karen was clearly feeling very self-conscious about the outfit Rika had picked out. Karen finally stepped out wearing a Gothic-made-style dress with sheer stockings and white ruffles. She looked down nervously and complained that the skirt was way too short, while Rika stood behind her looking incredibly proud. Honestly fair because she looked like a completely different person. Rika turned to Kim Yusung and asked for his opinion on the new look. Karen was blushing bright red and could barely look our boy in the eye. Karen is completely stunned by her own reflection as she realizes Rika's skills are basically a superpower. She never imagined that a simple change in fashion could make her look like a completely different and far more feminine person. Our protagonist thought to himself that he never expected Karen to be able to transform this much. The change was so drastic it caught him off guard. The scene shifted to the traditional and imposing Isekai'd estate under a bright sky. The atmosphere here was much heavier and more serious than the shopping mall. Inside the estate, a group of men in suits sat around a long table in a dimly lit room. At the head of the table sat a man with red hair and glasses. This was Naoto, and he looked incredibly stern while resting his chin on his folded hands. The scar on his cheek only added to his intimidating presence. Known throughout the underworld as Naoto of the Blood Sea, his reputation for violence is matched only by his overprotectiveness. He is clearly ready to wage a full-scale war just to keep Karen away from any potential boyfriends. Naoto slams a kitchen knife into the table with terrifying force. The sheer impact leaves a crack in the wood as his rage reaches its boiling point. He stares at the blood-red circle in his mind, fixated on the horrifying thought that Karen might actually have a romantic interest. The underlings were shocked by the suggestion and wondered who could possibly have the nerve to approach their Karen. The room was filled with an aura of disbelief. The dark void of his suspicion deepens as he realizes she was out in the city, effectively vanishing from his overprotective watch for a few hours. Naoto called out for Sento to give him a full report on the situation. The man in glasses immediately responded with a serious "yes, sir." Sento adjusted his round glasses while looking a bit nervous under the chairman's intense gaze. He was about to deliver some news that would definitely cause an explosion. Sento pulled up a file on a student named Sakamoto Ryuji who attended the same academy as Karen. He explained that Karen wanted to visit a salon yesterday, and he personally escorted her there. Watch this come back to bite him later because Naoto is not a fan of this news. A smartphone screen showed multiple notifications for credit card usage at a department store. The amounts were small, but they proved that she was out shopping with someone. The final conclusion was that the young lady was planning to go on a date with this Sakamoto Ryuji. The air in the room turned cold. A close-up of Naoto's face shows his eyes bulging behind his glasses, veins popping as he processed the data on the screen. The chairman erupted into a total frenzy, screaming Sakamoto's name while swinging his arms around. His underlings desperately tried to calm him down as he cursed that little punk for trying to take Karen away. It was pure chaos inside the meeting room. Naoto fumed with gritted teeth and ordered anyone who was free this weekend to report to him immediately. He was not going to let this date happen without a fight. He declared that their new mission was to tail Karen on her date and watch her every move. He wanted to make sure that Sakamoto brat did not try to pull anything funny or get too close. The intensity in the room was reaching its boiling point. The underlings looked pumped up and ready to follow their chairman's orders to the letter. It looked like Karen's date was going to have a lot of uninvited guests. The situation has escalated from a personal grudge to a full-blown military mobilization for the Isekai'd family. With Sakamoto in their sights, 8 high-ranking executives are ready to unleash hell just to protect their young lady's honor. While the underworld is preparing for war, we find our group at a local spot called Burger Trip. It is a total contrast to the heavy atmosphere we just left behind at the office. The kitchen is buzzing with activity as the staff prepares orders. It looks like a normal day for everyone else, blissfully unaware of the chaos brewing in the city streets tonight. They are loading up on comfort food while they still can. They have no idea that the Isekai'd is already mobilizing their top enforcers to crash this little dinner party. Our boy Kim Yoo-sung and the blonde girl are absolutely crushing a massive tray of burgers and fries like they haven't eaten in weeks. The red-haired girl can only watch in total disbelief at how fast they are shoving food into their faces. Karen looks like she is about to have a nervous breakdown, while Rika tells her not to sweat it because they are friends. Ryuji just stays focused on his burger like a total pro. Rika really thinks she is the master of romance here. She flashes a cheeky grin while Karen tries to keep her composure despite the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation. Close-up of Karen's wide red eye as she reacts with surprise to the conversation. Small yellow rectangles float nearby, emphasizing her shock. Ryuji takes a massive bite of his burger and mentions that he already had a proper meal earlier, so he is good. The guy has an appetite that just does not quit. Karen pauses with her burger in hand, looking completely stunned by how blunt he is. She expected something a bit more refined, but Ryuji is as straightforward as they come. A stylized purple background with glowing white stars and light rays shooting across the frame, creating a dreamy and sparkly atmosphere. She starts rethinking her whole image of him. She honestly thought he was just some random thug, but seeing him eat like a normal person has her second-guessing everything. Karen and Rika are both holding their burgers, blushing as they prepare to eat. Karen looks a bit flustered while Rika has a joyful, hungry expression. Karen is shouting in disbelief while Ryuji just sits there looking bored. The restaurant is pretty empty, which is lucky because these three are making quite a scene over their fast food. Karen raises a finger to make her point with a serious expression on her face. She is determined to handle her upcoming date properly and wants to make sure every detail is perfectly planned out. Rika is not having any of it and starts yelling right back with those small fangs showing. When she gets fired up, there is no stopping her from saying exactly what is on her mind. She pulls out her phone and suggests a change of plans. Instead of the movie theater, she thinks they should go somewhere a bit more special to set the right mood. The screen shows a beautiful aquarium filled with bright blue water and tropical fish. It is the classic dating trope, but Rika is convinced it is the key to success. She goes into full storyteller mode, imagining the fish and corals swaying peacefully together under soft, dim lighting. She paints a picture of a perfect romantic evening where two people can finally get close to one another without any distractions. Karen is totally sold on the idea and says she has absolute trust in the love guru Rika. Meanwhile, Ryuji is just hovering in the background like a dark cloud. He is sweating and muttering under his breath about this supposed love guru. Ryuji knows this plan is probably going to end in a total disaster for everyone involved. The sun begins to set over the city, casting a warm orange glow across the tall buildings. It is a beautiful view, but we know the Isekai'd are moving in the shadows. Ryuji and Rika walk together through the streets after finishing their meal. Rika looks incredibly happy with herself, probably still riding the high from her brilliant aquarium suggestion. Karen waves goodbye from a distance, telling them to get home safe after everything they did. She is finally alone, but the real challenge is still ahead of her tomorrow. Ryuji waves back with a lazy hand while looking down at the energetic girl beside him. He is clearly exhausted from dealing with all the high school drama for one day. Rika turns to him with a mischievous look and asks what he is doing tomorrow. You can tell by that expression that she is already cooking up another crazy scheme. She suggests that they should tail Karen together and see how the date goes. Ryuji is absolutely horrified by the idea and lets out a loud shout of protest. This girl is way too invested in other people's business. She has fire in her eyes as she claims they have to see this through for the sake of Karen's happiness. He finally gives in with a heavy sigh and they seal the deal with a high five. Ryuji is officially an accomplice to a stalking mission now, whether he likes it or not. A soft yellow background decorated with white ribbons and small floating flower patterns, maintaining a light and cheerful shoujo-style vibe. The sunset over the city buildings looks more ominous now. The light is fading fast, and the long shadows are starting to stretch across the concrete jungle. As the sun begins to set over the city, the atmosphere suddenly shifts and becomes incredibly tense for everyone on the street. People are stopping in their tracks and glancing over their shoulders with worried looks, as if they sense a dangerous presence nearby. The locals are literally gulping in fear and whispering to one another while watching a group of scary men walk past. One guy is breaking into a cold sweat because he knows that whenever these types show up, nothing but trouble follows. A mother pulls her child away and tells her not to stare at the weird guy. A close-up of Naoto with his sunglasses and that unmistakable scar on his cheek. Nothing says trouble like a guy in a trench coat during sunset. Naoto stands tall with his long red hair flowing, leading a group of men who look ready to tear the city apart. The text bubble confirms that this location is exactly where Karen will be having her very first date tomorrow. Our story kicks off with Tojo waiting on a busy street corner when her date finally arrives. This blonde guy waves her down with a massive grin, and honestly, the vibes are already peak rom-com energy. He rushes over and apologizes for being late while a visible blush creeps onto his face. It is pretty clear this kid is head over heels for Tojo, and he is trying his best to play it cool. Tojo just gives him this heart-melting smile and laughs it off. She looks absolutely stunning today, and you can tell she put a lot of effort into her outfit for this big day out. As they stand face to face, the blonde boy mentions how obvious she is being, which leaves our girl completely confused. Seriously, these two are radiating that awkward first date energy that we all know and love. Tojo can feel her heart pounding against her chest as she looks at him. Classic romance trope right here, everyone. If she gets any redder, she might actually start glowing. The blonde boy laughs and rubs the back of his head, clearly relieved that she is not mad about the delay. They start walking together, finally getting their long-awaited date started properly. They agree to keep moving, and the tension starts to lift as they find their rhythm. It looks like a perfectly normal day for a couple, but in this world, nothing stays normal for long. He offers to carry her bag as they head toward their first destination. But wait, if you look closely at the foreground, someone is watching them from the shadows. The plot thickens already. It is our protagonist, Kim Yoo-sung. He is hiding behind a wall in a blue hoodie, looking totally stressed out. Right next to him is Kishimoto Rika, who is rocking a hat and glasses disguised to stay undercover. Rika immediately takes off to tail the couple, and Kim Yoo-sung has no choice but to keep up. It turns out they are on a secret mission to spy on this date, which is hilariously petty. As Tojo and her date walk by, they pass a middle-aged man with a wig and glasses sitting on a bench. He is watching them with an intensity that could melt steel. This is getting crowded. He is absolutely fuming as he watches the date unfold from his seat on the bench. He is literally grinding his teeth and shaking with rage, and it is pretty obvious he is about to be bad news for the couple. This is Naoto, a powerful chairman and Tojo's overprotective father. He loses his mind because some kid kept his daughter waiting for 5 whole minutes. Bro is definitely about to overreact and ruin everything. This is peak helicopter parenting. His assistant tries to keep him calm while pointing out a map of their strategic positions. They have 8 professional men stationed around the area just to monitor one high school date. Talk about overkill. Naoto starts barking orders, telling his men to move in pairs according to the plan. He is treating this like a high-stakes assassination mission instead of a simple afternoon stroll. A place called Books and Cafe, where the couple decides to grab some snacks. It seems like the perfect spot to relax, but the spies are closing in from every direction. Look at this insane chocolate parfait that just arrived at the table to kick off their snack break. It is absolutely stacked with strawberries, cream, and crunchy chocolate sticks to satisfy any sweet tooth. The camera zooms in on the base of the parfait, capturing every detail of the layered fruit and cream. The sheer scale of this dessert is enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Rika immediately goes into full photographer mode, snapping tons of pictures of the dessert from every possible angle. Yoo-sung just watches in silence while the cameras flash like crazy at the cafe table. Rika looks up with a huge grin, her green eyes sparkling behind her glasses. She is enjoying this tailing mission way too much. To her, this is basically a free dinner and a show. The cafe has turned into a total tactical nightmare with Yoo-sung and Rika at one table, while Naoto and his goons sit just a few feet away. The poor couple has no idea they are completely surrounded. Suddenly, two more men in suits walk into the cafe, looking incredibly suspicious. Kim Yoo-sung notices them immediately. It seems Naoto is not the only one interested in this date. Our protagonist starts sweating as he realizes the vibes are shifting. He can sense that these new arrivals are definitely Tojo's people, and the cafe is about to become a powder keg. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. Naoto is glaring through his sunglasses, his brow furrowed with rage. He can see a scar on his forehead pulsing as he tries to keep his cool. The man is a walking, ticking time bomb. That jagged scar on his cheek is a clear sign that he has seen some serious combat in his time. It makes his obsession with his daughter's dating life feel even more terrifying and intense. Kim Yoo-sung stares at Naoto and realizes that even with the ridiculous wig, the guy looks exactly like Tojo. The family resemblance is honestly undeniable. If you have read this far, you know what is coming. Back at the happy table, the couple is planning their next move. Tojo wants to go see the dolphins next, and her date is all for it. They are still blissfully unaware of the chaos following them. While the red-haired girl is having the time of her life, our protagonist is already starting to feel the mental drain of this chaotic outing. He realizes that keeping up with this energetic group is going to be a much rougher ride than he initially expected. The group moves toward Shibuya Station. The signs are flashing and the crowd is starting to swell. This is the worst possible place to try and maintain a secret tailing operation. The train is absolutely packed with commuters. Tojo and her date are getting squished against the doors, and they both look pretty miserable. So much for the romantic atmosphere. Kim Yoo-sung realizes the train is becoming a dangerous crush, and instinctively pulls Rika close. He uses his body to shield her from the other passengers as the train begins to move. Rika is caught off guard as she's pressed against him, her face flushing as the crowd continues to shove and shout around them. The station announcements are barely audible over the noise of the commuters. Yoo-sung reaches past her and braces his hand against the wall of the train car, creating a protective barrier. He looks down at her with a protective gaze, making sure she's okay in the middle of the chaos. Rika looks up at him in surprise, her face turning bright red as she realizes how close they are. The chaos of the train fades away for a split second as their eyes meet. Yoo-sung keeps a serious expression as he protects her from the crushing crowd. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as this stressful tailing mission turns into a major romantic moment for our 2 undercover spies. The crowd at the station is absolutely crushing. Kim Yoo-sung and Rika find themselves swept up in the frantic morning rush as the thunderous sound of the train fills the station platform. Our boy grabs her hand and pulls her through the thick sea of people. He shouts for her to follow him this way before they get completely separated in the chaos. They finally manage to reach the exit of Ikebukuro Station. The bright city lights of the district are a welcome sight after being stuck in that metal sardine can for so long. Both of them are gasping for air as they step onto the open sidewalk. That was way more intense than any stealth training session they have ever had to endure together. Suddenly, Yoo-sung realizes he is still gripping her hand tightly. He panics and quickly apologizes while looking completely flustered as he tries to maintain his cool exterior. Their hands slowly pull apart in a moment that feels straight out of a romance story. The tension between them is thick enough to cut as the morning light sparkles around them. Rika looks down shyly and whispers to herself while her heart beats fast. She thinks that next time he should maybe try holding her hand just a little more gently. Yoo-sung just stands there with his heart racing against his chest. He wonders what she meant by next time as his brain basically goes into total overload. Classic rom-com trope right here. Just across the street, the blonde guy and Tojo are walking along together. They realize they missed the crossing signal while they were distracted by their own lively conversation. Yoo-sung and Rika freeze up as they spot the other duo nearby. They really cannot afford to get spotted while they are supposed to be undercover on this mission. Nearby, 2 men in dark trench coats are looking around very nervously. The guy with the round afro hair looks like he is about to have total heart attack. Naoto stands with his subordinates right in the middle of the busy sidewalk. Our protagonist and Rika try to blend into the crowd to sneak past them without being noticed. Yoo-sung pulls his dark hood down low to hide his face from view. He is thinking to himself that he somehow knew things were going to get this complicated today. Kim Yoo-sung keeps his guard up while crossing the street, warning the girl in the blue hat that they need to stay cautious. He suspects that their enemies haven't recognized them yet, but he isn't taking any chances while out in the open. Naoto looks around with a sharp and suspicious gaze through his glasses. He has that classic overprotective sense tingling, and he just knows something weird is going on nearby. Rika and Yoo-sung walk quickly across the street to put distance between themselves and the men in black. They keep their eyes forward and their pace steady to avoid drawing any extra attention. A close-up of highlights the mission's original goal. The text explains that the plan was simply to help the young lady prepare for her upcoming date. A flashback memory shows the girl laughing and walking with her friends. One of the subordinates realizes that she specifically mentioned going on a date earlier. He adjusts his dark sunglasses while looking deep in thought. You can practically see the gears turning in his head as he tries to track where she might be. The two agents stand at attention while their boss gives them the rundown. They look pretty intimidated by his serious aura as they listen to his instructions on the sidewalk. Naoto remains a looming presence on the sidewalk, projecting a serious aura that intimidates everyone around him. He is determined to find the truth about this date, even if he has to scour the entire city. The scene transitions softly as the perspective shifts back to the sunny street. The light pink colors suggest a change in the overall mood of the encounter. The blonde boy and Tojo are having a great time together as they walk. She looks absolutely delighted to be spending the day out on the town with him. They are walking happily, but they don't realize they are being watched from behind. Two guys are standing in the distance looking very unhappy to see them together. These two thugs are looking rough with one in a neck brace and the other in a sling. They look like they are seeking some serious payback for something. The blonde boy smiles as he walks and talks with his companion. He seems completely unaware that he has been recognized by someone from his past who is watching from the distance. The thug in the neck brace confirms his target with a nasty look on his face. He points out that bastard to his partner, his anger clearly visible as he prepares for a confrontation. He stares at them with pure hatred in his eyes and a vein popping on his forehead. He mutters that this time they are definitely not letting things slide. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. He is in for a rude awakening. Kim Yoo-sung and Rika are in stalker mode, trailing Tojo and Sakamoto through the aquarium. Despite the dim lighting, our boy is determined to keep his eyes on the prize. It is a risky move, but they are committed to seeing how this date plays out from the shadows. Something about the way the couple is acting catches Kim Yoo-sung by surprise. He realizes there is one thing he can tell for certain as he watches them from a distance. Tojo looks absolutely radiant, sporting a smile that could light up the entire aquarium. Things are clearly going way better than anyone expected for this first date. Kishimoto Rika looks over at our protagonist with a smug grin, wondering if they even need to keep watching anymore. It seems the hard part is already over for their friends. A beautiful, sun-drenched park where dozens of people are enjoying a perfect afternoon picnic. Flowers are in full bloom, and the vibe is nothing but peaceful. Check out this spread. An incredible variety of sushi, onigiri, and side dishes sits neatly packed in a lunch box, looking like a 5-star meal. Honestly, that food looks fire. Kishimoto Rika is practically drooling over the feast laid out on the wooden table. Her eyes are sparkling like diamonds as she prepares to dive into the massive picnic spread. Our blonde transfer student wasted no time and is already happily munching away on some fried tofu. She gives a satisfied hum, clearly enjoying every single bite of the meal. While our main duo eats at a nearby bench, Sakamoto and Tojo have settled onto a picnic blanket on the grass. They are chatting about how much fun the aquarium was earlier. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Tojo turns incredibly heavy and intense. She looks like she is about to enter a life-or-death battle rather than just a casual lunch conversation. Kim Yoo-sung stops eating for a second, sensing the sudden shift in energy from across the field. He keeps his gaze fixed on Tojo, waiting to see what happens next. Tojo finally gathers her courage and opens up the main lunch box for Sakamoto to see. Her face is flushed bright red as she presents her handmade creation to her date. The blonde guy is absolutely stunned when he sees the massive lunch spread she prepared. He can barely believe his eyes and asks her if she really made all these onigiri and side dishes herself. Sakamoto takes a bite of the onigiri, moving slowly as the tension in the air remains thick. He is finally tasting the food Tojo worked so hard to prepare. Tojo holds her breath, her eyes wide with anticipation as she waits for his verdict. This is the moment of truth that will decide the fate of her entire afternoon. Sakamoto looks down at the onigiri in his hands, having just taken a bite. A simple exclamation mark bubble shows his immediate reaction to the taste. A look of pure relief and joy washes over Tojo as she realizes he actually likes it. Her eyes light up with happiness, knowing all her hard work paid off. She takes it a step further and offers him a piece of fried chicken with her chopsticks. Public feeding? These two are moving fast. Sakamoto looks a bit stunned by the gesture. The blonde guy is momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he processes the fact that she is trying to feed him. It is a bold move that has caught him completely off guard. The golden brown chicken nugget hovers just in front of Sakamoto as Tojo waits for him to accept. It is a classic romantic trope playing out in real time. Tojo looks incredibly serious and determined as she holds the chopstick steady. She is fully committed to this moment, regardless of who might be watching them. Sakamoto leans in and takes the bite, making Tojo beam with excitement. She eagerly asks him how it tastes, looking for more praise for her cooking skills. The blonde guy gives a big thumbs up as they sit on a picnic blanket, complimenting her cooking skills yet again. The red-haired girl can barely contain her joy while watching him enjoy the meal she worked so hard on. Back at the bench, our stalking duo is busy stuffing their faces while they observe the romantic progress. They are essentially getting a free front row seat to a rom-com. The golden-haired boy smiles warmly, surrounded by a sparkly, romantic atmosphere. Things are going perfectly as they enjoy their lunch together. Not to be outdone, Sakamoto decides to return the favor and feeds Tojo a piece of the food. She looks slightly surprised, but happily accepts the gesture. Sakamoto looks at her with a gentle, sincere expression that shows just how much he is enjoying her company. He is really stepping up his game today. Tojo is clearly touched by the gesture, covering her mouth as she blushes furiously. She admits to herself that this really is happening and it feels amazing. Kishimoto Rika points out how well the two of them are doing, sounding quite proud of the advice she gave. Kim Yoo-sung agrees that they seem like a perfect match. Our protagonist starts thinking to himself that there is no way things should have gone this smoothly. He wonders if there is some secret behind all this success. The background fades into a soft, textured pattern as the inner monologue of our protagonist continues. He is struggling to make sense of the situation. Kishimoto Rika sighs dreamily, mentioning that she wants to go on a date exactly like that someday. Her eyes are full of longing as she watches the happy couple. Kim Yoo-sung stops her right there, looking completely confused by what she just said. He points out that she has been calling herself a love guru this entire time. Manga advice is usually a recipe for disaster. The scene fades out slightly as a moment of silence passes between the two stalkers. The transition highlights the awkwardness of the revelation about to come. With a sheepish grin and a peace sign, Rika confesses that she has never actually dated anyone. She learned everything she knows from reading romance manga. Classic fake it till you make it move. Kim Yoo-sung lets out a tired sigh as he starts packing away their things. Rika stands there looking completely defeated, her face red with embarrassment now that her secret is out. It turns out her supposed love expertise was nothing more than pure fiction. Rika goes into a full-blown panic, flailing her arms and screaming in frustration. It's clear her secret is out, and she's not handling the embarrassment well at all. Yoo-sung just gives her this little smirk, clearly finding her reaction way more entertaining than he should. He definitely knew she was making everything up from the start. The sunlight filters through the trees in the park, creating a peaceful atmosphere that is about to be completely ruined by some unwanted guests. A tall blonde guy is enjoying a nice stroll with Tojo, who looks adorable in her black skirt and bow. They seem like a perfectly normal couple just out for a walk. Our protagonist and Rika are literally hiding behind a tree like total creeps to watch them. Classic rom-com trope, spying on a date. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the air, making Yoo-sung jump. He looks over just in time to see a purple gift box lying abandoned on the pavement. Something is definitely going down nearby, and it sounds like trouble. Two beat-up-looking thugs are blocking the path, one with his arm in a sling and the other wearing a neck brace. They do not look happy to see Tojo and her friend. A dark voice cuts through the air, claiming they have been searching everywhere for this specific moment. The hunt is finally over for them. The tension spikes as the voice calls the blonde guy a two-timing punk. Talk about making a massive scene in the middle of a public park. These two idiots are grinning like they just won the lottery, despite being covered in medical bandages. The blonde guy and Tojo are frozen in shock, while Yusung and Rika watch the drama unfold from their hiding spot. The thugs start laughing, mocking the blonde guy for already being out with a new girl. They are clearly looking for a fight to settle an old grudge from school. Rika watches from behind the tree, thinking about how unfair this whole situation is for the couple. She's clearly getting way too invested in this real-life drama. The blonde guy tries to stand his ground, but the thugs just laugh and ask if he wants to send them back to the hospital. Yusung narrows his eyes, finally remembering exactly who these losers are from a previous encounter. He recalls they were first-year freshmen who got kicked out of the kendo club for their terrible behavior. They were known for being nothing but absolute trouble for everyone. In a brief flashback, Tojo looking terrified as these same guys cornered her in an alleyway. It turns out Ryuji was the one who stepped in and beat both of them at once to save her from them. Back in the present, the thugs are still running their mouths, looking way too confident for people who are currently strapped into medical braces. The air around Tojo starts to feel heavy, as her anger begins to boil over from their constant insults. She lets out a shout, calling them absolute idiots for not knowing when to quit while they are ahead. Tojo points a finger right in their faces, lecturing them on the exact reasons they were kicked out of the club. She really just shut them down with facts. The thugs finally realize they are dealing with Tojo-senpai. Her gaze is sharp enough to cut glass as she stares them down. She's not the same girl who was scared in that alleyway anymore. The thug with the nose bandage looks like he's about to lose it. He clearly wasn't expecting to get scolded like a child in public. His grip tightens as he stares at his own neck brace, a reminder of the humiliation he suffered before. A nasty comment rings out about how mismatched the couple looks together, adding more fuel to the fire. The thugs keep insulting the blonde guy, telling him to stop playing dress-up and just stay home where he belongs. Tojo and her companion are visibly fuming at the blatant disrespect shown to them. Tojo screams at them to shut their mouths, but her companion tries to hold her back to prevent things from getting violent right here. A massive blonde guy with a goatee steps out from the shadows, mocking them for trying to play the hero. Big guy always shows up when things get spicy. This guy looks like a real problem for our group. The two injured thugs look like they just saw their savior, pointing at the couple with malicious glee now that backup has arrived. The new leader smiles, and it is the kind of grin that tells you he's done this 1,000 times before without any remorse. He says he's the one who handles anyone who has the nerve to mess with his boys, and he's looking for some payback. He stands there with his hands in his pockets, looking completely relaxed. Apparently, this guy was a legendary fighter who only got sidelined because he beat someone nearly to death at a bar recently. Tojo and her friend look genuinely worried now. They realize they are way out of their league with this dangerous new threat standing before them. The leader tells them to quit fooling around, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl that makes the air feel cold. With lightning speed, he reaches out and grabs Tojo by the arm, catching her completely off guard before anyone can react. Tojo screams in fear as the brute pulls her toward him, calling her a pretty girl with a twisted smile on his face. This situation is getting very bad very fast. The blonde guy sees the brute holding Tojo and completely loses his cool. He yells at the guy that he is in the way and prepares to strike. The blonde guy tries to protect her, but is immediately shut down by a heavy blow to the gut. He doubles over, wheezing and struggling to catch his breath as he coughs in pain. Honestly, fair play to him for stepping up, even if it backfired horribly. A dark and oppressive aura starts to fill the park, as our protagonist finally decides it is time to intervene. Kim Yusung looks colder than ice as he tells the blonde girl in the hat to stay put and wait while he handles business. She is totally confused, wondering where he is headed in such a rush. Classic protagonist move right here. He's clearly done watching from the sidelines. Despite the blonde guy's desperate attempt, the brute still has a firm grip on Tojo. She screams out for her friend, her eyes filled with terror as the situation spirals out of control. Things take a turn for the worse as the blonde guy ends up on the pavement, coughing and defeated. The thugs and their goons just laugh at the pathetic sight, while Tojo begs them to let her go. The thug gets even creepier, whispering that he will give her double the affection. But his celebration is cut short when a hand clamps onto his wrist. Our boy has arrived, and he is not here to talk. He crushes the dude's wrist like a laundry rag, sending him into a screaming fit of pure agony. With a single, effortless motion, our protagonist tosses the massive guy back toward his lackeys like he is literal trash. The other thugs can only watch in absolute horror as their leader is tossed through the air and folded like a lawn chair. If you have read this far, you know what is coming next. The pressure in the air becomes suffocating as he issues one final, deadly ultimatum to the trash standing before him. A terrifying pressure emanates from the protagonist as he finally reaches his limit. He issues a final warning to the thugs, his aura flaring with enough intensity to make the entire park go silent. Kim Yoo-sung has reached his absolute breaking point and decides it's time to stop playing games. He activates his powerful state, channeling his immense rage as he prepares to completely obliterate his enemies once and for all. Our boy Kim Yoo-sung stands tall while the local thugs scramble in fear. That blonde idiot is already reaching for his phone because he knows he is in way over his head. He starts screaming at the top of his lungs like that will somehow make him less terrified. This dude is sweating bullets, and honestly, it's kind of hilarious. Yoo-sung just radiates this dark purple energy that feels like a physical weight on everyone in the area. He hasn't even moved yet, but he is already winning the mental battle. His fists clench as the air around him begins to crackle with pressure. This blonde dude is about to find out exactly why you don't mess with the MC. The thug tries to convince himself that it was just a sneak attack. He thinks Yoo-sung is just some big civilian, but man is he in for a rude awakening. Naoto and his crew are scouring the area, desperate to find the punks who dared to start trouble on their turf. He looks intense, sensing that something big is about to go down. Naoto's eyes narrow as he starts to sense overwhelming power. The single bead of sweat on his forehead shows he's already feeling the pressure of an elite fighter nearby. Naoto and his men are scanning the area frantically as they realize their targets have completely vanished. They are huffing and puffing, wondering how those punks managed to slip away so fast. Naoto stops dead in his tracks as his subordinate adjusts his glasses in shock. They can both feel the intensity of the situation nearby. Over at the main scene, that blonde punk is holding Tojo by the wrist while she tries to pull away. This guy has a death wish for touching her in front of the MC. Naoto is absolutely fuming as he finally spots the enemy in the clearing. He demands to know who gave that bastard permission to lay a hand on Tojo. He yells for everyone to hold it while his own face stays drenched in sweat. He knows he has to intervene before things get even bloodier. Yoo-sung turns his back on the rest of the world to face the thug directly. This blonde guy is trying to look tough, but his knees have to be shaking. Our boy is deep in thought as his aura becomes even more suffocating. This is the moment where he decides to stop holding back. Naoto's hand is shaking uncontrollably as he tries to process the sheer pressure coming off Yoo-sung. It feels like he is being crushed by gravity. He realizes he has definitely felt this exact sensation before in his past. Flashback power scaling is a classic manhwa trope, and I love it. Images of heavy chains appear in his mind as he remembers the most dangerous man he ever met. The boss of the Russian Red Mafia is a name that still haunts him. Black Yasher appears in the memory with his bright blue hair and that iconic leopard print shirt. This guy is the definition of an absolute monster from Naoto's past. The chains tighten as the memory of that encounter becomes more vivid. Naoto can still feel the cold dread of that day. He remembers running into that monster one-on-one back in Japan. It was supposed to be a chance meeting, but that encounter changed his perspective on strength forever. Naoto looked into those eyes and saw nothing but pure fear staring back at him. That was the day he learned what true power looks like. Now he looks at Kim Yoo-sung and sees that exact same aura of darkness from the underworld. It is absolutely insane to think a high school student could carry the same weight as a legendary mafia destroyer. This is a level of talent that shouldn't even exist. Naoto cannot wrap his head around how a student named Kim Yusung is putting off this much killing intent. It defies everything he knows about the world. Despite the terror, he finds the whole situation fascinating. He realizes he is witnessing the birth of a monster right before his eyes. Inside his own mind, Yusung has reached his breaking point. He decides to forget about the original plot and staying in line. Our boy is absolutely locked in, his eyes glowing white as the dark energy swirls around his silhouette. He's done playing games and is about to show everyone why you never mess with a protagonist at his limit. He starts to move with a grace that is both beautiful and terrifying. The blonde thug is still talking, but he has already lost. The atmosphere gets heavy as Yusung declares his intention to take out the trash standing right in front of him. This isn't just a fight anymore. It is a total cleanup operation to get rid of these annoying bottom-tier villains. The entire crowd watches in silence as the standoff reaches its peak. Tojo is on the ground nearby, looking absolutely terrified about what happens when our boy finally snaps. She watches with wide eyes as the tension becomes unbearable. You can see the fear in every line of her face. The blonde thug screams at Yusung for ignoring him while he is standing right there. He is trying so hard to maintain his ego. The blonde thug lunges forward with a quick dash. He thinks he's found an opening to strike, but Yusung's movement is almost too fast to track. A massive impact sound echoes through the park. The sheer force behind the exchange creates a shock wave that ripples through the air. The bystanders are completely stunned by the impact of that blow. They expected Yusung to go down, but the sheer force of the collision has everyone watching in pure disbelief. The blonde-haired bully winds up a massive punch, gloating that the MC can't even dodge. He's putting everything he has into this one swing. The blonde-haired bully suddenly loses all his confidence as he breaks out into a cold sweat. He realizes he is staring down a monster, and his internal panic button is screaming for him to run away while he still can. Our boy Yusung just stood there shrouded in a terrifying purple aura that made the air feel heavy. The thug called him a bastard, but his voice was shaking with pure fear. He could not believe that, after taking a direct hit, Yusung was not even flinching. It was like he just punched a wall made of solid iron instead of a person. Desperate to save face, the leader threw another wild punch, hoping to finally see his opponent buckle. He was putting every single ounce of strength he had left into this strike. The fist connected with a sickening thud, but Yusung just absorbed the impact without moving an inch. Bro really likes taking punches to the face for the drama. It was clear that he was just playing with his food at this point. Watching from the sidelines, Rika was absolutely horrified as she covered her mouth in shock. She could not believe Yusung was letting himself get hit like that on purpose. Nearby Tojo and Sakamoto watched the chaos unfold with intense expressions. Tojo looked ready to jump in, while Sakamoto seemed more concerned about the insane power gap on display. A dark red trail of blood began to drip down Yusung's forehead from the earlier blow. Even with the injury, his expression remained cold and completely detached from the pain. Yusung stared directly into the thug's eyes with a gaze that felt like staring into an abyss. The blonde guy completely froze up as the pressure became too much to handle. The ground beneath Yusung's feet cracked, and dust billowed up from the intensity of his spiritual pressure. The sheer weight of his aura was enough to warp the very air around him. He looked completely unbothered by the blood on his face as he focused on his target. There was a cold calculation in his eyes that signaled the end for these thugs. The leader barely had time to gasp as Yusung's fist blurred toward him at impossible speeds. He knew in that instant that he had messed with the wrong person. Yusung unleashed a devastating counterattack that sent shockwaves through the entire park. The power behind the punch was so immense it looked like a literal explosion of purple light. The camera pans out as the force of the impact creates a shock wave that clears the surrounding area. It's a display of raw power that leaves no doubt about who the victor is. The punch connected squarely with the thug's jaw-sending spit, and probably a few teeth flying. His face distorted from the sheer G-force as he was lifted off his feet. He was sent flying back like a rag doll and crashed hard against the pavement. The other thugs could only watch in terror as their boss was effortlessly dismantled in seconds. The remaining two lackeys rushed over to their fallen leader while begging him to wake up. Yusung towered over them looking like a literal demon bathed in shadow. He thought to himself about how he had to bet everything on that single perfect strike. It was a risky move, but the payoff was more than worth the gamble. Our boy casually called the whole fight underwhelming, which just made the thugs panic even more. Their faces were twisted in pure terror as they looked up at him. With blood still dripping down his face, he asked them if they understood what happens next. The menacing look on his face suggested that he was far from finished with them. The energy continues to crackle as the two remaining thugs stare up in total silence. The gap between them and the monster standing before them has never felt wider. One of the idiots tried to threaten him by saying his dad was a high-ranking police official. The classic police dad excuse never works in these stories. Yusung did not seem impressed at all. Instead of backing down, Yusung reached out and grabbed the red-haired thug's head with a crushing grip. The guy let out a pathetic squeal as his life flashed before his eyes. He activated his iron claw technique, and the air itself seemed to crackle with intensity. This was the moment the thugs realized there was no getting out of this easily. Yusung smiled like a total maniac while increasing the pressure on the guy's skull. The thug screamed in absolute agony as he felt his world turning upside down. They began to beg for their lives and admitted that they were wrong to ever challenge him. Their tough guy act had completely evaporated into a puddle of tears and snot. He finally tossed them aside like they were nothing more than bags of garbage. They hit the ground hard and did not even try to stand back up out of fear. Yusung stood tall over his defeated enemies, looking every bit the elite warrior he truly was. He was breathing a bit heavy, but he had clearly won the mental battle too. The thugs did not waste a single second as they grabbed their unconscious boss and started to retreat. They were shaking so much they could barely keep their balance while running. Our protagonist watches them retreat, but feels uneasy about the witnesses. He realizes that showing his true strength in front of Tojo or Sakamoto was a mistake that might expose his secrets. Suddenly, Rika came sprinting toward him with a look of pure panic on her face. She was shouting at him to run away before things got even worse with the police. She reached him and started fussing over his injuries while telling him they needed to move fast. Yusung just looked at her a bit confused by her sudden burst of energy. He tried to tell her he would be fine with just some spit and a bandage, but she exploded in anger. Rika going full mom mode right now is honestly kind of terrifying. She demanded they go to a pharmacy immediately. Kim Yusung stands in shock, his hands trembling as he looks at his own palms. The adrenaline is fading, leaving him to grapple with the overwhelming strength he just unleashed. As the sun begins to set, they walk away together, leaving the battlefield behind them in the orange glow. Far off in the distance, Tojo and Sakamoto sit on a park bench and quietly watch them pass by. It feels like the calm after a massive storm, but this is just the beginning of their true story. As Tojo and Sakamoto sit alone on the bench, the atmosphere between them becomes incredibly heavy and awkward. Sakamoto starts to feel uncomfortable with the silence, while Tojo struggles to find the courage to speak her mind. Nearby, Rika watches with bated breath, sensing a major confession is imminent. Tojo begins to blush uncontrollably as her heart beats out of her chest while she tries to find the words. She knows this is her only chance to be honest with herself before her nerves cause her to back down. Sakamoto can sense the sudden tension in the air and wonders why they have been sitting in silence for so long. He remains completely oblivious to what is coming, because he is always the last person to notice when a girl is interested. Suddenly, Tojo turns toward him, and you can see the surprise written all over Sakamoto's face. The casual atmosphere of the park is gone, replaced by a sudden heavy weight of expectation. This is it, the point of no return. Tojo swallows her fear as she prepares to say what has been on her mind for months. She is practically vibrating with nervous energy while resolving to put everything on the line right here and now in the park. Tojo looks directly at Sakamoto with a gentle blush as flower petals drift through the air. She finally gathers her courage to speak his name as her eyes fill with a new sense of admiration after seeing how he handled the situation today. Sakamoto is completely frozen, his own face starting to flush as she adds a desperate plea. He looks like his brain just short-circuited under the pressure of the moment. Talk about a total deer in the headlights. If you have read this far, you know what is coming. But wait, they are not alone. Our protagonist Kim Yoo-sung and Rika are lurking nearby, and their faces are absolutely priceless. They are watching this whole confession unfold like it is the season finale of their favorite drama. Honestly, same. Finally, the big moment arrives in this tall landscape. Under the beautiful glow of the setting sun, Tojo drops the question and asks Sakamoto to go out with her. It is a stunning, cinematic confession that changes everything for these two. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. Tojo gathers all her courage and drops the big question with a blushing face. She looks up at him with those shimmering eyes and confesses that she wants to go out with him. The blonde guy looks completely caught off guard by the sudden confession. He is sweating and blushing as he tries to process what just happened while a long silence hangs in the air. A long silence hangs in the air between them. He remains quiet as the tension builds, and his expression becomes more serious and conflicted. Tojo waits for an answer, but her expression starts to falter, as the silence goes on way too long for a good confession. She tries to save face, and tells him she can change if he does not like her personality. But he stops her immediately, and says she is actually way too good for someone like him. Tojo is stunned as she listens to him explain why they cannot be together. Her eyes widen, and she clutches her chest as she realizes a rejection is coming regardless of her feelings. He looks away with a melancholic expression and says he cannot date anyone until he meets a certain someone again. He finishes his explanation by stating clearly that he has no intention of dating anyone. That cold rejection hits her hard as the silence between them becomes heavy and deafening. Ouch, that rejection really stung. Her eyes start to well up with tears, but she tries her best to hold them back and keep it together in front of him. She asks if he still loves that other girl that much. He looks down and admits that he is not even really sure about his feelings anymore. Tojo looks down at the ground with her hair covering her face and asks if that girl was his first love. A simple text bubble appears with his soft confirmation that the girl she is asking about was indeed his first love. Suddenly, Tojo stands up from the bench with a determined look. The blonde guy looks surprised by her sudden burst of energy as she grabs her bag. She puts on a fake smile and tells him she had fun today and will see him at school. He waves back, feeling guilty as he watches her leave while putting on a brave face. The moment she is out of his sight, she starts running as fast as she can. She is holding her bag tight and trying to escape the embarrassment of the last few minutes. Hidden behind the trees, Kishimoto Rika is watching the whole drama unfold. She looks completely shocked and covers her mouth as she sees Tojo run away in tears. Hidden behind the trees, a girl in a sun hat is watching the whole drama unfold from a distance. She looks completely shocked as Yoo-sung walks past her with a serious expression on his face. Kishimoto Rika sighs and adjusts her glasses while looking toward the retreating girl. She seems worried about the fallout of this public rejection. Sakamoto cannot just stand there and watch her suffer. He takes off running after Tojo like a true male lead, chasing her down to make sure she is okay. The sun is starting to set, and the city is bathed in a warm orange light. Tojo is sitting all alone at a bus stop looking like her whole world just collapsed. Sakamoto watches from a distance and notes how incredibly sad she looks. Tojo is staring at the ground with her head low when a pair of sneakers stops right in front of her. She is too drained to even look up at first. Yoo-sung stops right in front of the crying girl and asks if she is doing okay. The concern in his voice is evident as he looks down at her with a gentle but pained expression. The dam finally breaks, and Tojo starts crying for real. Seeing a familiar face was all it took for her to let out all the pain she was holding back. Sakamoto sits down and hands her a tissue while telling her she is falling apart. Tojo tries to wipe her eyes, but she is still sobbing from the heartbreak. He tells her to take deep breaths and calm down while she tries to muffle her crying with the tissue. It is a really vulnerable moment for our girl here. She tries to brush it off and says they are just friends, so it is fine. But the way she is wiping her eyes tells a completely different story. She repeats the word friends to herself as if she is trying to make it true. Her expression is dazed as she looks off into the distance. Sakamoto looks away, feeling incredibly awkward and guilty. He is blushing and sweating because he knows he was watching her the whole time. He admits that he was watching them from somewhere in the middle of the park. He feels like a creep for not trusting her to handle it on her own, and his face is bright red. He shouts that he was worried enough to watch her the whole day. Tojo looks surprised by his honesty, and she actually starts to calm down a bit. Tojo looks down and apologizes for failing her mission. She admits that she thought changing herself might help her win Sakamoto's heart back after all this time. Using one guy to get another's attention, that never backfires. She thinks back to when she was with the blonde guy and how different she tried to be just for this chance. She clutches her dress and whispers that there is nothing she can do about it now. The weight of her failure is clearly crushing her spirit. She tells Sakamoto that she has never felt anything like this in her life. He looks at her with a soft expression, finally starting to realize the depth of her feelings. Tojo looks like she is about to say something even more important. Her face is flushed, and she is trembling as she prepares for another potential leap of faith. Tojo shouts her true feelings at the top of her lungs, letting every drop of bottled-up emotion finally burst out. She is trembling as she admits how much she really loved him. He looks up at the dark, raining sky as the mood shifts. The atmosphere turns cold and melancholic as he ponders the reality of her broken heart. Yu-sung stares at her, realizing his perspective is shifting. He used to think of these people as mere side characters in a manga. Bro is finally seeing the world as real life. Against a beautiful background of pink flowers and shimmering light, the realization hits him hard. He is starting to see the people around him as more than just characters in a story. Even Rika, with her high blonde ponytail and playful fangs, feels like more than a trope. Her laughter and presence have become a solid part of his new reality. He reflects on the clear line he used to draw in his heart. These were just characters on a page, distinct from him, but seeing Tojo in such vivid pain makes that distinction impossible to maintain. He cannot just ignore someone who is suffering right in front of him. Yu-sung points a finger and tells her she needs to stop making a scene. If she keeps lying around like this, someone is definitely going to call the cops for public disturbance. Tojo freezes, her eyes wide with shock at his bluntness. She probably expected a more romantic or comforting response after such a heavy confession. Tojo remains silent, her mind completely blank as she tries to process his unexpectedly blunt warning. Her gaze remains fixed on him, her expression a mix of confusion and lingering sadness. The intensity of his gaze makes her heart flutter even though she was just crying her eyes out. Suddenly, a small giggle escapes her lips as the tension finally snaps. The absurdity of the situation hits her, and she finds herself unable to keep a straight face anymore. That giggle quickly turns into full-blown laughter. The tension snaps as she finds herself unable to hold back her genuine amusement at the situation. She wipes a tear away while laughing, asking him if that is really what he chose to say right now. Yu-sung just stands there looking completely done with her drama. Without a word, our boy reaches up and starts pulling his dark hoodie right over his head. Tojo watches him, her face turning bright red as she gets a glimpse of his toned physique. He hands the hoodie over to her, looking slightly embarrassed but determined. Tojo is left stammering, wondering where on earth they are supposed to be going in this state. He helps her pull the oversized hoodie on, telling her they are heading to karaoke. She is completely baffled by the sudden change in plans and the choice of destination. Yu-sung starts walking away, leading the way through the city. Tojo has to scramble to keep up, her hands hidden in the long sleeves of his jacket while she calls out to him. Tojo is left completely flustered, her face flushed as she stares up at him in stunned silence while wearing his large hoodie. As they run through the brightly lit city streets, Yu-sung realizes that these people are just like him. They have their own struggles and joys, existing far beyond the script of a manga. This is a classic wholesome character development moment. Tojo lets out a pure, happy laugh that lights up her entire face. All the sadness from earlier seems to have vanished, replaced by a sense of newfound freedom. Tojo tightly grips the sleeves of the hoodie he gave her, overwhelmed by how much he actually cares. She realizes that despite his cold exterior, he's the only one who truly sees her pain. The world around them feels brighter and more vibrant than ever before. This moment marks a turning point in their relationship that neither of them can ignore. Nearby, a man in a sharp suit is sweating profusely while watching them from the shadows. He looks incredibly stressed out by whatever he is witnessing. It is Naoto, standing there with his long red hair and sunglasses while his companions weep openly. Even the tough guys seem to be moved by the scene they are watching. Naoto continues to watch from the shadows, observing how Yusung handles the situation with Tojo. He's impressed, thinking to himself that finding a young man with such a pure and resilient heart is incredibly rare. A faint smile plays on Naoto's face as he continues to observe from a distance. He looks like a man who has seen too much, yet still finds hope in small things. A faint smile plays on Yusung's face as he reflects on his choice to help. He has no idea that Naoto is still watching from afar, already hoping that their paths will cross again very soon. Cut to the karaoke room where Tojo is absolutely screaming into the microphone. Yusung is stuck in the corner, looking dead inside while shaking a colorful tambourine. Tojo points at him and shouts that it is his turn to sing next. Our boy looks like he would rather be fighting monsters than getting on that tiny stage. Back at home, Rika is hunched over her desk, staring at her tablet with a look of pure panic. She looks like she just discovered something that is about to change everything. Kishimoto Rika is looking absolutely thrilled as she prepares for a big visit. With a massive smile and her signature fangs on display, she is practically radiating pure excitement for whatever comes next. The blonde girl finally makes it inside and is completely blown away by what she finds. She exclaims that this is exactly what she imagined a boy's room would look like while Kim Yusung stands behind her looking a bit awkward. She looks around at the massive collection of gym equipment and asks if every guy keeps a literal fitness center in their bedroom. Kim Yusung rubs the back of his head and admits that his setup is definitely not the standard. Every gym bro dream setup, honestly. Her eyes drift down to the heavy weights resting on the floor. These massive dumbbells look like they weigh more than she does, but that is not going to stop her curiosity. Kishimoto Rika decides to give one of the weights a try and immediately regrets her life choices. She is straining every muscle in her body while Kim Yusung panics, warning her to stop before she actually hurts herself. Our protagonist is left speechless by her sudden burst of energy and lack of common sense. He looks totally drained after just a few minutes of her chaotic presence in his room. The duo eventually heads out for a walk through the city streets. Kishimoto Rika is chatting away at 100 miles per hour, telling stories about her friend Karen while Kim Yusung listens with a calm smile. Suddenly, a loud and unmistakable sound echoes through the air. It is the sound of a very hungry stomach growling for attention right in the middle of their conversation. Both of them freeze in their tracks as a wave of pure embarrassment washes over the blonde girl. Kim Yusung looks surprised, while Kishimoto Rika looks like she wants the ground to swallow her whole. She is completely flustered and tries to play it off, but her red face gives her away instantly. It is clear that all that talking and walking has left her running on an empty tank. Kim Yusung just gives her a warm and gentle smile to ease the tension. He is not the type to make fun of her for being hungry and already has a plan to fix the situation. They arrive at a cozy-looking building that seems to be a local restaurant or a home known for great cooking. The sun is shining bright as they prepare to finally get some food in their systems. She wastes absolutely no time digging into her meal as soon as the food hits the table. The dishes are so delicious that she starts shoveling everything down her throat with terrifying speed. She is eating so fast that she is practically a human vacuum at this point. Kim Yusung watches in genuine concern, telling her to slow down so she does not end up choking on her lunch. After downing a cold soda, she lets out a sigh of pure satisfaction. The food has clearly done wonders for her mood, and she looks completely refreshed and ready for more. Kishimoto Rika gives a double thumbs up to the kind lady who prepared the meal. She is shouting about how amazing the food tastes, while the cook blushes and smiles at the high praise. The lady tells them to eat as much as they like and promises to cook even more if they are still hungry. Grandma energy is the same in every universe, and she is not letting anyone leave on an empty stomach. Kim Yusung takes a quiet moment to drink some water and process everything. He is glad she is enjoying the meal, even if her energy levels are starting to skyrocket again. Just as he is taking a sip, Kishimoto Rika slams her hand onto his back to tell him it is time to go. The sudden impact sends him into a coughing fit as water goes flying everywhere. Our boy is clutching his chest and coughing as his soul practically leaves his body from the shock. He was definitely not expecting that much physical force from someone so small. She just winks at him with a playful grin, completely unbothered by the fact that she almost took him out. She is clearly in high spirits and ready for the next part of their day. Back at the house, Kim Yoo-sung is carrying a tray of iced drinks toward his room. He looks a bit nervous and has a dark cloud of worry floating over his head for some reason. He opens the door and is greeted by a sight he was probably hoping to avoid. Kishimoto Rika has already made herself comfortable and is looking through his personal belongings. She holds up a book and asks if he is actually into this specific type of manga. Kim Yoo-sung freezes in the doorway as he realizes she has found his secret collection of romance stories. Our protagonist is sweating bullets as he tries to maintain his cool. He explains that he did not buy it because he is obsessed with the romance story, but rather because he needed it for research references. He claims you can never have too many artistic references in his line of work. It is a classic excuse for his collection. She moves on to the bookshelf and notes that he seems to be a huge fan of shounen manga as well. Kim Yoo-sung stands there holding the drinks, looking like he just survived a close call. These dark book spines belong to a legendary series called Sakurai. They are high-quality collector's editions that would make any hardcore manga fan turn green with envy. And Kim Yoo-sung is clearly one of those dedicated fans. Kim Yoo-sung perks up and admits that this particular series is his all-time favorite. Kishimoto Rika looks incredibly excited to hear this, her eyes sparkling as she realizes they share a similar taste. She pulls a book from the shelf and is stunned to realize that these are actually first editions. This is a massive find for any fan, and she cannot believe he has such rare items in his room. Our boy starts talking about the series with a level of passion we have not seen yet. He has a soft blush on his face and a genuine smile as he discusses the story he loves so much. Kishimoto Rika listens intently, looking totally impressed by his deep knowledge of the manga industry. She seems to be seeing a completely different side of him in this moment. He keeps going, explaining the brilliance of the direction and the way the foreshadowing pays off in the later chapters. He is geeking out so hard that he is even using hand gestures to emphasize his points. She happily reveals the secret behind her incredible knowledge of story tropes and artistic direction. It turns out her father is a famous creator in the industry, which explains her deep passion for the craft. She laughs and asks if she never mentioned that her dad is actually a professional mangaka. Kim Yoo-sung is absolutely floored by the reveal, and his jaw is practically hitting the floor. Kim Yoo-sung absolutely loses his mind as the realization hits him like a freight train. He cannot believe he is standing in front of the daughter of a literal industry legend. The shock is so intense his eyes are practically bulging out of his head while he screams in disbelief. Who would have guessed her dad was the legendary Musashi? Yoo-sung is finally putting the pieces together as sweat drips down his face. His brain is working overtime to process the shocking news. Kim Yoo-sung is finally connecting the dots and realizes why this girl has such a distinctive and polished appearance compared to everyone else. Meanwhile, she just looks at him with total confusion while he tries to process this world-shattering information. He suddenly snaps, losing his cool entirely while Rika just stands there wondering what on earth is wrong with him. He is totally overwhelmed. Yoo-sung screams her name at the top of his lungs. He is practically begging for her dad's autograph once Golden Week rolls around. He is definitely a fanboy at heart. She gives him a cheerful smile and promises to introduce him to her father personally. This sends our protagonist into a literal fit of joyful tears. After the freakout, things settle down slightly. Yoo-sung mentions he has been curious about something for a while now and wants her honest opinion. Rika tilts her head and wonders what he could possibly be thinking about. She is completely unaware of what he is going to ask. He is trying to act cool, rubbing his chin and pretending it is no big deal. Rika just laughs it off without a care in the world. She looks down at the book in her hands with a gentle, warm expression. It seems like she is lost in a very specific memory. Looking at the main character Musashi on the cover, she admits that seeing him reminded her of Yoo-sung. It is a moment where the lines between fiction and reality start to blur. A chilling thought bubble appears above the dark silhouette, with a simple and direct warning for someone not to dare cross a line. Yu-sung's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He looks ready to tear someone apart for even thinking about hurting his friends. Classic protective protagonist trope in full effect. He makes his position crystal clear, telling them to never lay their dirty hands on his friend. The intensity of his gaze says he is completely serious. The panel explodes with kinetic energy as Yu-sung delivers a powerful, light-infused strike. The force of the impact is so great that it seems to crack the very air around him. The darkness fades away into a soft, shimmering background of pink petals and light. The intense tension has finally broken. Yu-sung returns to his usual self, flashing a bright and genuine smile that radiates pure kindness toward his companion. Rika clutches the book close, her eyes closed in a peaceful grin. Seeing him like this really did remind her of the hero she admires. Yeah, that hit different. The sun rises on a new day at school, casting a bright glow over the entire building as students arrive for their classes. Movement leads toward the student council room, where some important business is about to go down between our lead and the council members. Yu-sung meets up with Yukika, who is sitting at a desk and waiting for him to arrive. She has been expecting him for quite some time. Yukika looks absolutely delighted to see him, her blunt bangs framing a face that is practically glowing with excitement. Our boy checks his phone while Yukika stares at him with actual stars in her eyes. She is really into whatever they are planning. He realizes he is backed into a corner and doesn't really have a choice but to go along with her request. She hides her laugh behind a traditional fan, warning him she won't forgive him if he breaks his promise. Watch her become a top-tier wingwoman. They scan the room for the perfect spot to set up. She points out a quiet corner that looks just right for their needs. Things move along to room 2B, where the usual classroom chatter is filling the air before the teacher arrives. A classmate leans over to ask Yu-sung if he heard the latest news going around the school. Everyone is talking about it. The brown-haired guy is laughing his head off, clearly enjoying whatever gossip is currently trending among the students. Yu-sung just gives a small, knowing smirk. He figures everyone has their own secrets and reasons for acting the way they do. Honestly, fair. He settles into his desk with his English textbook, feeling a sense of relief. At least Sakamoto and Tojo won't have to deal with harassment anymore. A warm and inviting smile appears on the face of someone standing at the front of the room, ready to begin class. The teacher begins her lesson, her long, light brown hair flowing as she greets the class with a friendly expression. Kim Yu-sung is just trying to get through his day like a normal student, but his mere presence sets everyone on edge. He taps Kishimoto Rika on the shoulder to wake her up, and the poor girl looks like her soul is about to leave her body. Mizuki-sensei keeps a polite smile on her face while checking the date in her English textbook. Since today is the 24th, she is ready to call on the student with the matching attendance number to read aloud for the class. This poor kid is shaking like a leaf because he knows his number is up next. Behind him, Kim Yu-sung sits perfectly still with a stoic expression that makes the atmosphere in the back of the room feel incredibly heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, the nervous student manages to get the answer right, and he is practically glowing with relief. Our boy looks on with an intense gaze that is meant to be encouraging, but it just comes off as incredibly menacing to everyone watching. The moment arrives for our protagonist to take his turn. He stands up slowly, his large frame casting a shadow over the desk as he prepares to address the teacher and the rest of the silent, terrified classroom. Kim Yu-sung holds his book with surprising care and asks Mizuki-sensei if there is a specific section she would personally recommend for him to read. He is trying to be a model student, but his deep voice and serious face make it sound more like a demand than a polite request. The entire room freezes in absolute shock as the realization hits them. This guy just secured his 7th perfect score in a row, proving that despite his terrifying looks, he is actually an academic beast who is dominating every single subject. Mizuki-sensei is sweating bullets even though she is trying to keep her professional mask on. She gives him a shaky smile, clearly impressed by his intelligence, but still deeply unsettled by the aura he radiates from the back of the class. Our boy notices her weird reaction and wonders why she is acting so strange around him. He thinks he is being perfectly normal, but the teacher is currently fighting for her life just to maintain eye contact with him for more than a few seconds. The rest of the class breaks into awkward applause to celebrate his perfect streak. Kim Yoo-sung scratches the back of his head in a rare moment of bashfulness, but even this casual gesture looks like he is preparing to crush someone's skull to the onlookers. He sits back down and realizes that the atmosphere in the room feels completely off. Next to him, Kishimoto Rika is giggling and chatting away, seemingly the only person in the entire building who isn't paralyzed by fear whenever he moves an inch. Mizuki-sensei looks down at her book, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and terror as she addresses him. She tells him that he has been doing incredibly well, but her voice carries a nervous tremor that she just cannot seem to hide. Our hero unfortunately has a face that looks like it belongs to a high-ranking villain in a horror story. Those sharp and intense eyes make it impossible for anyone to realize he is actually just a studious teenager focused on his schoolwork. The teacher starts stammering while trying to explain the deeper meaning behind the question he just answered. She is spinning around and gesturing wildly, her anxiety levels reaching a fever pitch as she feels his heavy gaze locked onto her every move. Everything clicks for Kim Yoo-sung as he confirms his suspicions about the lesson. He is locked in and focused, but that sharp look on his face makes it seem like he is plotting something far more dangerous than just passing his next exam. Mizuki-sensei turns back to the chalkboard, her hands trembling as she writes out the next part of the lecture. She is trying her best to ignore the feeling of a predator sitting in her classroom, but the stress of teaching such a scary student is clearly taking its toll. The thought finally crosses his mind that his teacher might actually be afraid of him. Bro is accidentally speedrunning reputation he does not want at all. Walking through the school hallway is like being a monster in a horror movie. Students scramble out of his way, whispering about his massive build and terrifying presence. He is just trying to get to his next destination, but his reputation as a legendary delinquent precedes him everywhere he goes. A group of boys gasps as he walks past, calling out his name in hushed, terrified tones. Our boy keeps his eyes forward, trying to ignore the constant stares and the way people treat him like he is a walking natural disaster that could explode at any moment. He stops outside the teacher's office and takes a deep breath to steady himself. He tells himself that he just needs to act as plain and ordinary as possible, so that nobody gets the wrong idea about his intentions or his background. The frantic clicking of keys inside the faculty office echoes the intense pressure the teacher is currently feeling. She is working herself into a frenzy just thinking about the beast currently sitting in her classroom. The speed of her typing only increases as she tries to process her anxiety through sheer work volume. Every keystroke reflects the nervous energy that seems to follow the protagonist wherever he goes. Mizuki-sensei grits her teeth and tries to maintain her composure, but her mouth is twisted in a nervous, shaky smile. She's currently fighting for her life just to appear normal while her mind is racing with fear. She screams internally that this cannot be real as she looks over the files in front of her. The contrast between his perfect grades and his terrifying physical appearance is giving her a massive headache and an even bigger case of the jitters. Her eyes widen as she recalls a rumor she heard about him being the heir to a powerful Yakuza family. She starts wondering if he went through some kind of elite underworld training course, which would explain why he looks like he could bench press a small car. The atmosphere turns dark and oppressive as she sinks deeper into her paranoid thoughts. She is convinced that there is hidden, dangerous side to this student that she hasn't seen yet, and the fear is starting to cloud her professional judgment entirely. In her mind, she imagines him as a bloodthirsty demon bowing to her with a twisted, manic grin. This is the version of him she sees whenever she closes her eyes, a total monster masquerading as a high schooler. Her imagination is doing more damage than he ever could. Reality snaps back as Kim Yoo-sung actually enters the room, causing the poor teacher to nearly jump out of her skin. She fumbles with her mouse and tries to look busy, but her wide-eyed expression gives away exactly how terrified she is of his presence. Our boy stands there and realizes that she is blatantly terrified of him for no reason. He sees her trembling hands and the way she won't even look him in the eye, and he realizes that no matter how hard he tries, people will always see him as dangerous. The teacher is frozen in her chair, looking up at him like a rabbit caught in headlights. He stands tall over her desk, looking down with a face that he thinks is neutral, but to her, it looks like he is about to deliver an ultimatum. She forces out a loud, fake laugh to try and break the soul-crushing silence between them. Her face is flushed with embarrassment and fear, and she covers her mouth while trying to regain some semblance of control over her racing heart. He finally takes a seat to discuss whatever it is he came for, but the tension in the room is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Mizuki-sensei tries to gesture naturally, but every move she makes is stiff and full of repressed panic. Kim Yoo-sung puts a hand to his chin as he thinks about how to phrase his next words carefully. He doesn't want to scare her further, but his focused silence only makes her even more convinced that he is plotting something sinister under that calm exterior. Her imagination goes into overdrive again as she pictures him as a scarred Yakuza boss leading a gang of thugs. She is practically crying from the sheer stress of the situation, while the real Kim Yoo-sung just sits there with a confused chibai expression. Classic misunderstanding right here. Kim Yoo-sung drops the bombshell that his family actually just runs a small set-menu restaurant in Setagaya. He explains his background with total sincerity, hoping it will clear up the misunderstandings. After hearing the secret about his lineage, the blonde girl is absolutely stunned and doesn't know how to react. She stands there completely speechless, trying to process the massive bombshell our protagonist just dropped on her. Suddenly, her face lights up with a massive smile, and she bursts out laughing. Our protagonist just stands there looking completely baffled by her sudden change in mood. Classic mentor move to keep him guessing. Mizuki turns back to her computer, but keeps the conversation going with a cheerful tone. Yoo-sung stays by her side listening as she seems to be processing his words while she works. That office vibe just got a lot lighter. Mizuki-sensei lets out a sigh of relief as the heavy burden of her misunderstanding finally lifts from her shoulders. It feels like she has finally found the answer to a question that has been bothering her for years. Despite the explanation, Mizuki-sensei still looks deeply unsettled and confused. Her face is pale as she stares blankly at the student, unable to fully bridge the gap between his words and his scary appearance. She finally admits to herself that she just wants to follow her heart. This realization marks a huge turning point in how she sees her own life. She realizes she doesn't have to be tied down by other people's expectations anymore. It feels like a massive weight has finally been lifted off her shoulders. Yoo-sung watches her closely with a calm and steady gaze. He knows he sparked something in her, and he is just waiting to see where she goes with it. Our boy is wise beyond his years. The air in the room feels different now, as if a long-standing tension has finally been broken. Sometimes all it takes is one honest conversation to change everything. Mizuki admits that being good at something and actually loving it are two very different things. This is a hard lesson that most people never learn. She remembers her days as a tired student buried under heavy books and complex equations. It turns out she has massive engineering PTSD and never wants to touch a calculator again. Watching this come back to bite her later on would be absolutely hilarious. She confesses that becoming a teacher was not always her original plan in life. Yoo-sung sits there quietly giving her the space she needs to open up about her past. She lets out a little giggle while remembering her younger and more naive self. Our protagonist looks a bit surprised to hear that his teacher had such a different dream once. Her eyes are full of nostalgia as she prepares to share a secret from her middle school days. This is the side of her that she usually keeps hidden from everyone at school. Back in middle school, Mizuki was just a young girl obsessed with a robot anime. She spent her days hugging pillows and dreaming of being part of that fantastical world. It is such a relatable nerd moment for her character. She remembers the day she told her career counselor that she wanted to be a voice actress. Her eyes were full of hope back then, before reality started to settle in. Classic dream-crushing moment incoming. Her teacher at the time told her that hobbies are just things you do later, and she should find a stable job first. He looks so stern and practical while Mizuki looks completely dejected. Back then, she believed that following an adult's advice was the only logical choice. She did not realize she was giving up her passion so easily just to play it safe. But as soon as she reached college, the regrets started to eat away at her. She realized she had chosen a path based on someone else's idea of success rather than her own happiness. She remembers seeing a poster of the famous voice actress Yoon Jae-ni and feeling a deep sense of longing. It was a constant reminder of the life she could have had if she had just been braver. She feels the sting of regret for letting someone else dictate her entire future so easily. It is a heavy realization that clearly still haunts her to this day. This is the second time she has let others lead her. Pattern anyone. In the present, she gives Yu Sung a bright smile and thanks him for listening to her story. Our boy looks a bit flustered by the sudden gratitude from his teacher. He stares at her with wide eyes, feeling the weight of her words and the trust she just placed in him. It is a quiet moment of connection that neither of them expected. Mizuki looks absolutely radiant as she asks him if he understands what she is trying to say. She looks like a completely different person now that she's finally being honest about her buried dreams. Yu Sung lowers his head slightly and thanks her for the advice in return. They have reached a new level of mutual respect that goes beyond just student and teacher. Honestly, fair play to them. The moment is interrupted when another teacher walks in looking a bit suspicious of what they are doing. Mizuki immediately stiffens up and puts on her professional mask. She quickly turns back to her computer and acts like they were just discussing schoolwork. The older man stands behind her with his arms crossed, looking like total buzzkill. The male teacher rubs the back of his neck, looking a bit awkward as Mizuki maintains her polite and smiling facade. She is definitely used to hiding her true self around the other staff members. She plays it off by claiming they were just discussing the recent rumors floating around school. It is an easy lie to get the nosy staff member to back off and leave them alone. She closes her eyes with a small, satisfied smile, feeling much better than she did before the conversation began. Our protagonist really helped her find some peace today. Fast forward to Golden Week in Tokyo, and the scene is set at the beautiful Sensoji Shrine in Asakusa. The area is crowded with people enjoying the holiday and the sunny weather. What a great place for a meet-up. Our boy Yu Sung is standing by a red gate wearing a stylish teal jacket and checking his phone. He thinks to himself that he managed to arrive a bit earlier than he planned. He looks over when he hears someone call out to him, and his eyes widen in surprise. A girl in a purple dress is standing nearby, although we can only see her from behind at first. A close-up of a girl with long dark hair looking down with a shadowed, intense expression. A motion line suggests she is turning around quickly to face someone. Yu Sung looks completely blindsided, with a drop of sweat on his face and wide eyes. In the foreground, a finger is pointed directly at him, signaling that he's in trouble. Yukika is absolutely fuming as she glares at him, wearing a stylish purple dress and a silver necklace. She has her hand extended, pointing accusingly while she scolds him for being late. The girl in purple is laying into Kim Yu Sung, and man, she looks absolutely livid about something. She points her finger aggressively while he just stands there looking completely flabbergasted by her sudden outburst. The girl in purple is laying into Kim Yu Sung, and man, she looks absolutely livid about something. Our boy just stands there taking it, wondering what he did to deserve this lecture at a peaceful shrine. The girl in purple continues to rant and fume while Yu Sung looks on with a sweat drop, wondering why she is so upset. She points aggressively at a shop across the street, insisting they go inside right now. It looks like she has found the next stop for her shopping spree. Yu Sung wonders why he is the one being bossed around while his companion is practically fuming. She is definitely not taking any excuses today. A sharp thud echoes through the air as the girl delivers a swift chop to his head to keep him moving. This guy really needs to learn to keep up. After getting a bump on the head, Yu Sung finds himself opening his wallet to buy some peace. Matcha ice cream seems to be the only thing that will calm her down. The snack definitely does the trick because she is finally humming a happy tune and enjoying the treat. Yu Sung is just relieved that the yelling has stopped for a moment. Our protagonist notices a strange shift in her behavior as she stares at her snack with a sudden serious expression. He starts to suspect that this outing is not as casual as it seems. She quickly hides her face behind a fan and laughs it off, acting like a proper lady to cover her tracks. But her sweating face tells a completely different story. A tiny earpiece is hidden beneath her hair, revealing that she is actually following a script. Someone is watching them closely and giving her constant orders. Inside a car nearby, two handlers are monitoring every move and whispering instructions through their headsets. They are the ones actually running this entire operation. Inside a dark car nearby, two people are monitoring the situation and communicating through their headsets. It looks like Akagi Minami and Akagi Shinjiro are the ones pulling the strings from behind a tinted windshield. They enter a shop where a massive golden Buddha statue dominates the room, glowing with pure luxury. It looks like they have wandered into an incredibly expensive souvenir store. Even the base of the statue is incredibly detailed, showing off the high-quality craftsmanship. Everything in here is clearly designed to separate tourists from their money. The shopkeeper wastes no time suggesting they buy the statue as a gift to decorate their home. Yu-sung looks like he is having a heart attack at the mere suggestion. Our protagonist stares at the price tag in absolute horror as he realizes it starts at 9 million won. He is sweating bullets and looking like his soul is about to leave his body over these astronomical prices. A voice suddenly screams through the earpiece, yelling that the girl has not actually done anything useful yet. The sudden noise nearly makes her jump out of her skin. The shopkeeper keeps talking while Yu-sung looks at his companion with pure confusion. He can tell she is acting weird, but he cannot hear the angry voice in her ear. She tries to cover her mouth and whisper back to her handlers, desperately trying to keep the secret. It is hard to stay low profile when your target is standing right behind you. Back in the car, Minami is losing her mind and shouting that their target is right in front of her. These secret agents are clearly stressed out by the lack of progress. Yu-sung checks his phone, completely oblivious to the fact that he is being labeled as the primary objective. He is just trying to survive this weird shopping date. The voice reminds her that rule number 1 of a date is making sure the guy does not get bored. The chibai version of the girl looks totally done with this advice. Yu-sung mentions he forgot something, but she suddenly grabs his arm with a desperate grip. She is determined to follow the rules and keep him moving. She announces they are leaving immediately and drags a bewildered Yu-sung out of the store. The poor shopkeeper is left mourning his lost 9 million won sale. Their shoes click against the stone floor as they rush away from the shop and head toward their next destination. The pace of this date is getting out of control. Yu-sung manages to slow her down and asks what the sudden rush is all about. He is getting more suspicious of these weird mood swings by the second. She hides behind her fan again and laughs off the tension, trying to act natural despite the pressure. It is a struggle to keep the act up at this point. New orders come through the earpiece, telling her to head to a traditional clothing shop next. Yu-sung looks absolutely drained, but he has no choice but to follow along. They arrive at a high-end store where beautiful kimonos are displayed in the front window. This place looks even more expensive than the last one they visited. A clerk brings out a dark, elegant kimono to show them, highlighting the intricate patterns. It seems the shopkeeper has a keen eye for high-quality items. Yu-sung strokes his chin thoughtfully, actually considering the outfit while his companion watches him with wide eyes. He might actually have a taste for traditional fashion. She looks at him with a stunned expression, surprised that he is taking this so seriously. The vibe of the shopping trip is starting to feel a bit more genuine. The shopkeeper gets a predatory look in her eyes as she prepares to close the deal. You can tell she is about to drop a massive price tag on them. The final price is revealed to be 500,000 yen, and the girl looks like she is about to pass out. That is a massive jump from ice cream money. Golden flowers line the screen as the scene shifts deeper into the high-end boutique. It is clear they are not getting out of here without spending a fortune. Yu-sung looks on with a nervous expression, as the girl realizes the price of the items is incredibly high. A clock on the wall shows that time is ticking away as they continue their expensive shopping trip. The shopkeeper laughs in the background as the girl holds her fan, looking a bit overwhelmed by the choices. The shopkeeper approaches with a smile and suggests that she should try them on for herself. This is the ultimate trap for anyone trying to save money on a date. Yukika looks skeptical as she considers the shopkeeper's suggestion to try on one of the traditional outfits. Without giving her much of a choice, the shopkeeper gently leads Yukika toward the back of the store to begin the fitting. Suddenly, the shopkeeper pulls off her mask with a mischievous grin, revealing that her appearance was just another layer of deception. It turns out the shopkeeper is actually a girl named Minami, which leaves the girl in purple absolutely floored by the reveal. She can't believe the person she was talking to was hiding their true face behind a mask this whole time. Minami explains her background as a ninja for the Seonji family, revealing that she has mastered the Kuga-style arts of deception and stealth. Minami giggles at the girl in purple's shocked reaction, clearly enjoying the success of her disguise. Yukika is still trying to process the fact that she was totally fooled by a master of disguise in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Yusung is stuck waiting in the lobby, completely unaware of the ninja shenanigans happening behind closed doors. He kills time by playing a fighting game on his phone and manages to land a massive 9-hit combo for a clean win. Clicking sound echoes through the room, making our boy look up from his screen to see who is finally coming out. Soft light and petals fill the air as the stage is finally set for a major visual reveal. Yusung is left speechless as his brain completely short-circuits from the sight of her incredible transformation. The girl in purple steps out wearing a breathtaking black kimono adorned with intricate floral patterns and gold accents. She looks like a completely different person, and the sheer elegance of the outfit has her looking shy and stunning. Yukika stands there waiting for a reaction, looking every bit like a high-born noblewoman in the stunning traditional attire. The dark fabric makes her look both elegant and mature, which is a far cry from her usual appearance, and she waits patiently to see what he thinks. The room goes dead silent as Yusung quickly whips his head away to hide just how much he is actually blushing. He is totally mesmerized by her beauty and can't find the words to describe it, though the intense silence says everything. Yukika notices his flustered reaction and pauses, her expression softening as she realizes he is genuinely affected by her look. The atmosphere in the room changes as they both fall into a heavy, expectant silence. The atmosphere between them feels charged with a different kind of energy than their usual banter. Our boy is sweating bullets now as his brain clearly short-circuits while trying to form a single coherent sentence. He finally manages to open his mouth, ready to give his honest opinion on the stunning outfit. The girl in purple looks up in surprise, her eyes wide as a sincere compliment hits her directly in the heart. She wasn't expecting him to be so honest, and you can see the faint blush starting to creep across her cheeks. He doubles down by telling her the outfit really suits her, which is the final blow to her remaining composure. Yusung gives her a genuine and gentle smile that is way more effective than any flashy pickup line. He looks a bit bashful himself, but his warm expression makes it clear he really means what he just said. Yukika starts trembling as the weight of his sincere compliment completely breaks through her usual defenses. She is totally overwhelmed by his honesty and the sudden shift in atmosphere between them, making it impossible for her to maintain her usual cool and collected persona. To hide her massive embarrassment, she breaks into a loud and haughty laugh, using her fan to hide her face like a stereotypical noblewoman. She starts acting all arrogant and claims it is only natural for someone as great as her to look this good. The door handle clicks shut as they finally prepare to leave the fitting area and head back out together. But even though she was acting tough, her lips are still trembling with a mix of nervous excitement. She is totally overwhelmed by the romantic atmosphere and has to cover her face with her hands to hide the massive blush. But look at her. Even though she was acting tough just a second ago, she is now hiding her face in her hands to cover her massive blush. She is totally overwhelmed by the romantic atmosphere and can't even look him in the eye anymore. The attention is reaching a fever pitch as random students on the street can't help but gawk at the couple. They've never seen such a stunning pair in public and are completely starstruck by their presence. The attention is becoming impossible to ignore as more women on the sidewalk stop, dead in their tracks, to catch a glimpse of them. It seems like our protagonist and the girl in the purple dress are accidentally turning a simple walk into a public spectacle. Kim Yusung is feeling the massive pressure of walking beside a girl who looks like she just stepped out of a high-end fashion magazine. Every single person they pass is completely mesmerized by her beauty, leaving our boy feeling a bit overwhelmed by the crowd's reaction. Yukika is completely mesmerized, realizing that seeing the city in person is even better than what she imagined from her books. Kim Yusung is totally caught off guard when the girl casually suggests a plan that seems way out of his league. He starts sweating bullets while she just calmly checks her phone, completely unaware of how much her grand scale is stressing him out. Our boy is starting to regret his choice because he only intended to take a quick stroll. He never expected a simple walk to turn into such a massive and exhausting public spectacle. Yu-sung is getting more anxious by the second as the crowd grows. He knows they need to pick up the pace and find some privacy. A sudden noise catches Yu-sung off guard, making him paranoid that every person they pass is secretly trying to snap a photo of his date. It turns out he was overreacting to two students just taking a selfie. He lets out a massive breath of relief at the misunderstanding. The secret bodyguards follow closely behind, making sure to maintain their cover as they shadow the couple without being detected. They finally arrive at their destination and walk through the door of a quiet local establishment. The male bodyguard wipes his brow, terrified they were almost spotted. His partner stays focused, though she also seems a bit rattled by the close call. The female bodyguard is annoyed and claims that a lucky brat like Kim Yu-sung has no idea what is actually happening. They continue their mission from a distance, though they seem more like a comedy duo than professional shadows at this point. A bell rings as Kim Yu-sung and his date enter a cozy shop tucked away from the main road. Our protagonist leads the way into a local ramen shop and tells her that this is his favorite spot in town. She looks around curiously, clearly not used to such humble surroundings. He is just happy to finally get some privacy away from the prying eyes of the public. Before they order their food, our boy heads off to find the restroom for a quick second. Meanwhile, the male bodyguard is having a major internal crisis as his body betrays him at the worst possible time. The male bodyguard is sweating bullets as his stomach makes some very loud and very concerning noises. He blames the bad ice cream he ate at the shrine earlier for his current suffering. His partner just scolds him for being so careless while they are supposed to be on an important mission. He finally snaps and declares that he cannot hold it in for another second before sprinting away. His female partner can only watch in total disappointment as their professional cover is blown by a stomach ache. Good grief is the only thing she can think as she stays behind to watch the target. He bursts into the men's room like a man on a mission, desperate to find an open stall as quickly as possible. Relief finally washes over his face as he realizes he survived the ordeal without getting caught. But as he steps out to wash up, he comes face to face with Kim Yu-sung, who is already there. The bodyguard points a finger in total disbelief, while Kim Yu-sung stares back with a face full of confusion. He asks if this man is the vice president, creating a moment of pure chaos in the men's room. Classic awkward restroom encounter trope right here, everyone. Back at the ramen shop, the sliding door opens once again with a quiet sound as someone enters. The girl in the purple dress looks up expectantly, waiting for Yu-sung to return so they can eat. He walks back with a bright smile, but he has brought two very awkward and very familiar guests with him. The girl's jaw literally drops as she sees her two secret bodyguards standing right there in the open. Our protagonist looks completely unfazed by the situation. Bringing your stalkers to lunch is such a power move and honestly hilarious to see. The girl in the purple dress is shaking with nerves as she tries to process how her secret shadows ended up at her table. She realizes this was definitely not part of the briefing they were given before the mission started. The stress is clearly getting to her as she tries to maintain a fake smile. Now all four of them are sitting in a row, making for the most uncomfortable ramen date in history. This is officially the most crowded date I have ever seen. The two girls whisper frantically to each other, trying to figure out how this secret operation went so terribly wrong. A steaming bowl of fresh ramen is finally served, looking absolutely delicious despite the heavy tension at the table. The girl is pleasantly surprised by the delicious ramen served in front of them, while Yu-sung tries to process this weird situation. He stares at his bowl, wondering if this meal will lead to more trouble or if he can finally relax and eat. Yu-sung just sits there awkwardly while the male bodyguard tries to act like everything is completely normal. Yu-sung is watching Yukika eat, thinking she is some sheltered princess who has never tasted commoner ramen. Little does he know, her female bodyguard is internally laughing because she eats this stuff at home all the time. She takes a careful sip of the broth, the steam rising up as she prepares for her first taste of this local shop food. Our boy is sweating bullets while the bodyguard watches intently, waiting for the verdict on whether the meal is actually good. Her eyes light up immediately and she cannot hide her surprise, exclaiming that it is absolutely delicious. Watching a rich girl discover ramen is surprisingly wholesome. Yu-sung breathes a sigh of relief as they keep eating, happy that his choice of restaurant did not end in a total disaster. The bodyguard in the background seems satisfied enough with the meal, but he is already planning their next move. The group heads over to a local game center, surrounded by the neon lights and loud sounds of arcade machines. The crane's weak grip fails Yukika at the last second, letting the bizarrely buff bunny plushie slip right through its fingers. Yukika looks at the machine with longing, while her female assistant tells her she will win it for her no matter what. The competition shifts to a fighting game match, where one character gets absolutely obliterated by a flashy finisher. It turns out the male bodyguard just destroyed our boy in a match, and he is not being humble about his victory at all. The atmosphere shifts as the vice president begins radiating a dark, menacing energy that suggests he is about to take this game way too far. He is fuming because he thinks Yu-sung mocked Koreans as a whole, but mostly he is just jealous of the attention the young lady is giving him. This guy has serious boundary issues if he is tilting this hard. With a twisted grin behind his sunglasses, the bodyguard vows to make Yu-sung pay for enjoying the affection of the young lady. He is clearly taking his job way too personally, and things are about to get weird. He demands another round since there are still credits left, practically foaming at the mouth for a chance to humiliate our protagonist again. Our boy is just trying to enjoy his day, but this dude is on another level of petty. The characters on the screen trade blows, with one performing a high kick that sends the other stumbling back. In a sudden reversal, the smaller character lands a series of hits and a finishing move, resulting in a KO. Victory on the arcade screen. The bodyguard is in total shock, while Yu-sung laughs in his face, asking him where all that big talk went now that he is losing. This is what happens when you underestimate the main character in an arcade. The man in sunglasses is visibly sweating and shaken after his digital defeat, his expression turning serious as he stares intently. Yu-sung is confused, wondering why this dude is taking a few rounds of a fighting game so seriously. The bodyguard points toward the back and shouts that they are going to settle this once and for all with a real test of manhood. Typical side character behavior, making a scene because he cannot handle losing. He tells Yu-sung that a real man does not settle things with buttons and screens, while our boy just scratches his head in confusion. Suddenly, the man in the sunglasses decides to take things to a whole new level by aggressively ripping his shirt open to reveal his physique. Kim Yu-sung is absolutely horrified and lets out a gasp as the guy claims to be the skinny but secretly ripped type, with literal flames rising behind him. The man flexes so hard that imaginary flames erupt around him, leaving our protagonist stunned by the sudden transformation and wondering how a shirt could even hide that much muscle. Yukika and the man's sister can only watch with pure secondary embarrassment, wondering why this idiot is treating a public arcade like a bodybuilding stage. The vice president continues his absurd display of dominance, flexing his muscles right in Yu-sung's face to prove he is the alpha in the room. The sunglasses-wearing man leans in close with a smug look, taunting Kim Yu-sung for seemingly being impressed by his display. Our protagonist can only stare back in stunned silence, wondering how he ended up in a standoff with a guy who is this extra about his abs. After tossing his shades aside, the shirtless man strikes a dramatic heroic pose amidst a backdrop of roaring fire and intense energy. He reaches out a hand toward our protagonist, looking like a final boss who is far too proud of his own body and theatrics. Ryoji is all fired up, literally. He starts taunting our boy Kim Yu-sung, saying he never took him for someone who would run from a challenge. He tells him to watch closely because he is about to show off what a real athlete looks like. It is clear this musclehead is marking his territory and proving his dominance. They are hanging out at the arcade, and the musclehead starts stretching out like he is about to enter the Olympics. Kim Yu-sung just watches him from behind, wondering why everything has to be a competition with this guy. Ryoji is looking incredibly confident as he gears up for his big moment in front of the machine. He strikes a pose to show off his physique, clearly enjoying the attention he is getting from the crowd. Ryoji lets out a massive punch that rocks the entire cabinet, landing a pretty impressive score of 960. The impact is so loud that everyone in the arcade turns to look. Dude really thinks he is the main character and is loving every second of it. With a smug look on his face, he points right at our protagonist and tells him it is his turn to step up. Yukika and the rest of the group are watching closely, waiting to see if our boy can even come close to that score. Our protagonist looks absolutely terrified as the girls start hyping him up and questioning his true strength. He is sweating bullets because they really want to see him go all out, but he is not sure if he can actually live up to their massive expectations. He is basically in tears because he knows exactly how this is going to go. Everyone around him is cheering like he is some kind of secret superhero, telling him that they believe in his strength. He just wishes they would stop putting so much pressure on him for a silly game. He finally gives in and starts cracking his knuckles while accepting his fate. Ryoji is just standing there in the background with a smug grin, already celebrating his inevitable victory. Kim Yoo-sung takes a deep breath and prepares to let loose. As he looks at the machine, our boy knows the real problem here isn't his lack of strength. It is actually the complete opposite, and he is terrified of what is about to happen. See, he has this ridiculous muscle gag character buff that makes his physical strength completely nonsensical. He realizes that if he hits this thing for real, there won't be an arcade left to play in. It is a curse more than a blessing, but he decides he has no choice but to go all in because muscle gag characters are just built differently. He decides to just send it and throws a punch so fast it creates a literal shock wave of purple energy. The air itself seems to crack as he puts everything he has into this one strike, moving faster than the eye can follow. It is a terrifying display of power that easily exceeds the limits of any normal teenager. Ryoji looks on with a massive sweat drop, clearly sensing that something is very wrong with the energy in the room. His smug expression has completely vanished as he watches our boy move. Instead of hitting the actual punching pad, our boy's aim is so off that he punches the iron frame directly. The heavy metal just crumples like paper under the sheer force of his fist. The machine lets out a sad little beep and displays a score of 0 since he missed the sensor entirely. Rip to that arcade machine honestly. Even the girls are shocked by the result. The girls are not impressed and immediately start booing him for such a pathetic showing. They tell him he needs to work on his focus, while our boy just stands there looking like his soul has left his body. He stares blankly at the machine, realizing that his secret is still safe even if his reputation is now in the gutter. He is just glad he didn't kill anyone with that shock wave. But then, the sound of metal groaning fills the room. The entire punching arm starts to lean forward at a weird angle like it is about to snap right off. With a loud crack, the heavy punching pad completely detaches and falls toward the floor. The internal mechanics are totally shredded from that one indirect hit, leaving the machine a total wreck. It turns out our boy's strength was way more than the equipment could handle. It hits the ground with a heavy thud, leaving everyone in the vicinity completely speechless. The silence in the arcade is deafening as they stare at the wreckage he just created with a single miss. Ryoji just stands there with his arms crossed, trying to process how a score of 0 resulted in total destruction. He looks completely baffled by what he just witnessed. To hide his rising panic, Ryoji quickly slides on a pair of dark shades to maintain his cool exterior. He is desperately trying to look like a suave mastermind, even though he is actually incredibly nervous about what might happen next. He adjusts them with a flashy gesture, acting like he planned for things to go this way all along. He is trying his best to maintain his cool guy persona despite the chaos. Even though the machine is dead, Ryoji points at the 0 score and declares himself the winner by a landslide. He is technically right, but at what cost? Our boy just sighs in resignation. They decide to move away from the crime scene before the manager shows up and find themselves in front of a cute photo booth area. It is time for a change of pace. Since things got a bit too noisy over at the games, a bit of quiet fun is exactly what the group needs to recover from the shock. Our boy suggests taking some photo booth stickers as a memento of their day out together. The rest of the group seems down for the idea, and they quickly head toward the entrance. Yukika is totally on board and gets that sparkle in her eyes that usually means she is about to have a lot of fun. The other girl is just as excited to get some cute shots. Everyone piles into the tiny booth, cramming themselves together for the first shot. They are all laughing and pushing each other around to fit into the frame. They start off with a classic group pose, with everyone looking relatively normal and happy for the camera. It is a nice change of pace after all the destruction they just caused. Even Ryoji has managed to put on a smile for the first frame. For the next one, things get a bit more chaotic as they start messing with each other. One of the girls starts playfully choking Ryoji while the others laugh at his struggle. They find some props nearby and put on silly animal headbands. Because you can't go to a photo booth without wearing some giant rabbit ears or a pair of horns. The final shot features everyone wearing those giant, ridiculous sunglasses that cover half their faces. Even our boy is getting into the spirit of things, and they all look like they are having the time of their resides in that tiny little booth. The machine finally prints out the finished strip, capturing all the madness from the last few minutes. Arcade dates are actually wholesome for once. They all huddle around to see how they look. Yukika and her friend admire the photos, thinking they turned out really nice and cute. Ryoji is in the back, looking like he is about to have a steam-powered meltdown over the funny faces. The final group shot is a masterpiece of chaos, with everyone making silly faces and posing for the camera. It is a perfect keepsake to remember their wild day at the arcade and the karaoke bar. Yukika is having the time of her life holding onto their new photo strip. She admits that even though things went off the rails, this kind of spontaneous fun is exactly what she needed. It is a rare moment of pure joy for her as she laughs and enjoys the simple thrill of the afternoon. Kim Yoo-sung looks on with a soft smile, clearly happy to see her finally relaxing. He is just soaking in the good vibes after such a chaotic day. The group decides to keep the momentum going and heads straight for a karaoke joint called Sing Sing. They are ready to end the night on a high note. Ryoji absolutely loses it on the mic, singing his heart out like he is at a sold-out concert. Kim Yoo-sung and the others can only watch in stunned silence as the man goes full rock star. Then it is Yukika's turn to take the stage, and she brings a completely different energy with a soft, melodic tune. The room falls quiet as she pours her heart into the lyrics. She closes her eyes and lets the music take over, looking more peaceful than we have ever seen her before. It is like all her stress is just melting away with every note. The musical score floats across the screen, representing the beautiful melody that fills the karaoke room. The song is coming to an end. Kim Yoo-sung is her biggest fan, giving her a double thumbs up while the bodyguards join in with the applause. Everyone is finally on the same page and having a blast. Eventually, our boy joins her for a duet, and their voices blend together perfectly as they laugh and sing. This is some peak wholesome content right here. If you have read this far, you know what is coming. Yukika is beaming, her smile brighter than the stage lights as she continues to sing along with him. She has never looked this genuinely happy. Kim Yoo-sung matches her energy, grinning from ear to ear as they finish up their performance. This date might have started weirdly, but it is ending perfectly. The music finally fades out, leaving behind a warm and fuzzy feeling that lingers in the air. Honestly fair. Night falls over the glowing city skyline as the group finally prepares to head home after their long adventure. Kim Yoo-sung tells her to get home safe, making sure the perfect day ends on a thoughtful note. It is a quiet moment of reflection under the stars before they part ways. As Yukika climbs into the van with her bodyguards, she waves goodbye to our boy through the window. Meanwhile, the bodyguards look like they have been through a literal war zone today. The two guards are sitting there in total shock, realizing they actually went all out and participated in all the crazy activities. Their brains are still trying to process how a simple guard duty turned into a full-blown karaoke session. They feel a bit embarrassed about losing their professional cool, thinking they missed their chance to slip away and stay formal. But Yukika is just sitting there quietly, lost in her own thoughts. She looks up with a look of realization on her face, replaying the entire day in her head. Something about today changed her perspective. A soft, genuine smile spreads across her face as she realizes that she actually had the best day of her life. No missions, no pressure, just fun. She thinks back to eating ice cream together, remembering how natural and easy it felt to just be a normal girl for a while. It is the little things that stick with her the most. Every conversation they had while shopping and every laugh they shared feels like a precious memory she wants to hold onto forever. She is definitely falling for him. Even the old memories of her and the guards playing together with flower crowns feel different now. She finally realizes that they've been more like a family to her than just employees. This realization is honestly so sweet. Her bodyguards notice the change in her expression and look at her with wide eyes, surprised by her sudden warmth. They have never seen this side of her before. Yukika lowers her head slightly and gives them a sincere thank you for going along with everything today. She knows she put them through a lot, and she truly appreciates it. The female bodyguard actually starts to tear up, moved by Yukika's genuine gratitude and happiness. This job just became a whole lot more personal for them. The mood shifts into a funny moment as the guards start sobbing and hugging each other, overwhelmed by the emotional breakthrough. They are officially part of the team. Everyone is all smiles and tears now, celebrating the fact that they survived the day and grew closer as a result. Pattern anyone. As the group speeds away in their white van, they shout out a determined vow to make their next outing a total success. They are leaving the scene with high spirits and a lot of energy, already planning their next big move together. A close-up of a hand drawing a manga, carefully sketching out panels that look suspiciously like the story we are reading. The plot thickens. A man with gray hair tied back in a ponytail is hard at work in his studio, surrounded by computer monitors and drawing equipment. He seems completely absorbed in his craft. A sudden knock at the door breaks his concentration, and he looks back to see who is interrupting his workflow. It is Kishimoto Rika, bursting into the room with her signature fangs and blonde hair, shouting for her papa. She looks excited about something. She asks him if he remembered that her friend is coming over tomorrow, leaning over his desk to make sure he is paying attention. He seems used to her high energy. The man gives a mysterious smile, looking like he knows exactly who she is talking about. This guy definitely has some secrets. He asks if she means the friend she is always talking about, specifically that boy named Kim Yusung. It turns out Rika's dad is actually the creator behind the scenes, and our boy is about to walk right into his den. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. As promised, our boy headed over to Rika's house. He was greeted at the entrance by a man with gray hair tied back and a very welcoming smile. Ryoji was clearly a nervous wreck. Sweat was practically pouring off his face as he stood there stiffly in his school uniform. He did not just say hello, he gave the most dramatic 90-degree bow you have ever seen. The older man just chuckled at the intense display. Ryoji was vibrating with excitement internally. He could not believe he was finally meeting the one and only legend in person. This is every fan's dream. Behind this unassuming middle-aged man was the aura of a total icon. This was the manga god Musashi, the genius behind some of Ryuji's favorite stories. Getting to see the face behind the pen is a dream come true for any fan. Classic otaku moment right here. He was standing in the presence of greatness. The atmosphere was shimmering with the weight of the moment, as the reality of the situation finally started to sink in for our protagonist. The legendary creator told him to stop being so formal and just come inside. Ryoji kept his head down, still carrying a small gift bag for the family. Inside, the warm welcome continued with Rika's mother, a kind, blonde woman who looked just like her daughter. Rika was there too, looking adorable in her apron. The spread on the table was absolutely insane. We are talking 5-star restaurant levels of steak, pizza, pasta, and everything in between. This spread is incredible. Everyone sat down for the feast, but the air felt a little heavy. The dad was watching Ryoji like a hawk despite his pleasant expression. Our boy could feel the pressure rising. The dad was smiling, but there was a certain intensity in his eyes that made Ryoji gulp nervously. The man explained that he really wanted to meet the first boy Rika had ever brought home. Ryoji realized the dad totally misinterpreted their relationship and started panicking. He desperately needed to clear up any weird misunderstandings. This is the definition of a high-stakes dinner. He did not want things to get even more awkward. Rika and Ryoji both exploded in a blush, screaming that it was not like that at all. Their reactions were perfectly synced in their total embarrassment. Rika shouted that her dad had it all wrong and that Ryoji was not that kind of guy. The dad just laughed it off like a typical parent. Ryoji started thinking about the dad's perspective for a second. If I had a daughter, he mused, the whole world would look different. He looked over at Rika, seeing her in a completely different light. The realization was starting to hit him right in the chest. She really was as cute as Rika could be, and any father would probably be terrified of her growing up. The guy was just being a good parent. He could see why every guy who approached her would look like a wolf to a worried father. It actually made perfect sense when he thought about it. He caught a glimpse of Rika's green eyes as she looked back at him. There was a sudden spark of something new between them. Pattern, anyone. They both stared at each other for a long, silent moment. The awkwardness was palpable, but there was something undeniably sweet about it. The dad turned his head slightly, noticing the silent exchange happening right in front of him. His smile softened just a little bit. The parents shared a look, marveling at how much their little girl had grown up. They felt like she was already preparing to leave the nest. A soft, nostalgic glow filled the room as the family shared this intimate moment together. It was wholesome as hell. Honestly, fair. A memory of a younger Rika calling out for her papa echoed through the dad's mind. Those were much simpler times for him. He remembered her running around in those little pink flower socks, full of energy and innocence. Time really does fly by when you are a parent. The most heartbreakingly sweet memory was when she promised she was going to marry him when she grew up. Every dad's weakness. Seeing his little girl all grown up and interested in a boy was too much for the legendary mangaka. He started weeping into his hand right there at the dinner table. It is always the tough guys that are the biggest softies. His emotional wall just crumbled like wet paper. If you have ever been a dad, you know how hard it is to let go. His wife just watched him with a knowing smile while he had his little emotional breakdown. She had seen this side of him before. Ryoji watched the scene play out, feeling a bit out of place. He did not expect the manga god to be this emotional over dinner. He adjusted his collar, trying to find some way to break the tension. This was definitely not how he expected the night to go. He eventually asked for confirmation on what was just said. The whole table fell silent as they waited for his next move. Watch this come back to bite him. The architecture of the room felt cold compared to the heated emotions flowing through the family members at the table. That hit different. But then the dad offered an autograph, and Ryuji's brain just shut down. He was so happy he felt like he could die right there. Rika laughed, seeing how genuinely thrilled Ryoji was. She realized her plan to reel him in worked perfectly. She's playing 4D chess with his heart. As they walked away together, Ryoji was still on cloud 9. He had no idea he was being played like a fiddle by his crush. Rika presents her sanctuary with a flourish as she welcomes him into her world. She is so proud of this space, but little does she know things are about to get awkward. Our boy Ryoji just stands there trying to process all the pink and fluff. The blonde girl is absolutely beaming with pride as she shows off her secret sanctuary to our protagonist. Meanwhile, Ryoji looks totally overwhelmed by the pink decor and feminine energy radiating through the room. Our boy starts browsing her collection and finds himself mesmerized by the sheer amount of lore on these shelves. The blonde girl watches him with a playful smirk, knowing she has successfully lured him into her private world. Eventually, Ryoji takes a seat on the floor trying to act natural in this very feminine environment. He is trying his best to be the cool guy, but his internal monologue is probably screaming at full volume. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing, and he reaches for it hoping for a distraction from the tension. Little does he know that a much bigger surprise is currently walking through the front door. A cheerful voice cuts through the room as a blonde woman peeks her head inside. Kim Yoo-sung nearly jumps out of his skin while this new lady greets them with a massive smile. This is Maria, and she is basically a mirror image of Rika, but with a more mature energy. She walks in like she owns the place, which makes sense since she is the lady of the house. Kim Yoo-sung immediately drops to the floor in a formal bow, showing some serious respect to the mother of his crush. He is panicking so hard that he drops his phone right on the wood floor. He stammers out a question asking Maria what brings her into the room at such sensitive time. You can practically see the steam coming off his head from the embarrassment. Maria pulls out a thick orange book and presents it like a legendary treasure. Moms always know how to ruin a vibe. This is Rika's growth album, and it is filled with every embarrassing memory imaginable. Kim Yoo-sung leans in to take a look while his heart does somersaults in his chest. Rika is in the background, looking like she wants the earth to swallow her whole as her mom flips the pages. His eyes go wide as he sees a photo from a famous anime convention called Comic-It. He cannot believe what he is seeing, and the shock is written all over his face. They both look down at the pages, and Kim Yoo-sung is judging the author of this book pretty hard. He thinks the person who took these photos has absolutely no shame for capturing such moments. Maria is loving every second of this as she watches Kim Yoo-sung squirm under the weight of Rika's secret history. Our boy realizes that what he saw before was just the tip of the iceberg. The photo reveals Rika in her full Chunibyo glory wearing a goth dress and a black eye patch. We have all been there with the middle school cringe. She looks like a totally different person in this costume. Rika finally snaps and screams for her mom to stop as her face turns a bright shade of purple. The secret is out, and there is no way she can hide her nerdy past anymore. She is shaking with rage and shame as she asks her mom why on earth she would show him that specific photo. Maria just keeps smiling like she did not just ruin her daughter's entire reputation. Kim Yoo-sung realizes that Rika is way deeper in the weeb zone than he ever suspected. He is trying to keep a straight face, but the revelation is honestly kind of legendary to him. Rika grabs onto him and desperately explains that the photo was just a huge mistake from her stormy middle school years. She is practically begging him not to judge her for her edgy phase. Maria decides her work here is done and tells the two of them to have fun together. She exits the room with a playful laugh, leaving Rika to deal with the aftermath of the cringe bomb. A heavy silence fills the room as they both sit on the floor in total awkwardness. Rika is slumped over with purple lines of despair radiating from her, while Kim Yoo-sung just stares at the ground, not knowing what to say. The blonde girl looks absolutely devastated and pleads with him to keep her secret hidden from the rest of the world. Kim Yoo-sung can only offer a nervous smile while trying to process the heavy emotional weight of her request. Her face is flushed, and she looks like she is on the verge of a total breakdown. She really values his opinion, and the thought of him laughing at her is killing her inside. Kim Yoo-sung tries to lighten the mood by telling her that it is really not that bad. He has a nervous grin on his face as he prepares to drop a truth bomb of his own. He looks at her with a soft expression and blushes, trying to find the right words to comfort her. Kim Yoo-sung is touched by her vulnerability and wants to show her that she's not alone in her embarrassment. He scratches his chin nervously while a small smile plays on his lips. He has decided to share a secret of his own to make her feel better, even if it means exposing his own cringe-worthy past. In a cute chibai moment, he asks her if she wants to see a picture of his own past. Rika stops crying and looks over with pure curiosity, wondering what he could possibly be hiding. She leans in close to see the screen, and her green eyes are wide with anticipation. The distance between them is shrinking as they bond over their shared sense of embarrassment. Everything changes when Kim Yoo-sung pulls out his phone and shows her a screen that leaves her completely speechless. She leans in closer as her world gets rocked by whatever evidence he is holding right in front of her face. Her eyes widen in total shock, and her jaw hits the floor as she processes the image on the screen. This is a total system shock that changes everything she thought she knew about his mysterious past. The photo shows a younger Kim Yoo-sung dressed as a hardcore emo kid with fake tattoos and a spiked collar. This is how you win a girl's heart for real. He even had a cringy quote about the black dragon awakening inside him. Kim Yoo-sung tells her that his past is way worse than hers, so she should not feel bad at all. Rika looks at him with pity, realizing that they were both total nerds back in the day. They both start laughing as they realize they were just background extras in their own lives before they met. The wall between them has finally crumbled away for good. The blonde girl is left breathless as her heart starts racing at 1,000 miles per hour during this intense realization. They stare at each other in stunned silence, realizing their connection goes way deeper than they ever imagined. Rika covers her mouth as her heart starts racing at 1,000 miles per hour. She realizes that she is falling for him even harder now that she knows his dorky side. It is the perfect end to a chaotic day. Kim Yoo-sung leans in, his face glowing with a mix of nerves and sincerity as he stammers out Rika's name. Our boy is finally showing that dorky side she was just thinking about. Classic romance trope right here. The silence between them is so thick you could cut it with a knife as they both stand there, faces turning a bright shade of crimson. Rika looks like she is about to short-circuit while staring up at him. It is honestly adorable how awkward these two are acting. Kim Yoo-sung and Kishimoto Rika stood in a room filled with a sudden, heavy silence. Rika looked up at him with those big green eyes. Her face flushed a deep crimson while she clutched her hands to her chest. Yu-sung could practically hear his own heart hammering as he nervously waited for her to speak. They were both on the floor, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yu-sung was sweating bullets, bracing himself for the impact of whatever bombshell Rika was about to drop next. This was the kind of high-stakes romantic standoff that makes or breaks a man. Rika opened her mouth to speak, but only a stuttered syllable managed to escape. Her face was practically glowing from the heat of her blush, and she looked like she was on the verge of either a confession or a total meltdown. Yu-sung watched her intently, his brow furrowed with a mix of anticipation and pure anxiety. He was waiting for the hammer to drop, searching her expression for any clue as to what was coming next. He took a sharp, audible gulp as the silence stretched on for just a second too long. His jaw tightened, and he prepared himself for the words that were about to change his life forever. Then it happened, and boy, did it hurt. Rika suddenly blurted out that she only saw him as a good friend, effectively dropping a nuclear-grade friend-zone bomb right on his head. Talk about a brutal way to end the suspense. Most guys would have just folded right then and there. Our boy just stared at her, his eyes drifting downward as the rejection fully sank in. He tried to keep his composure, but you could tell he was feeling the sting of those words deep in his soul. Kim Yu-sung is desperately trying to keep his cool while his heart is being ripped out. He stammers through the awkward silence, his mind racing as he tries to find any way to process such a blunt rejection. Yu-sung forced a bright smile onto his face and agreed that they were definitely just good friends. Rika instantly brightened up, her fangs peeking out as she gave a silly, relieved expression that made the whole situation feel almost normal again. They both stood up, but the atmosphere remained thick with that classic post-rejection awkwardness. Yu-sung scratched the back of his head, looking anywhere but at Rika while she stood there with a bashful, slightly guilty expression. Honestly, the second-hand embarrassment here is real. Rika glanced up at him, her eyes still shimmering with a bit of leftover nervous energy. She seemed to be checking to see if he was actually okay after she just crushed his dreams. Desperate to pivot, Yu-sung brought up how he finally got to meet the famous mangaka, Kishimoto-sensei. He even managed to snag an autograph, which was a huge deal for a fan like him. It was the perfect distraction to steer the conversation away from his broken heart. The mention of the author worked like a charm, and Rika gave him a wide, fanged grin. She looked genuinely happy for him, her earlier distress completely forgotten in the excitement of his success. Yu-sung looked back at her and felt a genuine smile tugging at his lips. Even if things did not go the way he hoped, seeing her happy like this made it all feel a little more bearable. Pretty soon, they were back to their old selves, sitting together on the floor and laughing as if the rejection had never happened. It was a sweet moment, showing just how deep their bond really went. As the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow over the power lines and the quiet neighborhood, it was finally time for our boy to head home. Rika told him he could stay longer, but they both knew it was getting late. Yu-sung stood outside on the stone path, clutching a brown shopping bag as he prepared to leave. Rika stood before him in her purple top and jeans, looking a bit small in the fading light of the evening. She flashed him a cute peace sign and a bright grin, her blonde hair glowing in the sunset. She looked like the picture of innocence, making it hard for anyone to stay mad at her for long. Rika teased him one last time, joking that he would probably be crying later because he missed her so much. They both laughed, the playful banter acting as a bridge over the earlier tension. Yu-sung struck a dramatic pose, putting a hand to his chin as if he were contemplating a great mystery. He decided to play along with her joke, keeping the mood light and fun. He started wondering how he would even get to a place like Hawaii, and his mind immediately jumped to the most absurd solution. He imagined himself as a professional swimmer, powering through the ocean waves with sheer physical stats. Seeing him imagine this as a viable travel plan is pure gold. Rika giggled at his antics, remarking that he was actually more sensible than she had originally thought. It was a backhanded compliment, but coming from her, it felt like a win. With one final wave, Yu-sung promised to see her at school the next day. The sky behind them was a beautiful gradient of purple and gold, signaling the end of an eventful day for both of them. He offered a brief, content smile before starting his walk home, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He was just glad their friendship was still intact. Rika watched his retreating figure, her expression softening into something more contemplative. The blush returned to her cheeks as she stood there alone in the twilight, her mind clearly elsewhere. She clutched her chest as a quiet sigh escaped her lips, thinking to herself about how serious things were getting. As she watched him walk further away into the sunset, you could tell she was starting to feel something much deeper than just friendship. Her thoughts drifted back to a previous conversation they had, where she found out that they actually lived surprisingly close to each other. It was a realization that had caught her completely off guard at the time. She remembered them standing together at the station, discussing the train lines and realizing they were only 2 stops apart. It was one of those small coincidences that felt like fate stepping in to lend a hand. The memory was filled with the same warm, sparkly atmosphere that seemed to follow them whenever they were together. It was a small realization that made her heart flutter. Rika recalled sitting on a park bench with him, sharing a meal of kimbap that she had brought. She had been so happy that he enjoyed the food, even if she tried to act like it was no big deal. She looked back on a sweet, domestic moment where they shared a meal together. The thought of those small interactions made her face heat up with a blush. Then there were the times they spent studying together, both of them buried in their books while the world passed them by. They looked like a perfect pair, even if they had not officially realized it yet. Rika could still feel the heat in her face from those moments, her eyes widening as she remembered how close they often were. Every little interaction was starting to weigh heavily on her heart. She smiled to herself, lost in the sweetness of the memories. It was becoming impossible to deny that her feelings for our protagonist were shifting into something much more intense. The most vivid memory was of Yoo-sung protectively shielding her in a crowded area, his strong arms creating a safe space just for her. If this is not a sign they belong together, I do not know what is. Our boy is really stepping up his game lately. Years ago, Kim Yoo-sung was her literal knight in shining armor during their school days. The blonde girl with glasses can still feel her heart racing as she remembers him protectively pulling her close to keep her safe from the crowd. A single, desperate thought echoes through the air as if someone is reaching out through time. Grab my hand. It is the kind of command that carries enough weight to change the course of an entire relationship. As she stood there alone, the sunset painted the sky in deep shades of orange and gold. It was a beautiful, quiet transition that matched her reflective mood. Yoo-sung looked back at her one last time with a gentle, reassuring smile. He looked so calm and kind in the fading light of the day. Rika is absolutely smitten as she watches him, her face flushed with a deep pink hue. She looks like she is about to burst from the sheer intensity of her emotions while he walks off into the distance like a complete Chad. She looks like she is floating on cloud 9 while thinking about her hero. A soft blush spreads across her face as she realizes that her feelings for him have only grown stronger over time. Fast forward to later in the day, and the city is bustling with its usual energy under a bright blue sky. High-rise buildings tower over the streets as people go about their busy lives, unaware of the drama unfolding nearby. A pair of black sneakers hits the pavement with a steady, rhythmic pace. Someone is walking through the city with a specific destination in mind, moving with the confidence of someone who knows these streets well. Kim Yoo-sung is wandering through the busy city streets while scrolling through his phone for dinner ideas. He is so focused on finding a good spot to eat that he barely notices the crowds passing him by. Our guy suddenly stops in his tracks when something catches his eye down a side alley. He looks up from his screen, wondering if he just imagined seeing something strange in the distance. A pair of black boots clicks against the pavement as someone rushes toward a specific destination. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes through the street, signaling that someone is in a real hurry. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by a girl with light blue hair screaming at the top of her lungs. Out of the way! She is charging forward with terrifying speed, looking like she is running for her literal life. Yoo-sung freezes in his tracks as he hears the commotion coming from right behind him. He barely has time to turn his head before the source of the noise is practically on top of him. Before our boy can even process what is happening, a girl with light blue hair comes flying over a nearby wall. She is moving with some serious agility, looking like she is in the middle of a high-stakes escape. Yoo-sung can only stand there in total confusion as this blue-haired mystery girl literally falls from the sky. Suddenly, something small and pink flies through the air, catching the boy completely off guard. He barely has time to react as the mysterious object heads straight for his face. The object makes a direct hit, landing smack on his face with a soft thud. It takes him a second to realize that a pair of panties has somehow ended up covering his eyes mid-commotion. Yu-sung is completely short-circuiting as his brain tries to process the absurdity of the situation. The classic rom-com nosebleed makes a mandatory appearance here, because of course it does. He is wondering why on earth panties are flying around in a place like this, and if he has somehow entered a fictional world. He quickly realizes that now is not the time for a mental breakdown as he catches the girl in his arms. She looks exhausted and panicked, while our boy is just trying to keep his dignity intact after that embarrassing collision. Despite the weird start, he can tell she is genuinely terrified of what is coming after her. Sasha looks up at him with wide, pleading blue eyes that are framed by her green checkered hat. She is trembling slightly, and it is clear that she is desperate for someone to help her out of this mess. Our boy looks over her shoulder and spots a group of men in black suits running toward their location. They look like serious trouble, and they are definitely not here for a friendly chat with the girl in the beret. Sasha grabs his arm with a vice grip and begs him to help her. Yu-sung is totally caught off guard by the sudden request, but his instincts are telling him that he cannot just leave her here to be caught. They realize they are heading toward a dead end and have to make a split-second decision. The men in suits are closing the gap fast, and every second they spend standing around is a second closer to being caught. Yu-sung grabs her hand and tells her to come on as they bolt in the opposite direction. He is officially involved in this mess now, and he is determined to get this girl to a safe place before those suits catch up. They reach the entrance of a small ramen shop just in time. The bell on the door chimes softly as they duck inside, hoping the interior will provide enough cover to hide from their pursuers. The two of them crouch down low beneath the window sill while the men in suits sprint past outside. It is a tense moment of silence as they wait for the sound of footsteps to fade into the distance. They peek over the edge of the table with matching expressions of intense concentration. Sasha looks terrified while our protagonist is just trying to make sense of why he is currently hiding in a noodle shop. Sasha lets out a massive sigh of relief and slumps against the wall as the danger passes. She is breathing hard and looks like she just ran a marathon, but at least she is safe for the moment. She looks up at him and gives a nervous, thankful smile that is actually pretty charming. Our protagonist is not impressed, though, as he glares at her with a look that says he expects a very good explanation. The girl introduces herself as Sasha and asks our boy for his name in return. She is trying to be polite, but the tension from the chase is still hanging heavy in the air between them. Yu-sung looks at her suspiciously and asks if she is just some kind of tourist. He cannot imagine why a normal girl would be pursued by a literal squad of professional-looking men in black suits. He tells her not to dodge the question and demands to know who those people were. Sasha looks away and mutters that it is complicated and hard to explain, which only makes our boy even more frustrated with the situation. Yu-sung turns away with a huff, looking like he is ready to just walk out and leave her to her own devices. He does not have time for vague answers and mysterious people chasing him through the streets. He tells her that being chased by men in suits is not common sense anywhere in the world. He is a logical guy, and none of this is adding up to a situation he wants to be part of for free. Sasha flinches at his harsh tone and quickly reaches into her tan coat to grab something. She seems to realize that she needs to offer something more substantial than just a mystery if she wants him to stay. She reaches into her bag and pulls out several thick stacks of cash that would make a bank teller jealous. Each bundle is wrapped neatly, showing that she is carrying a literal fortune around in her tan coat. And just like that, our boy is basically a paid bodyguard. It seems this encounter just got a whole lot more profitable. Kim Yu-sung and Luxia officially shake on it. Our boy realizes that money really does talk in this world. Money always wins in these stories. Now that the deal is sealed, Luxia reaches up to her green checkered hat. She is ready to drop the disguise and show her real face. Is this her true identity finally being revealed? The mysterious girl with the long blue hair finally decides to reveal her true identity to the shocked protagonist. She lets her hair flow freely as the magical aura around her begins to shimmer and fade. Kim Yu-sung is absolutely floored and can only manage a confused gasp. His eyes go wide as he realizes something is very familiar about this girl. She starts to speak, but our boy is too stunned to even listen properly. The tension in the air is palpable as the big reveal reaches its peak. This reaction is totally justified. Finally, we get the full look at her face, and she is absolutely stunning. With those deep blue eyes and long flowing hair, she looks like she walked right out of a dream. The flowery background makes it clear that she is no ordinary girl hiding in a tan coat. This is peak character design. Kim Yoo-sung finally puts the pieces together, and his brain basically short-circuits. He remembers the cover of the anime Scramble Love, and realizes she is the spitting image of the popular character Ale. Talk about a legendary encounter. This is definitely going to complicate things more than he ever expected. The truth hits him like a lightning bolt, sending his thoughts into a chaotic spiral. He is standing right in front of a legendary character, and his brain simply cannot compute the reality of it. Duo ends up at a trendy clothing store called 9 O'Clock to find some new gear. After everything they have been through, a quick disguise seems like the smartest move to stay off the radar. Sasha steps out of the changing room looking like a completely different person in a varsity jacket and a baseball cap. She strikes a pose and asks our boy how she looks in this casual street style. Honestly, she pulls off the sporty look surprisingly well for someone on the run. Kim Yoo-sung takes a long, hard look at her and starts overthinking the whole situation. He is trying to be practical about their survival while she just seems to be enjoying the shopping trip. It's a weird dynamic for sure. He asks her if she is really okay with just that simple outfit because they need to be prepared for anything. Sasha just turns around with a bit of an attitude, clearly confident in her fashion choices despite the danger lurking nearby. Our protagonist realizes that blending into a crowd is actually their best bet for shaking off pursuers. In a busy city, being just another face in the street is way more effective than hiding in an alleyway. Sasha agrees that his logic actually makes a lot of sense for once. She looks back at him with those bright blue eyes, finally acknowledging that he might know what he is doing when it comes to staying hidden. Sasha is not just any girl, though. Sasha is a super popular character from the previous series and a major heroine. Seeing her here in the flesh is still tripping our boy out a little bit. Normally, her story is supposed to revolve around the actual protagonist of this world, Sakamoto Ryuji. Classic rom-com tropes are getting flipped on their head here because our boy has totally derailed the original plot. Thinking about Ryuji and his destined role makes Yoo-sung realize just how much he has changed things. He is basically the main character now, whether the original story likes it or not. He flashes back to when he first had to grab her and run while she was still in her old detective-style coat. That was the moment everything went sideways, and their lives became one big chase sequence. The memory of being chased by men in black suits is still fresh in his mind. They were sprinting through the streets just trying to find a second of peace before the next wave of trouble found them. Yoo-sung remembers getting angry and asking if she was trying to buy him off with money. He wanted to maintain his dignity and show he could not be bribed, but his face tells a much more conflicted story. Yeah, she is totally playing him. Then he saw the sheer amount of cash she was carrying in that chibai-style dream sequence. It turns out she is absolutely loaded, and seeing those stacks of bills made even our stoic hero break out into a sweat. Back in the present, he just lets out a heavy sigh while Sasha giggles behind him. He is realizing that dealing with a rich, eccentric heroine might be just as stressful as fighting off secret agents. Sasha gives him this devious little look from under her cap. She knows she has him exactly where she wants him, and she is clearly enjoying every second of his frustration. As they move through the city, she thinks to herself that Yoo-sung looks pretty strong at a glance. She is betting that he can hold out for at least 6 hours against whatever is coming their way next. That is a pretty high expectation for a guy who just wanted a quiet life. They continue walking through the bustling streets, keeping their voices low. Yoo-sung warns her that if they stay in one spot for too long, their enemies will eventually track them down using the city surveillance. Suddenly, a group of guys in suits spots them and starts shouting to grab him. Our boy panics, wondering how they found them so fast. Sasha casually mentions they might be former KGB agents, which just confuses him even more. He is way out of his depth. Yoo-sung starts sprinting as a man in a black suit steps into his path to trip him up. The tension spikes instantly as the pursuit turns from a stroll into a high-stakes race for survival through the urban landscape. Yoosung looks on in surprise as a thug charges at him with a punch. The enemy moves fast, but our hero's instincts are starting to kick in as he prepares to dodge the incoming strike. With a swift movement, Yoosung catches the attacker's arm mid-swing. The thug is completely shocked that his practice strike was neutralized so easily by a mere student. The burly man grits his teeth in anger, his face turning red as he tries to overpower our hero. He clearly did not expect this much resistance from someone who looks like a typical high school student. Yoosung shows off some insane strength by lifting the entire man high over his head. It is a total power move that leaves the other approaching thugs frozen in their tracks. He is not playing around anymore. With a massive grunt, he slams the thug down onto the pavement with bone-shattering force. The impact sends a shock wave through the area, and the other suited men realize they might have bitten off more than they can chew. Yoosung and Sasha share a moment of mutual surprise at just how effective that move was. Even he looks a little bit shocked by his own power, while Sasha watches with wide, impressed eyes. He quickly grabs Sasha and pushes her toward a nearby phone booth to keep her out of the line of fire. He tells her to stay put for now while he handles the rest of these idiots. He slams the door shut to lock her inside for safety. It is a protective gesture that shows that despite his complaining, he really does care about keeping her out of harm's way. Yoosung wipes the sweat from his chin and locks in. He knows more of them are coming, and he needs to stay focused if he wants to get out of this neighborhood in one piece. More punks start surrounding him from all sides, thinking they can win with sheer numbers. Something tells me these guys aren't just random street punks based on the way they are circling him like predators. Our boy drops into a solid fighting stance, ready to take on the whole group. He is outnumbered, but he has the technical skill and the determination to make every single one of them regret showing up today. He delivers a devastating strike that sends blood flying as he mocks the logic of rom-coms. In this world, the guy with the bigger build does not always win if the smaller guy knows exactly where to hit. This is real combat, not a manga. He unleashes a flurry of blows, dropping the thugs one by one until the ground is littered with unconscious bodies. It is a masterclass in street fighting that leaves the remaining enemies hesitating to step forward. Yoosung feels like he has the upper hand until he hears someone tell the others to fall back. His eyes go wide as he realizes that the real threat is finally deciding to reveal itself from the shadows. Before he can celebrate his victory, a massive impact hits Yoosung from the side. The force is so immense that it sends him reeling, completely blindsiding him while he was focused on the other thugs. He lets out a pained and frustrated cry as he is caught in the middle of a powerful energy blast. The situation has suddenly escalated into something far more dangerous than a simple street fight. Captain Boris enters the fray looking like he just stepped out of an action movie. He carries himself with the kind of confidence that only comes from years of being the top dog in the underworld. The belt and torso of Captain Boris as a strange, chilling aura begins to swirl around him. The air feels heavy with the promise of a much more brutal confrontation. The ground is obscured by a dark, sweeping energy as the power levels in the area continue to rise. Everything is becoming a blur of motion as the real battle is about to begin. Kim Yoosung is sweating a bit, wondering if his weird rom-com muscle buff actually applies to dudes too. Betting his rom-com buff fails here because this guy looks way too serious. Captain Boris does not even look bothered. He just cracks his knuckles with this intense flame burning in the background. Our boy is really questioning if his powers will work on someone this massive and intimidating. If it does, things are about to get very weird very fast. The atmosphere in the alley shifts as Kim Yoosung exudes a menacing aura. The background burns with an intense orange light, signaling that he is finally taking the fight seriously. Sasha is watching from behind the glass of a phone booth, absolutely terrified for Yoosung. She knows how dangerous Boris can be, and she cannot believe our boy is standing his ground. She presses her hands against the glass, her eyes wide with fear as the situation escalates. In her mind, Boris is a monster that no high schooler could ever hope to defeat. Boris isn't intimidated at all, standing his ground with the confidence of a seasoned captain. He is convinced that this high schooler has no business being in a real fight, and is about to learn a very painful lesson. Kim Yoo-sung just ignores the trash talk and takes a deep breath. That calm expression on his face is a warning that he is about to stop playing around. Kim Yoo-sung has heard enough and decides to end the chatter. He locks in, his eyes glowing with this newfound intensity. He tells himself he is going to finish this fight quickly, and he is not holding back a single ounce of power because he has other places to be. He blurs, moving faster than any normal person should be able to. His footwork is flawless as he launches himself forward like a guided missile toward his target. Even a pro like Boris cannot keep up with that kind of insane speed. His eyes go wide as he realizes he cannot even track our boy's movements anymore. He moves like a literal blur, cutting through the air with a shock wave. Boris barely has time to blink before our boy is already on top of him. The sheer speed of the assault leaves a trail of purple energy behind as he prepares to land a massive strike. Yoo-sung slams his hand right into Boris' face, forcing him backward with overwhelming strength. It is a brutal display of power that leaves no room for a counterattack. Boris is wide-eyed, completely caught off guard by the sheer force of the impact that rattles his entire skull. Boris is caught off guard by the sheer speed of the strike. An exclamation mark appears as he barely has time to register that Kim Yoo-sung has already closed the distance. Kim Yoo-sung's expression is focused and deadly as he moves in for the finishing blow. He has no intention of dragging this out, aiming to end the confrontation right here. Our boy grips Boris by the arm and starts a massive throw. He is using every bit of momentum he built up to completely upend the bigger man. Boris is struggling to find any footing as the world literally starts spinning around him, and he loses all control of the fight. With a massive explosion of dust and debris, Boris flies toward the ground as the impact echoes through the alley. Our boy is not showing any mercy as he drives the captain down with everything he has got. It is a total domination that leaves the surrounding thugs speechless and paralyzed with fear. The fight takes a weird turn as Boris lets out a cry of pain. Kim Yoo-sung catches a glimpse of the man's face, and his heart skips a beat. Something about this guy feels way too familiar to be a coincidence, and it makes him hesitate for a split second. Our boy freezes mid-attack as a shocking realization hits him like a freight train. He stares at Boris, wondering if this could actually be his long-lost father. It is the last person he expected to see in a place like this, and his mind is racing with a million questions. Boris just gives him this knowing grin that is honestly kind of creepy given the situation. He seems to be enjoying the confusion he just caused in our protagonist. The captain tries to regroup, but his body is already failing him after that massive slam. He realizes he needs to do something drastic if he wants to stay in this fight. Narration for this image. He goes straight for a nasty joint lock, targeting Boris' hip with surgical precision. The captain is gritting his teeth in agony, realizing his own joints are about to snap. Our boy is really showing no mercy to this supposed family member, which is exactly what you would expect from him. Boris screams out in frustration, asking if the kid is really trying to cripple him for life. He is being tossed around like a rag doll despite his massive size. The power gap between them is becoming painfully obvious to everyone watching as the legendary captain is thoroughly humiliated. The air crackles with energy as the finality of the throw becomes clear. The environment around them seems to blur under the pressure of Yoo-sung's overwhelming physical strength. The slam is final as Boris is driven back into the pavement with a sickening crunch. Dust clouds erupt from the ground as the captain finally loses his fight. It is a total victory for our boy, and he did it without even breaking a sweat despite the weird reveal. Sasha is frozen in shock, her mouth hanging open as she tries to comprehend what she just saw. Her hero was just dismantled in seconds by the guy she was worried about. The other thugs are equally stunned, their faces pale as they realize their leader has been defeated. They look like they want to run, but their legs are completely frozen in place. The legendary Captain Boris lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of settling dust. Kim Yoo-sung stands over him, looking down with a cold and detached expression. The thugs in the background can only stare in absolute horror at their fallen leader and the monster who did it. A massive surge of purple energy erupts, filling the alleyway with a blinding light. The sheer magnitude of Kim Yu-sung's power is on full display as the fight reaches its conclusion. He gives a chilling warning about how serious joint injuries can be for a fighter. His face is shrouded in shadows, making him look more like a villain than a hero. This cold-blooded side of him hits different and shows he is not a kid you want to cross. Sasha finally finds the courage to step out of the phone booth, looking like she just saw a ghost. She looks at Yu-sung with a mix of awe and genuine terror. The chapter ends with our boy radiating this massive purple aura that fills the entire area. Sasha looks on, wondering how anyone could possibly possess this much overwhelming power. The mystery of his true strength only continues to grow deeper as he prepares for whatever comes next. Sasha's mind is completely blown as she watches the energy flare up. She never imagined that a mere student could possess the kind of terrifying power that makes even a legendary captain look like a joke. The scene shifts away from the chaos over to a desolate construction zone. Everything is quiet for now, but the atmosphere feels heavy with tension. This is usually where the real trouble starts brewing. A man with a bright blue beard and glasses taking an urgent call. This is Black Yasha, and he looks like he just heard some very unsettling news. His leopard print shirt definitely says he is a big deal in the underworld. A mysterious voice on the other end of the line sounds completely rattled by the report. They keep muttering that it should be impossible for a powerhouse like Boris to lose to some random kid in an alley. His face hardens as he listens to the voice on the other end explain the situation. You can tell this news just ruined his entire week. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. Black Yasha stares into the distance while processing the gravity of this massive reveal. If a legendary figure like Boris is back on the board, then all his current plans are basically trash. He has this cold, calculating look that only a seasoned boss would have. This is a classic power shift moment, and he knows the game has completely changed. He wonders if that is truly the person behind everything. The mystery is only getting deeper, and Black Yasha is clearly shaken by the possibility. Honestly fair given the stakes. The story opens with a sharp look from Yukika as she processes some heavy news. Her eyes are filled with a mix of suspicion and focus, while a click resonates in the quiet room. Back in 1999, a legend was born when Ivan the Destroyer hosted the first God of Fist tournament. Honestly, what a powerhouse. He was a mountain of a man with spiky light blue hair looking for someone who could actually challenge his strength. That is when the mysterious Fuma Kataro finally stepped onto the stage. Yukika wonders if the rumors about Fuma Kataro resurfacing are actually true. She cannot let this news sit and immediately begins getting ready. As she pulls on her black jacket, she prepares to head out into the night to uncover the truth for herself. A hand grips the handle and turns it with a firm click. The door opens as sunlight pours in from the outside world. Yukika steps out and looks back at the quiet apartment complex one last time. The air is still, but the tension in her shoulders tells a different story. She is leaving her comfort zone behind to chase down a shadow from the past. Our girl Yukika stares ahead with a sharp, determined look in her eyes as she processes everything. She realizes the weight of the name she carries and knows there is no turning back from this path. She thinks of her father and the weight of his legacy. That name carries so much baggage, and she feels the pressure building up in her chest. Suddenly, the vibe shifts completely as we find ourselves in a bright and bubbly maid cafe. A group of girls in pink frilly outfits greet the customers with massive smiles and enough energy to power a small city. Our protagonist, Kim Yu-sung, looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. Sasha is right next to him looking surprised as the maids lay on the charm. Yu-sung is clearly cringing so hard that his soul is starting to leave his body. Yu-sung facepalms and sighs while Sasha just laughs at his misery. She finds the whole situation hilarious while our boy is wondering why he agreed to come here in the first place. They settle in at a pink table while one of the maids stands by ready to take their order. The contrast between Yu-sung and his dark hoodie and the sugary, sweet environment is just peak comedy. Classic maid cafe awkwardness right here. Sasha teases him and calls him the landmine king while he stares at the pink heart-covered menu with pure dread in his eyes. The menu is so over the top that Yu-sung literally turns into a shivering chibai. He is getting actual chills from the sheer amount of Mo energy radiating from the pages. Sasha checks her phone and her expression turns serious for a moment. She sees something that catches her off guard while Yu-sung is still trying to recover from the menu. She explains that certain combat squads always deploy an EMP at the start of an operation. This fries every electronic device nearby and leaves everyone in the dark. Yu-sung looks totally overwhelmed by the technical talk. Sasha continues explaining that EE is actually a massive arms manufacturer located in Luxia. It is a dangerous organization, and she knows far more about them than a normal high schooler should. Her expression softens as she leans in and looks Yu-sung right in the eye. She calls him master with a playful glint in her gaze, and our boy is completely caught off guard. A new maid named Hayaniko arrives at the table carrying plates of food. She introduces herself as the star cat maid of the cafe and even adds a cat noise for good measure. Sasha is absolutely loving the show, but Yu-sung looks like he is about to have a mental breakdown. She sets down the steaming plate of omuris and keeps up the high-energy performance while Yu-sung continues to shiver. Sasha is practically sparkling with joy as she watches the cat maid work her magic. The omuris looks delicious with a little ketchup heart on top, but Yu-sung is too busy worrying about what comes next. Hayaniko stands there with a perfect service smile waiting for his reaction. Yu-sung has a terrible feeling about this. Hayaniko raises a finger and prepares to lead them through the mandatory table ritual that every customer has to perform. She brings her hands together to form a heart shape over the food. This is the moment of no return, and Yu-sung knows he cannot escape it. Bro is literally losing his soul in real time. Hayaniko and Sasha both shout the magic words Momokayan while making hearts with their hands. Yu-sung is actually coughing up blood from the sheer embarrassment of being forced to participate in this nightmare. He tries to wave his hands and tell them he really does not need to do all that. But Sasha and Hayaniko are not letting him off the hook that easily. Yu-sung turns bright red and breaks into a cold sweat. He is gritting his teeth and trying to find a way out, but he is trapped in the pink vortex. He finally gives in and makes the heart shape with his hands while blushing furiously. Sasha is dying laughing in the background because she knows exactly how much this hurts his pride. Hayaniko bows gracefully and tells them to enjoy their meal with another cat noise. Yu-sung is just sitting there with his head in his hands, questioning every life choice that led to this moment. He finally starts eating, and his eyes widen slightly. Even though the ritual was a total nightmare, the food is actually surprisingly good, and he starts to relax just a little bit. Hayaniko leans in with a big smile and asks if the meal was to his liking. She is playing her role perfectly, and Yu-sung is too tired to even argue anymore. Sasha has already moved on and is now chatting with Hayaniko like they are old friends. She looks very interested in the cat ears the maid is holding as she plots her next move. Hayaniko pulls out another set of cat ears and looks toward Yu-sung with a mischievous grin. She is not finished with him yet, and our boy knows exactly where this is going. The penalty for losing is that he has to wear the cat ears and end every single sentence with a meow. Yu-sung looks like he just saw a ghost, and his eyes go completely white from the shock. He desperately asks if there is any other option for the penalty. Sasha just gives him a smug look and knows she has him right where she wants him. Yu-sung is reaching his breaking point. He grits his teeth and stares intensely, determined to win the next match and save whatever is left of his dignity. High-stakes card games always end in disaster. They start playing a game of cards to decide the winner, but Sasha looks way too confident with her hand. Yu-sung is sweating as he looks at his cards, hoping for a miracle that probably isn't coming. It is official. Our boy lost the bet, and the price of defeat is finally catching up to him. Look at those fuzzy ears poking out. Yu-sung is absolutely dying inside as he stands there forced to wear a pair of pink cat ears in public. He is blushing so hard his face might actually explode from the sheer embarrassment. Sasha is having the time of her life seeing him like this. She is laughing so hard she can barely breathe, telling him that look does not suit him one bit, while our boy begs for just one more round to save his pride. Bro made the worst possible bet, and I am all for it. The sun begins to set on their day out as Sasha stretches and brags about how much fun she had. Meanwhile, Yu-sung is trailing behind like a kicked puppy because he could not manage to win even a single game against her. It is a total loss for our protagonist. Even though she spent the day crushing him in games, she looks genuinely happy to have spent the time together. Her usual competitive edge has softened into something much more sincere. They keep walking in silence for a moment as the city shadows stretch out across the pavement. You can tell the mood is shifting. Suddenly, Sasha stops in her tracks and says she has something important to confess. Yoosung just stands there confused, wondering what could possibly be on her mind after a day of games. Our boy is caught completely off guard by the sudden change in her tone. He just stares at her, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The playful energy from before is totally gone now. Sasha looks down, appearing almost guilty about whatever she is about to reveal. She tells him he can head back now while she calls her guards to take her to the hotel. It feels like a sudden wall has been put up between them as she distances herself. This feels like the calm before a storm. As Sasha flashes a cheerful smile and thanks Yoosung for the day, a helicopter suddenly appears in the sky behind her. The wind from the rotors begins to whip her hair and scatter leaves through the air. A booming laugh erupts from above as a man in a leopard print shirt looks down with a predatory grin. He screams that he has finally found her, and he looks absolutely unhinged. This dude has zero chill. Just as they think they are safe, a massive helicopter descends from the sky and kicks up a violent windstorm. Yoosung and his companion look up in sheer terror as the sunset sky is dominated by their pursuers. A hand slams against the helicopter door before a figure dives straight out of the moving aircraft. The mysterious intruder hits the ground with a massive impact right in front of our duo, leaving them completely stunned. The man revealed is none other than Black Yasha, and he has got a wicked smile on his face. He tells Sasha that thanks to her little stunt, they did not even have to look that hard to find her. He is looking at her like she is a runaway prize. The atmosphere turns chilling as the newcomer demands to know the identity of the man standing in his way. This guy is radiating pure menace and clearly does not take kindly to anyone protecting his target. Sasha is visibly trembling as she asks how they managed to track them down so quickly. All her confidence from the arcade has completely evaporated. Black Yasha stands tall and tells Yoosung that this is a private family matter. He looks him dead in the eye and refers to Sasha as his daughter. Family reunions in this series are always a total disaster. The intimidating powerhouse approaches them with an incredibly heavy aura, making it clear that he's here to discuss something very important regarding his daughter's recent behavior and safety. A close-up view shows the back of Sasha's head as she stands frozen, her pink hair tied up while she faces her father's imposing presence. She tries to explain that she was just about to head back home, but her father shuts her down immediately. He tells her that whatever excuses she has simply do not matter anymore. Kim Yoosung stares at the man in shock as the realization hits him. He wonders if this eccentric-looking guy is actually Sasha's father, and the pressure he radiates is no joke. Our boy notices something strange about their conversation. He wonders why a guy from the world of Luxia is speaking Japanese with her, though he realizes it is technically the Luxia language. Honestly, fair point by him. The blue-haired girl is absolutely stunned as her father brings up the name of a dangerous figure lurking in the shadows of Tokyo. She never expected this kind of heavy news while they were just hanging out. She thinks to herself, wondering why her father is suddenly mentioning the Black Yasha out of nowhere. The confusion on her face is visible as she tries to make sense of his words. The protagonist can't believe his ears, wondering why this old man is suddenly accusing him of being a legendary figure he's never even heard of before. The old man starts explaining the legend of a fixer who used to specialize in the underworld's most dangerous work, making it clear he's hunting for someone with a very specific set of skills. A dark memory flashes of a masked ninja-like warrior known for his incredible efficiency in battle. This mysterious figure is the exact person the blue-bearded giant is desperate to find and test himself against. Kim Yoosung is totally lost as the man shouts for Fuma Kataro to come and clash with him. Our protagonist has no idea what this dude is screaming about or why he is so aggressive. Black Yasha roars for a fight to the death, claiming they will finally finish the match they started 18 years ago. Picking a fight with a teenager, boomer energy is off the charts. The older man suddenly pauses and leans in for a closer look at the boy. He asks who he is, and Kim Yoosung awkwardly replies with his actual name while Sasha watches in silence. The tension between them stays high even as the boss admits he has absolutely no clue who this kid is, or why they are standing here together. An incredibly awkward silence falls over the entire group as the old man slowly starts to realize he might have picked a fight with the wrong person after all. Black Yasha takes a moment to cool off, finally accepting the fact that this kid isn't actually the legendary rival he's been hunting for all these years. Kim thinks to himself that even though he does not know who Fuma Kataro is, he must look exactly like him. Classic protagonist problems, really. He looks back at the man in the leopard shirt, realizing that the situation is still incredibly dangerous. Even if it is a misunderstanding, this guy is still a powerhouse. Our boy brings up the big guy he fought earlier, thinking back to how he absolutely wrecked Ivan the Destroyer. He explains that he thought he was dealing with an actual kidnapper. He admits that because he thought Sasha was in real danger, he did not hold back his strength at all. Black Yasha listens in silence, his expression unreadable behind his shades. Talking time is officially over as the old man prepares to launch a sudden strike, proving he's just as reckless and dangerous as his appearance suggests. The powerhouse doesn't hold back at all, letting loose a devastating punch packed with enough energy to flatten anyone in his way, while the protagonist struggles to track the movement. Yusung's eyes widen in sheer terror as he barely tracks the blur of the movement. The shock of the speed leaves him completely paralyzed for a split second. The pressure is overwhelming as our hero desperately tries to create some space, fully realizing that he's currently dealing with a monster who could end him in a single move. Sasha screams for him to run, as she realizes just how dangerous her father can be when he's actually taking a fight seriously. The sheer force of the air pressure from the punch rips Kim's backpack apart. Ruining a man's manga is basically a declaration of war. Yusung is absolutely furious that his belongings were just trashed, and destroying a man's precious manga collection is the fastest way to turn this into a personal vendetta. Kim Yusung lets out a shout of pure agony as he realizes what has just happened. He is not hurt, but his heart is absolutely broken. Black Yasha finds the situation interesting and demands that Kim show him his true strength as well. He is looking for a worthy opponent and thinks he might have found one. Our protagonist reaches out in despair for his ruined backpack, crying out about his brand new manga. Watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. Tears stream down Kim's face as he screams at the man for treating manga with such disrespect. He declares that he will never forgive the old man for this unforgivable sin. The old man closes the distance instantly to keep testing the boy's limits, acting as a master who won't give his opponent a single second to breathe. The sound of heavy impacts echoes through the air as Kim is forced to defend himself. He blocks a flurry of strikes, the pressure of the attacks pushing him back. The hero is forced to take the full force of the assault, proving that even while he's crying over manga, his combat instincts are still sharp as a razor. The legendary fixer keeps the pressure on with a relentless series of attacks, determined to see exactly how much potential this kid is hiding deep down. A flash of a masked warrior appears in the middle of the exchange, representing the legendary shadow the old man is trying to find within the boy's movements. Kim is struggling to stay on his feet, as he realizes just how much raw strength he's actually dealing with in this insane fight. The old man is starting to realize the kid might be special, while Yusung is just trying to process the fact that he survived that insane onslaught. The blue-haired man leans in close, looming over him with an intimidating presence. Yusung desperately wants to know why this crazy guy is attacking him out of nowhere. Kim Yusung is totally losing it, shouting at the top of his lungs because he has no idea why this monster is targeting him. He is just a regular guy, yet this powerhouse is calling him an exceptional genius of combat. The man in the leopard shirt explains his reasoning while winding up another purple energy strike. He finds it impossible that a completely untrained high schooler could take down his right-hand man Boris with bare hands. A massive explosion of light fills the air as Black Yasha continues his relentless pursuit. He is convinced that what he is seeing is something that simply should not be possible in the real world. He goes as far as calling our protagonist a prodigy that only appears once in 100 years. That is some serious praise coming from a legendary fixer. Yusung grits his teeth, his face covered in sweat as he listens to the man continue his speech. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. He can feel the weight of those words as the legendary fixer prepares to drop a bombshell. The giant with the blue hair flashes a predatory grin while his muscles bulge with overwhelming strength. He finally makes his move, telling our boy to give up his normal life and come work for him in the underworld. The man promises to turn Kim's hidden potential into a weapon, all while launching another terrifyingly fast strike. Our hero suddenly realizes the horrifying truth that his peaceful rom-com world has officially been hijacked by a battle manga. Our protagonist looks up with wide eyes, the reality of his situation sinking in. He is not in a dating sim anymore. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. This world isn't some ordinary rom-com webtoon where the biggest threat is a simple misunderstanding between high schoolers. Everything he thought he knew about his reality is being torn apart. He looks completely shell-shocked as the genre shift finally clicks, and he realizes he's in for a much more violent ride than he signed up for. He watches as his friends trade in their school supplies for combat skills, proving that the lighthearted days are long gone. It looks like a typical shounen battle series now. Looking back at his memories, everything used to be so simple with accidental bumps, angry girls, and typical high school drama. It was a classic dating sim setup where the biggest problem was a girl calling him a pervert for no reason. He realizes the true reason he was brought into this world was to prepare for this very moment. He's been training his body to the absolute limit, pushing through the pain to become a warrior. The transition from a bubbly rom-com to a gritty action series is undeniable. His blonde friend looks more like a hardened delinquent or a martial artist than a student. But now our protagonist stands alone in a dark, snowy landscape, looking more like a hardened warrior than a high school student. The air is cold and the atmosphere is heavy. He looks at a copy of the Scramble Love manga, realizing the cute cover art with his blonde friend is a total lie now. The series has completely changed course, leaving the light-hearted comedy in the dust for something much more violent. Shounen tropes really do take over everything eventually. This was bound to happen since trying to run a pure rom-com long-term is always a losing battle. Yoo-sung looks on in disbelief as the truth settles in. He's no longer the protagonist of a sweet romance, but the target of a high-stakes action series where one mistake could be fatal. He looks back at the panels of his old life, filled with sweet confessions and typical school drama. These moments feel like they belong to a different person now. Beautiful cherry blossoms and soft pink backgrounds used to be the norm for his daily life. However, he now understands that maintaining a pure romance story forever was a losing battle that the author eventually gave up on. Behind the scenes, the invisible hands of the creators are working overtime. These Chibai editors are responsible for this sudden genre pivot, and they don't seem to care about his safety. This means his life is actually on the line in every single encounter. One wrong move and his story ends right here. He realizes that if the genre has truly shifted, he's going to be stuck facing dangerous monsters like this old man every single day. There's no escaping the battle manga life now. He imagines a terrifying future where grotesque shounen demons and monsters keep popping up to challenge him. The peaceful life he once knew is being replaced by a total hellscape. The gravity of the situation finally sinks in as he stares at the text. This isn't just about a career change. It means his life is genuinely on the line in every single encounter from here on out. Black Yasha winds up another strike, casually asking the kid what he thinks of the offer. He's not even breaking a sweat while putting enough power into his fist to level a building. The blue-bearded man laughs with manic energy, offering Kim Yoo-sung anything his heart desires if he joins him. He sees the fire in the kid's eyes and knows he's found a kindred spirit who was born to fight. Yoo-sung manages to cross his arms just in time to block a devastating blow. The impact sends a massive shock wave through his body, but he refuses to budge an inch. The sound of the collision echoes through the alleyway as sparks fly from the sheer force. It's clear that neither of them is holding back anymore, and the stakes are climbing higher with every second. In his head, Yoo-sung is running through all the tropes of a classic battle series. He knows that in stories like this, no matter how tough the old man looks, there is always a secret way to win. Black Yasha notices that crazy look in the kid's eyes and can't help but be impressed. He recognizes the fire of a true warrior, one who doesn't just survive a fight, but actually enjoys the rush. Our boy looks up with a defiant smile, addressing the man with a mock respect that hides his growing bloodlust. He's starting to realize that maybe he was born for this kind of violence after all. He starts calculating his chances based on everything he knows about battle manga. He figures that in a textbook series like this, no matter how invincible the old man seems, there has to be a way to win. He imagines a hilarious scenario where his blonde friend just steps in and wipes the floor with the fixer. In his head, being the sidekick to a main character is the ultimate cheat code for survival in this dangerous new world. He's banking on the golden rule of shounen universes. If he stays close to the blonde guy, he'll have the highest chance of surviving whatever crazy plot armor the protagonist has. Yu-sung is genuinely shocked by the sudden escalation of violence. He screams out, asking why this dude has to be so extreme about every single thing they do. Honestly, fair. Bro is definitely regretting his life choices right about now while dodging for his life. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the old man lunges forward with a punch that could shatter a mountain. He screams for our boy to die, and he looks like he actually means it this time. Yu-sung grits his teeth and tenses up as he stares at the old man's power. The street beneath them feels small compared to the pressure radiating from the fixer. Yu-sung screams out in frustration, asking why this old man has to be so extreme about everything they do. He's genuinely baffled by how quickly a recruitment talk turned into a literal death match. The blow actually connects this time, sending our boy reeling as he gasps in pain from the impact. Black Yasha is moving with a level of power and precision that is simply overwhelming for a high schooler. Blood spatters across his clothes as the reality of the situation finally hits home. This isn't a game or a test. The old man is actually trying to end his life right here in the middle of the street. Black Yasha isn't playing around anymore, lunging forward with enough speed to catch the kid off guard. He admits he was trying to go easy since Yu-sung is the father of his student Sasha, but that mercy is officially gone. Yu-sung's eyes go wide as he realizes he can't even track the old man's movements. The sheer pressure radiating from the blue-haired giant is suffocating. And for the first time, our boy feels a genuine sense of impending doom. Despite the overwhelming fear, he spots a tiny opening and throws a desperate counter. It's a gamble that relies on pure instinct, hoping to catch the veteran fighter off balance before the distance between them is completely closed. It actually works, and Black Yasha stumbles back for a split second from the surprise hit. Our boy managed to land a blow on a legend, but instead of feeling relieved, the atmosphere only gets heavier and more dangerous. The old man looks up, and his expression has shifted into something truly terrifying. He looks absolutely insulted that a mere kid touched him, and as Yu-sung sees that cold glare, he realizes he just messed up big time. Black Yasha lunges forward with a feral look in his eyes, his hand moving like a blur. Whatever is coming next is going to be on a completely different level than any of the hits from before, and Yu-sung has no way to dodge. Before he can move, Black Yasha is on him again, catching Yu-sung's entire face in his palm. He pins the boy down with strength that feels like an inescapable vice grip, leaving him completely vulnerable. The giant warrior looks down with a cold expression, ready to teach the boy a lesson he won't forget. He tells Yu-sung he wants to give him a piece of advice, and honestly, watch this come back to bite him in 3 chapters. He tenses his other arm, and you can see the veins popping as his muscles swell with power. This is the wind-up for a massive strike that looks like it belongs to a literal human cannon. The old man explains the fundamental rule of combat while preparing his strike. He tells our boy that when you decide to throw a punch, you have to be ready for the consequences that follow. The man in the blue vest charges up his final attack, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light that signals the end. He doesn't care who he's fighting, he just wants to crush anyone who stands in his way with pure power. Kim Yu-sung stares directly into the face of his opponent, his eye wide with a mix of terror and sudden realization. He can see the massive hand closing in on his face, and time seems to slow down to a crawl. The final impact creates a massive explosion of white light that swallows everything on the street. The sheer force of the collision leaves the outcome of the battle a total mystery, as the screen fades out. Kim Yoo-sung is barely holding on as a massive shock wave of energy slams into him with the force of a freight train. This is not just a normal punch. This is something else entirely. The impact is so violent that the ground beneath them shatters into tiny pieces. Dust and debris fill the air as our boy gets sent flying backward through the wreckage. Standing amidst the chaos is Ivan the Destroyer, looking like an absolute unit. His fist is still glowing with a terrifying purple light while he stares down his opponent with cold eyes. Kim Yoo-sung drops to one knee, gasping for air. His lungs are burning and his muscles are screaming. Yeah, he is definitely feeling that one. He has never faced power like this before. Looking up with a sweat-drenched face, our protagonist realizes he just barely dodged a fatal blow. That was close. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been gone. Kim Yoo-sung is absolutely reeling from the speed of that last attack and wonders how he is even still alive. He can barely comprehend the massive spectral fist that almost took his head off just a second ago. A name for this technique echoes in the silence. The Emperor's Double Eagle. Just the sound of it carries a weight that makes the atmosphere feel heavy and suffocating. Ivan cracks a menacing grin beneath his blue beard. He can tell his opponent is shaken. He is enjoying this. He loves finding someone who can actually survive a single hit. Our boy is at a total loss for words. His eyes are wide with shock as he tries to process the sheer scale of the power gap between them. What did he say? The blue-haired man shifts into a formal stance as he prepares to unleash a legendary technique that has been passed down for generations. He reveals that he is the master of the secret Imperial Romanov martial art known as the Emperor's twin-headed eagle. The air explodes with violence as the older man launches a barrage of strikes that our boy cannot even track with his eyes. The girl in the baseball cap screams for her father to stop the brutal beatdown before someone gets killed. Sasha stands there with her cap pulled low, her face pale with terror. She is watching the two most important men in her life try to tear each other apart. Ivan roars at her to stay out of it. He is determined to take our boy with him no matter what. Dad of the Year award goes to this guy right here. Kim Yoo-sung is trembling from head to toe. His body is reaching its absolute limit, but he refuses to back down. He wipes the blood from his face and stands up. Ivan makes a sudden offer. If our protagonist wants to live, he needs to serve under him. Classic anime dad logic. If he likes you, he tries to kill you. He admits that our boy was born strong. Blocking attacks that even his elite troops cannot withstand is no small feat. He sees real potential in this kid. A massive spectral image of Ivan looms over our hero, representing the overwhelming pressure he is exerting. It is like standing in the shadow of a literal mountain. Our boy just scoffs. He calls out the old man for beating him half to death and then offering a job. Honestly, the disrespect is real. This is pure Chunibyo nonsense. Despite the massive power gap and his bleeding face, our protagonist refuses to back down or accept any deals from this monster. He grits his teeth and tells the man that he has zero interest in joining his ranks or serving him. He thinks about the precious people he has met in this world. Kishimoto, Rika, Yukika, and the rest of his friends. They are the reason he fights so hard. To throw all of those connections away and choose a life of serving this madman, that is not going to happen. He launches himself forward for one final desperate strike. The powerhouse villain actually seems impressed by our hero's stubbornness and acknowledges that his conviction is truly admirable. However, he clearly has no intention of letting the boy walk away with that attitude and prepares to strike again. The wind howls as they clash again. Ivan declares that he is going to crush that conviction beneath his heel. He is done playing around and testing the waters. The girl in the baseball cap watches in horror as her father lands a devastating blow right to our protagonist's jaw. Kim Yoo-sung stumbles back while gasping for air, trying his best to stay on his feet against the overwhelming pressure. Ivan does not let up for a single second. He follows up with a series of strikes that are too fast to even see. He is a literal whirlwind of destruction. The blue-haired man continues his relentless assault, moving much faster than the eye can follow as he pummels our hero. Every time Kim Yoo-sung tries to mount a defense, a heavy fist breaks through and sends him flying backward. He realizes that this man is on a completely different level from anyone he has ever fought before. This is not a duel. This is a one-sided slaughter. The terrifying strength of the Russian master is on full display as he looms over the battered and kneeling hero. Kim Yoo-sung finally realizes that he is facing a living legend who stands at the very peak of the martial world. The crushing weight of the opponent's power makes it clear that our boy is completely outclassed in this one-sided fight. This is the definition of a final boss appearing way too early in the story for our protagonist to handle. Sasha cannot take it anymore. She rushes toward them, screaming at the top of her lungs for her father to stop the madness before he kills him. The girl in the baseball cap rushes into the middle of the fight to shield our protagonist from her father's wrath. She demands to know why the old man is being so cruel to someone who spent all day protecting her. Ivan's rage finally boils over as he decides that even his own daughter has no right to question his absolute authority in this matter. Before the girl can even finish her plea, her father lashes out with a strike so blindingly fast it creates a massive ripple in the very air itself. Sasha's eyes go wide with pure shock as she is struck. She did not expect her own father to actually lay a hand on her in his rage. She is sent tumbling across the pavement like a rag doll while both men look on. Watch this come back to haunt him in 5 chapters. Sasha is down. Kim Yoo-sung stood his ground even as the pressure from his opponent intensified. He was being warned that interfering in this fight would lead to nothing but trouble. Kim Yoo-sung's mouth hangs open in pure disbelief as he watches Ivan's heartless behavior. Our boy couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked if this monster would really show no mercy, even to his own flesh and blood. Sasha was still down on the pavement while our protagonist tried to shield her from further harm. Seeing a father treat his kid like that is just messed up and makes this dude a total villain. The reply was cold and final as the attacker told him that he talked too much and decided to end the conversation right then. The villain gloats because he thinks the battle is over before it even started. He's certain no one can stop him now. The villain launches back into the fray with a punch fueled by pure murderous intent. He's determined to end this for good by crushing his opponent into the pavement. The impact creates a thunderous explosion that shakes the area, though the strike doesn't land where the villain intended. But something caught Black Yasher off guard, and he flinched as something whistled dangerously close to his head. A sudden volley of weapons slams into the ground to stop the killing blow right in its tracks. This unexpected interruption saves our boy and leaves both fighters staring in total confusion. Both fighters freeze in surprise as they stare at the weapons embedded in the ground right between them. The villain recognizes the weapon's design immediately and realizes they belong to his own clan. This discovery proves that another member of his ninja family has come to stop his rampage. A stray weapon grazes the villain's cheek, making him realize that he's being targeted from the shadows by a highly skilled attacker. From the rooftops, a figure leapt forward with incredible speed and agility. It was Yukika, and she looked absolutely finished with these games as she wielded a kunai with intent to kill. She fearlessly takes her position between our boy and the villain, showing she isn't intimidated by his overwhelming power. Kim Yoo-sung could barely process what was happening as he looked up at the familiar back of his ally. She reveals her true identity as the acting head of the Fuma Ninja clan, leaving Yoo-sung speechless. He never would have guessed his school senior was actually the leader of a legendary group of assassins. Seeing her in full ninja gear is a massive shock as he reconciles his quiet classmate with this warrior. The villain stares in disbelief as he connects the dots, clearly shaken by the girl's sudden appearance on the battlefield. Yukika dropped a massive bombshell and revealed that the man standing before them was actually her father. Apparently, he abandoned their village 10 years ago and vanished without a trace. The villain was stunned to hear the legacy he left behind was now standing in front of him, ready for battle. Yukika knows they can't win with skill alone, so she prepares a secret family treasure to turn the tide. She's willing to risk their most guarded heirloom if it means keeping Yoo-sung alive. She hands a golden pill to our boy and orders him to take it immediately if he wants any chance of surviving. The pill is a secret family treasure, passed down for generations to heal wounds and empower whoever consumes it. The villain is losing his patience and warns the newcomers that he won't just stand around while they plot their next move. He's fully prepared to wipe everyone out if they keep interfering with his business. Yukika ignored his threats and explained that the pill would help draw out the power he hadn't been able to use yet. Without a moment of hesitation, Our boy swallows the glowing golden pill that his senior handed to him despite the obvious risks. His body immediately begins to surge with an intense, burning heat that feels like it might consume him. The secret medicine unlocks his hidden potential and forces his broken body back into the fight. Yusung lets out a primal roar as a massive pillar of energy surges, finally leveling the playing field. The bearded man watches in absolute shock as the power scaling goes completely off the charts. Kim Yusung is erupting with a pillar of blinding, white-hot flames that leaves everyone nearby frozen in terror. This isn't just some flashy light show. Our hero is tapping into a level of power that defies logic. Every fiber of his being is now vibrating with a heat so intense it could melt the very pavement beneath his feet. He can feel the overwhelming power surging through every vein. It's as if some primal force that was locked deep inside him has finally been unleashed, granting him strength beyond his wildest imagination. Black Yasha feels an incredible sensation coursing through his body, realizing that his spiritual perception is evolving right now. He stands face to face with Kim Yusung as their clashing auras create a violent, purple energy storm between them. The sheer scale of this energy is unlike anything either of them has ever experienced before. It's a raw, terrifying pressure that makes the very ground beneath their feet scream in protest. The dark-haired girl watches the battle with a look of pure concern as sweat rolls down her face. She knows that the spiritual pressure in the air is reaching a dangerous level. However, this divine power comes with a heavy price tag. The experimental enhancement pill has a strict time limit, giving our hero only 5 short minutes to win before he completely burns out. A close-up of Yukika shows her grit and determination. Though she is nervous about the time limit, she is ready to support Yusung in any way she can. Black Yasha isn't even scared. He's actually fascinated by the display. He looks at Yusung with an arrogant smirk, treating this deadly power-up like some piece of exotic theater performance. Yusung signals for the girls to stay back, making it clear that he's going to handle this monster alone. Sasha and Yukika can only watch from a safe distance as the two powerhouses prepare to clash. Our protagonist isn't just fighting for survival. He's fueled by pure, righteous fury. He calls out the old man for being a pathetic monster who would dare to raise a hand against his own flesh and blood. Instead of showing any shame, the blue-bearded villain just lets out a cold, booming laugh. To a man like him, family ties mean absolutely nothing compared to the pursuit of absolute power. He points a mocking finger at Yusung and tells him to listen well. In his twisted world, things like morality and love are just convenient lies that weaklings use to hide their own failures. Yukika isn't about to stand on the sidelines and watch her friend face this monster alone. She grips her weapons tight, ready to dive into the storm the second things go south. Yusung is done talking and challenges the villain to try and knock him down right here and now. He's focusing every ounce of his new power into his fists for the next exchange. Black Yasha finally stops holding back and summons a massive, glowing tiger spirit that towers over the street. He mocks our hero, telling him that big words require even bigger strength to back them up. The battle officially explodes into high gear as the villain launches a relentless flurry of devastating punches. Yusung is forced into a desperate defensive position, barely holding on against the overwhelming pressure. Even though he's being pushed to his limits, our boy isn't ready to break just yet. He's searching for any small gap in the villain's rhythm that will allow him to turn the tides. The impacts are so heavy they send shockwaves through the air. This guy is hitting even harder than before, and the pressure is starting to become suffocating for everyone nearby. Black Yasha keeps the pressure on, smirking as he continues his relentless assault. He thinks he has the upper hand, but he is underestimating how fast our protagonist can adapt when his back is against the wall. Even while taking heavy hits, Kim Yusung is analyzing the rhythm of the attacks. Suddenly, everything seems to slow down, and he realizes he can actually see the movements of the tiger spirit clearly for the first time. A massive shock wave erupts as the two fighters trade blows at blinding speeds. The air itself seems to shatter from the intensity of their physical exchange. A spark of realization flashes through his mind as he finds the exact opening he has been waiting for. This is the turning point of the entire battle. Yusung sees his opening and drives a powerful strike into Black Yasha's defense. The force of the blow creates a blinding flash of light upon impact. The protagonist lands a solid punch across the villain's face, catching him completely off guard. Black Yasha's eyes widen as he feels the weight of the boy's evolving strength. The impact is so violent that it forces the world's strongest warrior to lose his footing. He stumbles back several steps, unable to process the fact that a high schooler just landed a clean hit. Black Yasha looks on in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how his guard was breached so easily. The arrogant smirk is gone, replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes he's in a real fight. Kim Yoo-sung launches a devastating uppercut that sends the bearded man reeling backward in total disbelief. The old warrior can't believe he is actually being overpowered by a mere kid's raw strength. Our boy is not giving him any breathing room and follows up with another massive blow. Black Yasha is horrified to realize that he is actually being pushed back by a mere high schooler in a tattered shirt. He grits his teeth and tries to regain his footing, but the sweat on his brow shows he is finally starting to feel the pressure. This brat is way more dangerous than he first appeared to be. It is clear to everyone watching that Kim Yoo-sung's movements have become noticeably sharper and more precise. He is literally evolving right in the middle of a death match. The villain's arrogance finally snaps as he screams that he'll never be defeated by some Japanese high schooler. He begins channeling his most dangerous aura yet to end this duel for good. He calls upon the power of the Emperor's Griffin, a legendary entity that represents absolute authority. This is his final trump card, meant to crush any resistance with one single divine strike. With a roar of pure desperation, Black Yasha lunges forward with every ounce of his remaining strength. He's no longer fighting for a goal. He's fighting to save his shattered pride by killing Yoo-sung right here. With a blood-curdling scream, Black Yasha lunges forward, shouting for Kim Yoo-sung to just die already. He is putting every ounce of his energy into this one final, killing blow to save his pride. Kim Yoo-sung focuses his vision on the incoming attack, his eyes tracking every move. He knows he cannot afford to miss the timing for his final block. The blue energy of the Griffin's claw descends with crushing force. Yoo-sung raises his arms to intercept the strike, bracing for a massive impact. Black Yasha lets out a maniacal cackle, certain that his ultimate strike has finally landed. He mocks our hero, claiming that no mere human defense could ever hope to withstand the power of his griffin claws. The villain screams that he's going to rip Yoo-sung's hands clean off his body. He's pouring every drop of his spirit into the claws to shred our hero's defense and end this once and for all. The hero's eyes are filled with unshakable resolve despite the pain. He won't back down until the villain is defeated and his friends are safe. Our protagonist turns his head with a look of absolute determination as his body begins to glow with a dangerous red intensity. He tells his companion to hold on tight because things are about to get even more explosive. Kim Yoo-sung explodes into motion, his body trailing a fierce red aura as he taps into a level of power that nobody expected. The air itself seems to buckle under the weight of his overwhelming energy. Ivan can barely track the movement as the air screams with the force of the attack. The destroyer is finally feeling genuine fear for the first time in his life. Without giving him a single second to recover, Yoo-sung delivers a devastating blow that sends the giant crashing into the earth. The power behind the strike is enough to shatter the very ground beneath them. The bearded man grit his teeth and lets out a pained scream as the sheer pressure of the battle pushes him to his absolute limit. He is struggling just to stay standing as the heat from the attack becomes unbearable. Yoo-sung maintains his stance, his muscles bulging as he prepares for any possible counterattack. He isn't taking any chances against a monster like this until the job is completely finished. The force of the strike sends Ivan flying backward, sliding across the pavement. Yoo-sung watches with a cold intensity, ensuring the threat is finally neutralized. Ivan lies defeated on the ground, his body trembling as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power of the boy who just bested him. The once feared destroyer is now a pathetic sight. Ivan can only mutter in total shock about his own reputation as the strongest in the world. He simply cannot believe that his long reign of dominance is being ended by a kid. His mind is reeling, trying to process the impossible reality of his defeat. He cannot wrap his head around how the strongest man just got folded. Losing to a kid is a bitter pill to swallow. He looks up at his conqueror with a mixture of disbelief and utter defeat as the dust finally settles on the street. Yu-sung stares down at the fallen giant with a cold gaze, letting the reality of the situation sink in. The gap between their power was wider than anyone imagined. After the dust settles, our boy stands over his fallen opponent and prepares to drop a final truth bomb. He decides to humble the old man one last time by revealing his true origin. Yukika watches the scene unfold with her heart in her throat, unable to believe the audacity of her companion. She knew he was bold, but trash-talking a legend like that is next level. Sasha is frozen as she witnesses her father's total defeat. The invincibility she associated with him has been shattered in an instant. The realization finally sets in for everyone watching as the dust begins to settle. Against all odds and logic, the high schooler actually stood his ground and came out on top. The once mighty head of the Easter Egg Company now lies broken and humbled on the cold asphalt. His reputation and his power have both been stripped away in a single afternoon. Yukika admits she never truly believed he could pull this off. Even for a genius, this outcome feels like a total fairy tale. Our protagonist finally lets the tension leave his body, but the physical toll of the battle is written all over his face. He's completely exhausted after pushing his limits to the absolute brink. Sasha slowly approaches the man who just defeated her father, her expression a mix of awe and deep concern. She doesn't even know what to say to the person who just changed her life. Sasha runs toward them, her expression a mix of relief for her friend and concern for her father. The situation is complicated, to say the least. Yu-sung looks back at Sasha and offers a sincere apology for the state of her father. He explains that he was just dragged into this fight out of nowhere and had to defend his life. The situation is complicated, but our protagonist is just trying to be honest. Sasha's eyes widen as she takes in the scene, her mind racing to process the total defeat of her father and the incredible strength shown by her companion. The girl in the orange jacket stares ahead with a look of stunned silence as she processes the aftermath of the battle. She is completely speechless after witnessing the level of destruction our boy is capable of unleashing. Just as the adrenaline finally wears off, Yu-sung's legs give out and he begins to collapse toward the ground. He's officially reached his limit and can't stay upright for another second. The massive adrenaline rush finally begins to fade, and our boy's legs start to buckle under the pressure. Yukika notices immediately and rushes forward to catch him before he collapses onto the hard pavement. Winning that fight took every single ounce of strength he had in reserve. With a faint smile of relief, our boy finally allows himself to drift off into unconsciousness. The battle is over. The threat is gone, and he can finally rest easy. Sasha remains where she is, a bittersweet smile crossing her face as she watches Yu-sung being supported by Yukika. She knows her life has changed forever. Yukika helps a completely exhausted Yu-sung walk away from the scene of the battle, leaving the broken destroyer behind on the street as onlookers begin to murmur. Time passes, and the chaos of the battle becomes a distant memory as the sun sets on the city. The school building stands quiet, waiting for the return of its most notorious student. The boy winces as he adjusts the strap of his school bag, his body still aching from the intense physical toll of the recent conflict. Our hero is back in his school uniform, but his body is screaming in protest with every single movement. He clutches his bag with a white-knuckled grip just to keep himself steady. He ignores the curious stares from his peers as he makes his way to his seat, looking like he just crawled out of a war zone. This guy seriously needs a long nap. Up close, it's clear that he's seen better days, with his face covered in bandages and a look of pure exhaustion in his eyes. He just wants to get through the day. The teacher stands at the podium with a bright smile, completely unaware of the legendary battle his student just survived. For the rest of the world, it's just another boring Tuesday morning. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open, and a pair of unfamiliar feet step inside. The quiet atmosphere of the morning is about to be interrupted by a very unexpected arrival. A peaceful school setting where a girl with incredibly long, shimmering light blue hair makes her way through the building. Her presence is so radiant that it seems to leave sparkles in the air as she walks past. Yu-sung's eyes widen as he recognizes the familiar presence entering the room. He definitely didn't expect to see a face from his recent life showing up in his ordinary classroom. The new transfer student introduces herself to the entire class with a bright, confident smile that lights up the room. Everyone is immediately captivated by Alexandra Ivanovna Romanova and her striking foreign appearance. Our boy looks like he wants to crawl into a hole and disappear as the destroyer's daughter stands there looking cute. His peaceful school life just got a whole lot more complicated. The new transfer student wasted no time getting everyone's attention by announcing that she's recently discovered something she likes more than anything else. And the whole class leans in to hear her secret. Before anyone can even guess what she's talking about, she snaps her hand up and points a finger forward with dramatic flair to deliver a shock to the whole room. She sets her sights on our protagonist and calls him out in front of the entire class, making it absolutely clear that he is the one who has caught her interest. Her finger is aimed straight at a horrified Kim Yoo-sung who looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. She is singling him out right in front of everyone, and the poor guy has nowhere left to hide. He is caught in the spotlight of her intense gaze. The other students can't believe their ears as they witness this sudden public confession, and they are left absolutely stunned by the bombshell she just dropped on their unsuspecting classmate. They are all watching in awe as this chaotic scene unfolds. Alexandra doesn't waste any time making her move and points her finger directly at someone in the audience with a mischievous grin. She has clearly found exactly who she was looking for, and she's ready to start some trouble. The classroom is buzzing with rumors about the new arrival. Everyone is asking if she is really Russian and wondering how she managed to learn Japanese so quickly. The blue-haired transfer student sits at her desk with a confident smile. Her classmates are already surrounding her and asking personal questions about her parents. Kim Yoo-sung feels a cold sweat running down his neck as he reflects on a recent confession. He cannot help but wonder if the girl actually meant it when she said she liked him. His heart is racing because he knows this simple statement could change everything in his school life. The blue-haired girl lets out a bright laugh that seems to light up the entire room. She looks completely at ease and enjoys being the center of attention. Her cheerful energy makes it hard for anyone in the classroom to look away from her for even a second. Muffled whispers and overlapping conversations continue to fill the air as the students gossip among themselves. The chatter gets louder, while more people join in to discuss the latest school drama unfolding right before them. Our protagonist tries to focus at his desk, but he looks visibly uncomfortable. Next to him, a blonde girl watches the new arrival with a skeptical expression while leaning on her hand. The blonde girl rests her chin on her hand with a bored and skeptical expression. She seems completely unimpressed by the excuses being thrown her way and looks like she is about to deliver a harsh reality check. Rika suddenly turns to our boy and accuses him of picking up a foreign girlfriend the moment she left for a short trip. Yoo-sung is caught completely off guard and tries to explain that she has the wrong idea about the situation. Rika groans and tells him that his excuse sounds exactly like something a generic rom-com protagonist would say. Yoo-sung is dying of embarrassment and admits to himself that he cannot even argue because it is technically the truth. He is stuck in a classic misunderstanding that feels far too scripted for comfort. The blue-haired girl sits calmly at her desk with a gentle smile while the students around her gossip. Our protagonist can't help but feel that something is seriously wrong with the way she is acting so normal after her confession. Our boy starts to worry if everything is changing, because he has accidentally been messing with the original plot. Yoo-sung imagines the peaceful life of an invisible extra lounging on a beach. Instead, he is stuck in the stressful shoes of a protagonist who is constantly dragged into chaotic incidents by every girl in sight. Life is hard for a buff, invisible man. Our boy keeps a stoic face while trying to process the chaos. Behind him, Rika looks cheerful again and beams with her characteristic energy and small fangs showing. The door swings open, and Karen enters the room with a massive grin on her face. She announces that she came to hang out and brings a fresh wave of chaotic energy to the already crowded classroom. Her arrival suggests that the peace Yoo-sung was hoping for is officially a lost cause. Karen wastes no time and wraps her arms around Yoo-sung from behind. She asks if he enjoyed his holiday while he stares blankly ahead and wonders when his life became so complicated. The blue-haired girl lets out a sharp, piercing glare that could freeze someone in their tracks. Her usual friendly mask has completely slipped, revealing a much more intense and intimidating side to her personality. She points a finger directly at the redhead and demands that she backs up a bit. Karen and Yoosung both look up in total shock at the sudden confrontation. Karen is not about to back down and looks back with an angry expression. She is clearly annoyed that someone is trying to tell her what to do with her friend. Karen tightens her grip on his arm to show that she is not going anywhere. The tension in the room is rising as both girls refuse to budge. The blue-haired girl declares that she is the one who is going to be Kim Yoosung's girlfriend. Our boy is stunned and lets out a confused sound while Karen looks like she is about to explode from the sheer audacity of the claim. Karen is blushing furiously and looks like she has reached her breaking point. She is clearly not used to having rival this direct and aggressive. Karen loses her cool and shouts that Yoosung is already Rika's boyfriend. Rika is standing in the background with her hands to her face, looking absolutely mortified by the sudden lie. Karen just speedrun a relationship for them. The entire classroom erupts into chaos as everyone starts shouting at once. Yoosung is caught in the middle of a screaming match between the transfer student and Karen, while Rika watches in total horror. All the other students are staring and gossiping about the legendary three-way fight happening right now. The gravity of the situation finally hits our boy as he contemplates how his life has spiraled out of control. His face turns completely dark while he wonders how on earth he became someone else's boyfriend without even noticing it. Man just got drafted into a relationship. The blonde girl frantically waves her hands and screams at the top of her lungs to clear the air. She is blushing like crazy while desperately trying to convince the redhead that their relationship is strictly platonic. The blue-haired girl regains her composure and lets out a small laugh. She looks at Karen with a smug smirk as if she has already won the battle. She leans in close to Yoosung with a happy expression while Karen watches with a look of pure rage. Our protagonist looks like he has completely given up on trying to understand what is happening around him. The classroom atmosphere is thick with jealousy and confusion. The argument reaches a boiling point as someone loses their temper and demands a private showdown outside. The tension is through the roof, and it is clear that words alone aren't going to settle this dispute anymore. The shouting match is suddenly interrupted when another girl approaches the group. She calls out to Kim, and everyone turns to see who else is joining the fray. A tall girl with long gray hair in 2 braids and glasses stands before them. She looks much calmer than everyone else and adjusts her glasses while staring at our boy. Her presence brings a sudden and awkward silence to the entire classroom as the others try to figure out what she wants. The blue-haired girl and Karen stop their fighting for a moment to stare at the newcomer. They are both confused by the appearance of another girl who seems to know Yoosung. A hand reaches out and slides an orange notebook across the table to settle a favor. This simple exchange of school supplies might be the only normal thing happening in this chaotic classroom right now. The girl in glasses bows politely and says she will copy the notes and bring the book back later. She walks away while the trio of girls and our boy watch her go with mixed expressions of bewilderment and shock. Yoosung and Rika are left standing there with their mouths hanging open. They are both trying to process how many more surprises this morning can possibly throw at them. Karen laughs and calls our boy a musclehead jock to his face. Yoosung just stands there looking like he wants the ground to swallow him whole after getting roasted by his energetic friend. The girls are left standing there completely stunned by the news. They cannot believe the guy who spends all his time at the gym is actually a genius who tops the school rankings. It turns out our protagonist is actually ranked first in the entire grade. Talk about a massive academic flex. The girls are losing their minds. How can someone have that much muscle and still be the top student in the school? The brown-haired boy tells everyone to shut it while laughing at the absurdity of the situation. He clearly enjoys seeing Yoosung get flustered by all the sudden female attention. Ryoji gives our boy a solid smack on the shoulder and winks. Yoosung looks like he is about 2 seconds away from snapping. The teasing continues as Ryoji throws an arm around his friend. The girls are still standing there with their brains completely fried. Rika and Yukika finally break into smiles while Akashi nods along. They are clearly impressed by this secret brain power. Yoosung announces he is going to the bathroom just to escape the awkwardness. He walks away while his face burns with embarrassment. Behind his back, the whole group starts laughing. They can tell he was totally rattled by the sudden attention. Our boy marches down the hallway with a serious expression. He just wants a single moment of peace away from the chaos. Other students chat nearby, oblivious to the fact that the smartest kid in school just walked right past them. Lunchtime arrives, but Yu-sung is not alone. The girls have tracked him down and are sitting right at his table. Our protagonist looks like he is about to have a mental breakdown. He specifically told himself to keep his distance, yet here he is, surrounded by the same group of girls again. This guy just cannot catch a break even when he tries to be a loner. Kim Yu-sung is getting cornered by demands to show his supposed girlfriend around the school grounds. He is desperately trying to shut down the rumors before they spiral even further out of his control. Yukika clings to his arm with a huge grin, while Akashi and Rika look ready to start a world war. The jealousy in this room is reaching dangerous levels. Yu-sung looks incredibly uncomfortable with Yukika hanging off him. He is starting to realize that being popular is way more exhausting than he expected. Yukika tries to feed him a snack while the other two girls fume in the background. Our boy is just trying to finish his meal in peace. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Yu-sung's head. He realizes there might be a way to get these girls off his back for a while. He casually mentions that midterms are coming up soon and asks if they have been studying. The girls instantly freeze like deer in headlights. Rika looks like she is about to cry from the sheer stress of schoolwork. The mention of exams has completely sucked the life out of the room. A heavy gloom settles over the table. Yu-sung successfully used the one weapon no high schooler can defend against: academic responsibility. Rika pouts while she eats, her previous energy completely drained. It seems like the boys' plan to distract them with studies is working perfectly. Our protagonist, Kim Yu-sung, looks on with a smug and confident grin while holding his chopsticks during lunch. He seems to have the upper hand in the conversation as he explains the difficulties of reading classic literature. Rika gets a sudden idea and points a finger up. She suggests that they should all help each other out with a study group. Yu-sung lets out a truly devious laugh that would make a villain proud. He tells them to do their best, knowing he has finally secured his freedom from their constant clinging. It is a masterstroke of social engineering that leaves him feeling invincible. He is absolutely thrilled because he is finally free until the weekend. He has been waiting for this moment all day, and he already has some very specific plans in mind for his time off. Freedom has never tasted so sweet. Back at his place, the birds are chirping and everything seems peaceful. This is exactly the kind of quiet environment he was craving after that chaotic day at school. The contrast between the noisy classroom and his home is like night and day. Yu-sung wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a long sigh of relief. Finally, no girls, no teasing, and no distractions. Our boy is finally in his happy place, his home gym. He lets out a joyful shout while flexing his muscles, looking like a man who just won the lottery. He is blushing and smiling with pure excitement. Some guys want dates, but our protagonist just wants to hang out with his heavy metal weight plates. A smug grin spreads across his face as he prepares for his workout. This is the only place where he feels truly at home. He grips the barbell with both hands, his focus sharpening instantly. It is time to put all that academic stress into some heavy lifting. Yu-sung starts pumping iron and laughs like a maniac. He shouts that it feels amazing, proving that he really is a musclehead at heart after all. He hits his limit and releases the tension with a final, massive effort. The sheer energy he's putting into this session is helping him forget all about his high school drama. Yu-sung is finally in his happy place, crushing a workout at the gym. Just as he is about to hit another rep, his phone starts vibrating on the table next to him. Someone is trying to ruin his precious iron time. He picks up the call, probably expecting it to be something trivial. He answers with a quick hello, but whoever is on the other end clearly has something interesting to say that catches him off guard. Sweat still dripping from his workout, our boy walks over to the window with a towel around his neck. He slides the glass open to see what is going on outside while keeping the phone to his ear. Down on the street, Kishimoto Rika is waving her arm like crazy to get his attention. The blonde girl shouts for him to look over and calls out to Ryu-chan with a massive grin on her face. Rika looks absolutely thrilled to see him, fangs and all, as she holds up her phone. But he spots a slight problem. She is standing right in front of a massive crowd of the most terrifying guys you have ever seen. Our protagonist is left completely speechless by the sight and his brain basically stalls out. He struggles to find any words as he wonders what the heck is happening down on the street. Our boy is absolutely losing it right now with his eyes wide and jaw basically hitting the floor. The shock of seeing a high school girl leading a pack of monsters is too much for his brain to handle. Talk about a major vibe check. Looking down, these guys are absolute units covered in scars with expressions that say they have definitely seen some things. Yoosung loses his mind and screams at her, demanding to know who those scary-looking thugs are and why they are trailing her like a personal army. One look at those faces is enough to make anyone want to run for cover. Kim Yoosung looks completely bewildered as he stares at the crowd gathered in front of him. He cannot figure out why everyone is acting so strange or what they want with him. The confusion is written all over his face as he tries to process the sudden commotion. Kishimoto Rika is all smiles as she hops out of the car, waving him over like it is no big deal. She tells him to hop in as if they are just going on a casual outing. Our boy spots a familiar face inside the vehicle, and his brain practically stops working. He recognizes the man immediately and lets out a shocked gasp. Memory lane hits him like a truck as he recognizes Boris sitting in the driver's seat. Rika introduces the man as Sasha Uncle and explains that his name is Boris, which only makes Yoosung feel more uneasy about the situation. Despite the intimidating look, Rika insists Boris is actually a pretty nice guy. Yoosung takes a seat in the back, still looking incredibly nervous about the company he is keeping. Sasha explains that Boris is her bodyguard and has to follow her everywhere, even on her days off. Yoosung is sweating buckets, thinking about how awkward it is to be trapped in a car with the man he nearly dismantled a few days ago. They finally arrive at a beautiful, traditional-looking house that serves as Karen home. The sunlight reflects off the roof as they pull up, marking the end of their tense ride. It looks like a peaceful place for a study session. Suddenly, a giant man with red hair and a gold chain greets them with a massive grin. Karen is standing right beside him, looking just as vibrant and energetic as ever. Yoosung is hit with a sudden flash of realization as he looks at the man. He recognizes those distinct facial features and the scar from his previous encounter with Naoto. Our boy plays it cool, bowing politely and introducing himself to the mountain of a man. The father welcomes them in with a hearty and booming voice. The big guy looks Yoosung up and down with an intense and curious expression. He mentions that our boy must be the close friend Karen has been talking about lately. Yoosung can only offer a confused look in response. Karen's father crosses his arms and lets out a satisfied hum, looking down at Yoosung. Karen looks up at her dad, trying to gauge his reaction to her friend's presence. A close-up shows the red-haired father smiling broadly, while the bodyguard, Boris, gives a respectful nod in the background. Boris has this stone-cold expression that would make anyone else run for the hills. He is clearly not over what happened between him and Yoosung. Sasha and the others are starting to wonder if the bodyguard and the dad already know each other. The atmosphere in the hallway is getting thick with unspoken words. Boris adjusts his head bandage while giving a firm nod to Karen's father. He is mentally preparing himself to admit defeat and identify the high schooler who managed to take him down. Boris begins his explanation, drawing everyone's attention as his tone shifts to something far more serious. He is about to reveal the identity of the person who put him in the hospital. That finger is leveled straight at our main man. Boris is not holding back any secrets today as he prepares to make a report. Boris drops the bomb and explains that his injuries are all thanks to Kim Yoosung. Our boy starts panicking, wondering why he is being called out like this in front of Karen's whole family. It feels like he just stepped into a trap. Rika is absolutely stunned, her little fangs showing as her jaw drops in surprise. She cannot believe that Yoosung was the one who hurt the bodyguard. Boris doubles down, telling the dad that Lord Noah was also taken out by Yoosung. The giant man looks at our protagonist with a newfound intensity that is hard to read. Yoosung thinks his life is basically over. He is convinced he will be banned from the house or that the father will try to crush him right then and there. Then a funny thought hits him. If they throw him out, maybe he can finally just go home and lift some weights instead of pretending to study. He braces himself for the inevitable explosion of rage from the father. He keeps his eyes fixed on the man, waiting for the first punch to fly. But instead of getting angry, Karen's dad gives him a huge thumbs up. He shouts that Yu-sung is perfect son-in-law material because of his incredible strength. Karen is mortified, blushing deep red while her dad keeps laughing at his own joke. She shouts at him to stop being so embarrassing in front of her friends. Finally, they make it inside the house and catch a moment of quiet. Yu-sung lets out a long sigh of relief, glad that the initial meeting is over. Sasha tries to clear the air, explaining that Boris just had to report what happened because it is part of his job. Our boy is just relieved that things managed to calm down without any more fighting or drama. They all sit down at the low table to finally get some work done. The books and papers are spread out, and the serious part of the day is about to begin. Rika raises her hand, ready to get this study session started with some fake energy. She is trying to distract everyone from the awkward moment in the hallway. Yu-sung takes the lead, telling them they need to drill every single formula from the test into their heads. He is not going to let them slack off. He starts handing out the study materials with a serious look on his face. He is determined to make sure everyone passes their exams. Just like that, the girls are completely drained of all their energy. They look like they are about to melt into the floor from all the mental effort of staring at those formulas. Karen tries to psych herself up, shouting out a determined response. She wants to show her dad and Yu-sung that she can handle the pressure. Yu-sung looks down at his notes, ready to push them all to their limits. The real battle for their grades has only just begun. Karen is definitely feeling the heat now. She tries to hype herself up while staring down those brutal math formulas. Beside her, Rika looks like she is about 2 seconds away from a total brain meltdown. Sasha tilts her head and looks over at Yu-sung with a curious expression. She is wondering if he has any more tricks up his sleeve to help them survive this study session. Our boy reaches into his bag to pull out a secret weapon. He has been prepping for this and knows exactly what they need to get through the next round of practice. He reveals a stack of papers that he originally made for his own personal training. Sasha looks impressed that he went to so much trouble, and Yu-sung tells them it is time to get back to work. The atmosphere gets heavy as the group dives back into the books. Karen, Rika, and Sasha are all locked in, desperately trying to absorb every bit of information while Yu-sung keeps a close watch. 1 hour of intense studying passes, and the group's initial energy is finally starting to fade. Exhaustion sets in as everyone struggles to maintain their focus on the endless rows of text. 2 hours later, and the Library of Knowledge has claimed its first victims. Rika is completely out cold, while Karen looks like she is staring into the void of her own academic despair. Finally, Yu-sung calls for a much-needed break. The girls react like they just won the lottery, stretching their cramped limbs and cheering for the sweet relief of a temporary truce with math. Rika is surprised by the sudden announcement. She didn't expect Yu-sung to offer something so refreshing in the middle of their intense study session. Our protagonist flashes a confident grin and mentions that he is going to whip up a quick snack for everyone. He really knows how to keep the morale high when things get tough. The group tracks his every move with absolute hunger as he heads for the kitchen. After a grueling marathon study session, they are ready to devour literally anything he decides to prepare. Kim Yu-sung finally presents his masterpiece, serving up several different flavors of gourmet shaved ice to the group. The girls can hardly believe their eyes when they see how incredibly delicious and professional the desserts look. Rika, Karen, and Luxia are absolutely stunned by the presentation. They can hardly believe how pretty the desserts look, and the sheer effort he put in makes their hearts skip a beat. Yu-sung wipes a bit of sweat from his forehead and explains that he made them in red and white pairs. He is humble about it, but the girls are already swooning over his hidden talents. Nobody is allowed to eat until the perfect photo is taken. Karen and Luxia immediately start documenting the masterpiece to make sure this legendary snack ends up on everyone's social feed. Luxia sets her phone aside and looks at Yu-sung with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She has a very specific idea for how they should enjoy this treat together. She suggests that they should all try a bite of each other's desserts. Without even waiting for a response, she loads up a spoon and moves in to feed him directly. Yu-sung is completely paralyzed by this sudden and intense level of direct attention. His brain is officially short-circuiting as he tries to process how to handle such a bold, romantic gesture. Luxia pouts playfully and tells him that her arm is getting tired from holding it out. She is playing him like a fiddle, leaving our boy with absolutely no room to escape. He finally gives in and opens his mouth, but the mood in the room shifts instantly. In the background, Rika and Karen look like they are about to explode from pure jealousy. Rika and Karen are fuming as they watch the scene unfold. They cannot believe Luxia actually pulled a bold move like that right in front of them. The jealousy hits a breaking point, and both girls lunge forward with their own spoons. Bro is being fed like a hungry baby bird as they all compete for his attention at once. Karen is shouting that this is totally unfair, and she refuses to be left out. They are all hovering over him now, completely forgetting about the actual studying they were supposed to be doing. In the middle of the chaos, a realization finally hits Karen. She looks at the other girls and starts to connect the dots about what is really going on in this room. She recalls a moment when Rika insisted that she and Yoosung were just friends. It was a firm denial back then, but the current situation tells a completely different story. Karen realizes she might have been completely mistaken about the dynamic. If those two are not actually together, then it means the competition for his heart is wide open. She thinks back to the quiet moments they have shared together. She remembers how he was always there for her, even when things felt overwhelming or uncertain. The reality of the situation sets in while the other girls continue to pester him. Yoosung looks completely overwhelmed by the attention, not realizing the storm he has brewed. Karen clenches her teeth with a new sense of determination. She is not going to just sit back and watch anymore because she realizes she still has a real chance to win him over. Karen clutches the bowl of shaved ice as a sudden surge of warmth fills her heart. This simple treat has sparked a romantic realization that is starting to change everything she felt. Just as the tension starts to build between our characters, we get a quick reminder to support the official release. It is important to respect the creators so we can keep enjoying this amazing journey together. We also need to make sure we are not spoiling any major plot points for the viewers who haven't caught up yet. Keep the hype real in the comments without giving away the big twists coming up in the story. Karen's eyes sparkle with newfound hope. The realization that she isn't behind in this race gives her the strength to face her friends and rivals with a determined gaze. She holds her bowl of shaved ice close, the cold sweetness, contrast to the warm, fluttering feeling in her chest. This moment has changed everything for her. Finally, midterms are over, and the crushing stress of school can take a backseat for at least a little while. Kishimoto Rika looks like she just won the lottery, as she stares at her test results with a massive grin. Kim Yoosung offers a quick word of praise, and Rika is practically glowing from the compliment while asking about their friendship. With the hard work behind them, Rika suggests they all head out for some karaoke to celebrate the end of exams. His friend's face turns a shade of purple in pure shock when she announces that the karaoke session is her treat. Our boy Yoosung is just trying to pack up and leave when his friend brings up some incredibly weird rumors about him. Word on the street is that he recently took on 20 members of the Russian mafia all by himself in the middle of the city. His friend thinks the whole idea is hilarious, but Yoosung looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole from embarrassment. Sasha joins the group with a playful grin, asking if those wild stories are really just nonsense or if there is some truth to them. She then pops a cute pose while reminding everyone that she is ready for a good time. She is already picking out songs and asks Yoosung what he plans to sing, but he suggests a track called Burned Out Flame. The group makes their way into the heart of Shibuya, where the neon lights and crowds are just starting to gather for the evening. Everyone is in high spirits as they walk through the busy city streets singing along and looking forward to the fun night ahead. The mood is perfect until something suddenly catches their attention and stops them dead in their tracks with a look of surprise. One of the guys is talking about a great handmade burger place nearby, but the sound of an engine begins drowning him out. Out of nowhere, a red-haired thief on a motorcycle zooms past and swipes Rika's wallet right out of her hands in a flash. The engine roars as he speeds away, leaving the entire group stunned by the blatant robbery in broad daylight. The jerk actually has the nerve to laugh and tell her to watch where she is going as he weaves through the crowd. Yoosung checks to see if Rika is all right, but she is too busy frantically searching her pockets for her missing belongings. She realizes with a sinking feeling that the biker definitely swiped her wallet during that sudden collision. Yoosung does not waste a single second and shifts his bag as he prepares to handle this situation himself. Our protagonist takes off with explosive speed and leaves the concrete vibrating beneath his feet as he begins to hunt down the thief. He is moving so fast that he looks like a literal blur to everyone else on the sidewalk. Rika can only stare in disbelief and call out his name because nobody should be able to move that fast on two legs. Yoosung shouts back at them to head inside the store and wait for him while he deals with the fleeing criminal. His legs are a total blur as he pushes his body to the absolute limit to close the gap with the motorcycle. In a sunlit corner of the city, someone is heard admiring a successful haul of stolen goods. He and his buddy are already counting the cash and laughing about how easy it was to rob those unsuspecting students. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake with a rhythmic thumping sound that makes the thief freeze in his tracks. Their eyes widen in fear as Yoosung emerges from the shadows looking absolutely demonic while demanding the wallet back. The sound grows louder and more intense, like a massive apex predator is closing in on its helpless prey. The thief looks back with a confused and terrified expression, wondering what on earth could be making that much noise behind them. Yoosung is literally drag racing a motorcycle on foot, and he is actually winning the race. Before the thief can even process what is happening, Yoosung is right on top of him with a terrifying look in his eyes. The criminal screams in terror as he stares into the merciless, unblinking eyes of a total monster that is refusing to let go. Our protagonist lets out a low growl telling the punk to hand over the stolen wallet right this second. He reaches out and grabs the back of the motorcycle with enough force to begin crushing the metal frame with his bare hands. The thief tries to gun the engine and escape, but the bike stays pinned in place by Yoosung's insane grip. He looks down to see the protagonist holding the entire machine back by pure physical strength alone. Tears start streaming down the freaked-out thief's face as he realizes he messed with the wrong guy today. Yoosung looms over him and tells him to get off the bike, and the coward can only stammer out a terrified response. The thief did not even try to put up a fight after that display of power. He immediately bent down and handed over the pink wallet, his hands trembling as he realized just how badly he messed up by picking this target. Kim Yoosung watched as the coward scrambled back onto his bike and sped away into the distance. Our boy just pointed a finger and warned him to never pull a stunt like that again if he valued his health. He stood there for a moment looking down at the small pink accessory in his hand. Despite just stopping a high-speed robbery with his bare hands, he seemed more annoyed by the interruption than anything else. Someone nearby expressed total relief that the wallet was safely recovered. It was a flashy little thing, decorated with a gold bow, and clearly held a lot of importance for the owner. Kishimoto Rika is practically beaming with her usual high energy as she reminds everyone that it is finally karaoke time. Meanwhile, our boy looks completely drained after somehow being roped into promising to pay for the entire group's expensive outing. As Yoosung walked away with a slight smile, enjoying the peaceful end to his day, he did not notice the massive figure lurking in the shadows. A tall man in a dark jacket watched him from behind a pillar, his eyes fixed on our protagonist. The mysterious stranger remained silent, hiding his face in the shadows as he observed Yoosung's movement. There was a strange intensity in his gaze, like he had just witnessed something that changed his entire worldview. The observer watched from the shadows, hidden from view as the evening sun cast long shadows across the path. He remained completely silent, his presence unknown to the boy walking away. The sky turned a beautiful shade of purple and orange as the group finally split up for the evening. Echoes of their laughter and final goodbyes filled the air, marking the end of a very chaotic school day for everyone involved. Yoosung walked home with his bag slung over his shoulder, feeling pretty good about how things turned out. He looked forward to seeing his friends at school tomorrow, finally getting a chance to relax after the recent madness. His mind was already drifting toward his next goal, which was hitting the gym to get his daily workout in. For a guy with his level of strength, keeping up with his training was basically a religious experience. Just as he felt he was in the clear, a wide, slightly intimidating grin appeared nearby. Someone had been waiting for him, and they were clearly excited that they finally managed to corner him alone. A massive shadow loomed over Yoosung as a voice called out to him, referring to him as boss. Our boy froze in his tracks, wondering who on earth would be looking for him with that kind of tone at this hour. The biker with the pompadour hair stepped forward, his face flushed with an intense, almost scary level of determination. He shouted at the top of his lungs that there was something he absolutely had to say to our protagonist. Yu-sung recoiled slightly, looking completely baffled as the giant man got right in his personal space. He awkwardly asked who the guy even was, since he definitely did not remember making friends with a biker gang leader. Without warning, the massive delinquent dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead against the pavement in a perfect bow. The sheer impact of his head hitting the ground sent a shock wave through the quiet street. The biker begged Yu-sung to take him on as a disciple, his voice full of desperate passion. Our boy just stood there with his mouth hanging open, wondering why he always attracted the weirdest people in the city. Nearby pedestrians started whispering, recognizing Yu-sung as the son from the local Korean restaurant. They were shocked to see a scary-looking gangster prostrating himself in the middle of the road like his life depended on it. The delinquent grabbed onto Yu-sung's jacket, refusing to let go until he got an answer. Our protagonist was sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to escape this extremely embarrassing public spectacle without causing a scene. The guy introduced himself as Katsu and insisted that they were meant to be master and student. Yu-sung tried to pry his hands off, realizing that Katsu was surprisingly squishy despite his tough exterior and intimidating build. A train rattled past in the background as our boy tried to wrap his head around the situation. He stared at Katsu's weathered face and asked how old the guy actually was, because he definitely did not look like a student. Katsu stood tall and proudly declared that he was only 17 years old. Our boy was internally screaming because this kid looked like he had a mortgage and 3 kids already. Talk about some rough genes. It turned out that Katsu was actually the leader of a biker gang known as the Night Parade of 100 Demons. He spoke with a serious expression, looking like he was revealing a high-level state secret to his new idol. Yu-sung rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the awkwardness reach a boiling point. He had no idea how to handle a literal gang leader wanting to learn from him, especially when he just wanted to go home and eat. Katsu looked at him with stars in his eyes, claiming that our boy was the very definition of a real man. In his eyes, Yu-sung was the pinnacle of strength and virtue that he had been searching for his whole life. Our protagonist just thought to himself that he had absolutely no clue what this guy was talking about. It was clear that Katsu had built up a whole fantasy version of him in his head after seeing him fight. Katsu began to explain his past, revealing that despite his current massive frame, he was a total pushover when he was younger. He lived his life with a timid personality, always afraid of what others thought of him. His school years were a nightmare, filled with relentless bullying both inside and outside the classroom. He would often find himself cornered by groups of kids who took pleasure in making his life a living hell every single day. Katsu recalls the days when he was constantly beaten and bruised, feeling like the world was against him. He honestly believed that if he could just find a way to become truly strong, the torment would finally stop. In his mind, strength was the only currency that mattered if he wanted to survive the harsh world of his youth. He decided that he would never let anyone look down on him again, no matter what it took. He started spending hours in front of the mirror, crafting a new identity that would strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. He dedicated himself to a new persona, hitting the gym and getting his own motorcycle to look the part. By imitating the tough guys he saw, he managed to create a shell that kept people at a distance. He thought that by blending in with the bad crowds, he could finally escape being a victim forever. The pompadour guy reveals his secret shame, admitting that his tough gang leader persona was nothing more than a desperate act. He lived in constant fear while pretending to be a fearless warrior just to keep others from seeing his true, cowardly self. Katsu admitted that his entire identity was built on a lie, his voice trembling as he spoke. He confessed that underneath the tough clothes and motorcycle persona, he was still just a scared kid. He admitted that he was only ever acting tough to protect himself from the world. He lacked the true, genuine strength that he saw radiating from Yu-sung earlier that day. Katsu watched in awe as Yu-sung used his power not to show off or bully others, but for a real purpose. Seeing that kind of authentic strength convinced Katsu that he finally found the person who could teach him how to be a real man. Katsu bends down and offers his respect, explaining that seeing Yu Sung protect a friend in danger was the most heroic thing he had ever witnessed. While Katsu goes on about how this is exactly what a real man looks like, our boy is having a complete internal crisis. He was not trying to be a hero, he just wanted to get some free karaoke out of the deal. Talk about a massive misunderstanding of his actual intentions. Katsu is practically begging at this point, shouting for Yu Sung to accept him as a disciple. Yu Sung looks down at him with pure confusion, wondering what this kid could possibly expect to learn from him. Our main guy feels extremely awkward as he tries to explain that he is not the legendary martial arts master everyone thinks he is. He lets out a heavy sigh while looking down, hoping this massive misunderstanding will finally just go away. Despite the rejection, Katsu keeps pleading with everything he has got. Yu Sung starts to wonder if his real hidden talent is just attracting every weirdo in the neighborhood. Suddenly, a metaphorical light bulb goes off in his head. If he cannot get rid of this guy with words, maybe he can just outplay him. Yu Sung crosses his arms and puts on a confident front, making Katsu believe he might actually be reconsidering the offer. The delinquent looked up with pure shock and joy as he realized the boss might actually be considering his request. He couldn't believe his luck as Yu Sung crossed his arms and looked down at him. Katsu looks up with watery eyes, desperate for a chance to prove his worth and finally become a real man under this supposed master. Yu Sung holds up 3 fingers, and gives him a deadline of exactly 3 days to prove his dedication. He keeps a perfectly straight face, making sure the terms of this deal sound as serious and intimidating as possible to his new follower. He tells the punk that if he can manage to keep up with his intense daily routine, then and only then will he finally consider it. He points a finger directly at the kid and promises to officially recognize him as his disciple if he survives the trial. Deep down, he is already laughing to himself because he has a much darker plan in mind. He thinks he has finally found the perfect way out of this annoying situation. The punk is sweating and looks intimidated as he listens to the conditions, clearly realizing how intense this might get. Yu Sung is secretly planning to put this poor guy through such a brutal amount of training hell. He is convinced that the routine will be so ridiculously difficult that there is no way the kid stays past the first day. Yu Sung loses it and starts laughing like a total maniac in his mind. He is certain the kid will give up on his own after a few hours of torture, leaving him to finally enjoy his peace and quiet without any bothersome disciples tailing him ever again.